of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Back again for Heiskanen. Wrist shot taken, fended off, they score! Out in front, Wyatt Johnston in the right place at the right time. He does it again, and Dallas wins Game 3 in double overtime.
What time did you go to sleep? Good morning, Metroplex. It's draft day. It is Stars Celebration Day. It is Thursday on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton Russell running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And I have the triple espresso in the glass.
Oh, is that what that is? The triple
Along
espresso.
with two other cups.
Yeah.
2 regular cups and a triple espresso to top it off.
All right, very nice.
I'm going to need it today.
Might need other substances, not just espresso.
Might.
The Dallas Stars, and of course, double overtime, get the 4-3 road win against Minnesota as, of course, Wyatt Johnston has to end it.
Yeah, there were 2 exceptional passes, really 3 in this game. 1 by the Wild and then 2 by the Stars, and then 2 really nice redirects in front of the net, 1 by each team, and the one there at the end for the Stars to win it. This was there was a time in this game where it was super fun. Then you had that lull in the first OT.
Man.
Right? And it was just like, all right, they're kind of, no one's going to.
Like, literally nothing happened.
No one's trying to make a mistake, right? You know, no one's trying to. If you have a rush, you know, that means that you're kind of susceptible if you don't score. And the other team can get a rush on going the other way. So, you know, nobody really tries to do that. It's like at the end of a soccer game where you're just like, all right, hey, we're just playing for penalty kicks here, man. And it was like, all right, who's going to make the first mistake, or who's going to get kind of a lucky tip, lucky redirect, because that's what you're looking for. And the Stars were the team that were able to get it. And this is I thought one of the best games Miro's played. This was actually probably his best game that he's played since the Olympics, man. Like, it really was. Like, he and I know he had like a good point streak, but he played a really good game.
It's like father like son. You get the Wyatt Johnston tip in. It's all that time living with Pavelski. Chop, that's what it is.
Yeah.
He learned from Pops there. That's what it is. This is, what was it? It was Marcus Foligno from Minnesota that had said they just want to play 5-on-4. They can't hang with us 5-on-5. They just want to play power play hockey. It's like, all right, cool, sure, yeah. Well, you can do that. If you 3 of the 4 being power play goals, I'll take it.
You seem a little fresh.
Yeah, I'm great.
He does seem fresh.
When did we lose you?
11:15.
Okay. Yeah, that's about average.
11:15.
You think? On the text, is that the average that everyone knocked out?
Oh, no. I mean, no, we were knocked out at like midnight.
No, for last night, I wonder the majority of people. Pay, did you make it to the second overtime, or did you heed my advice in the intermission and shut it down?
Sean said, go to sleep. I said, all right, I'll call it a night there. I tried to. I was watching the intermission between the first and second OT, and I was like, you know what? First OT was so boring. I can't do this again, man. And my luck, it would go 4 OTs. Yeah. Luckily woke up, to 4-3 Stars win. But, yeah, I got a good 2 hours and 45 minutes of sleep, so I'm going.
Yeah, I woke up to the group chat. I woke up to the Stars group chat. That's how I found out who won. But it was about 12:30.
Yeah,
something like that.
The phone was going off.
No. It was I slept through the phone. It was when I woke up this morning. That's when I found out.
Mikko quickly from Robo off a questionable power play. This is a whiny Wild crowd, man. This is a whiny Minnesota crowd, and the Stars get on the board first. Then I'm feeling absolutely fantastic when Robo makes it 2-0.
Yeah, and he had a really good first period. I mean, that feed to Mikko on the first goal was a really, really nice feed.
Yes.
And then that point-blank shot on the 2-on-1.
Then he has the high stick that leads to their power play goal to make it 2-1 off like 3 deflections before it hit the net.
And that's because Otter was playing well, and then you get the 3 deflections, literally 3 deflections, one off your own guy's skate. one up the star off the Stars skate initially, and then it gets redirected again. I mean, Otter had no chance. Like there's no way that you could do anything about that. And then Lundqvist was kind of talking about the third goal that the Stars gave up. I can't remember who made that goal. It was the guy who never scores. It was a guy who never scores. But Lundqvist, like, Otter was just kind of out of position. He went down thinking that it was going to be a shot 5-hole, and it winds up going top shoulder. And he was like, all right, he thinks he got, like, he was looking at his own skater skate, and that's what kind of threw him off. But yeah, I mean, Robo had a really good first period with those, with the goal and the assist, couple of points there, and then the penalty got everything going for Minnesota.
How much money did you make?
50.
You did bet it?
Yeah, I bet it. Crosstalk. Yeah. So I was feeling great. I was cruising.
Yeah.
Until you lose a 2-0 lead after McCarron's goal, and then the angle with Miko Duchesne's goal to tie it in the third. And I was like, whoa, that was a very, very tough angle. Then you exchange a lot of different penalties. I thought in overtime when Steele committed the penalty, that was going to be it. Done and over. Minnesota was going to win. The Stars were able to go ahead and kill that. Then Jamie Benn gets another penalty with 50 seconds left. And Miro, he's at the top now in terms of the minors committed.
Yeah, well, the Benn penalty, those penalties with 50 seconds to go.
Miko's at the top with 5 committed.
Yeah, he's got a lot. Those penalties with less than a minute to go, or actually really less than 2 minutes to go, you don't like to take them, but if you're going to do it, that's the time, because they get split up, and there's.
Man, this is too much. This is too much of a war for the first round, bro.
It's a war, man.
Come on,
it really
man.
is.
This is stupid.
You see, Philadelphia is up 3-0 on Pittsburgh.
And I'm not blaming either team. I'm blaming the league.
Right? No, of course. You shouldn't be playing these games.
It's
stupid.
Nip and tuck.
This is stupid. This is much closer to a conference finals matchup than a first round matchup.
So
it's dumb.
Back-to-back games of great penalty killing. The Wild had 7 power plays. They only cashed in on 1. Their power play in the last 2 games is 1 for 11. 3 of the 4 Stars goals came on the power play. And, of course, you have Wyatt with his 6th playoff game-winning goal. Now, according to Gavin Spittle, 1 goal away from equaling Jágr and 2 others for the most game-winning playoff goals by a player under 23.
And Money Puck said 71% for the Stars, that they had great shot opportunities all night, Sean.
Really? I was interested in like what it was going to say, because
so apparently close to like if you want to just take a look at like shot opportunities that were taken at the goal, Dallas had like 12 of them and Minnesota had like 2 all night.
How is Wyatt so good at the redirect right into the net?
I think it's always been, part of my game, but I think, obviously living with Joe Pavelski, he was one of the best to ever do that, tipping pucks and just around the net. And so I think that's something I've really tried to add to my game and work on the last couple of years, especially coming in the league, just, seeing from Joe how much he could produce and how much he could do with just, tipping pucks and just little plays around the net. So, I think it's always been a little bit of, part of my game, but I think I've really tried to, add to it, and we've got to get a lot of thanks to Joe Pavelski for what he's helped me and taught me in that way.
Ottinger shot out the Wild in the third period in both overtimes to pick up the win. Second solid game in a row, Game 4, Saturday afternoon. So what a day to start off your NFL draft day. The Stars lead the series 2-1.
And that is obviously, teams that win Game 3 in a tied series are upwards of a 60-something%, right, to win the series. And then, you get the Game 4. And I thought the best part of last night, they were the aggressors early. Most of the time, when you're tied at 1 and you go home and you're the team that goes home, you've got that first 5 minutes. The crowd's into it. And the Stars really took it to them in the first 5 minutes. Stars really were the better team in that first period, which can be surprising for a team that is going home for their first game.
It looked like Jake Berger was going to be the hero here on your home for Texas Rangers baseball, and then this happened.
And the swing here in the drive.
Stop
That's
it.
out of the ball.
Listen to that.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. Just listen to the next bang on where it landed.
All Bassett could keep saying is, that's a big, strong man.
Yeah.
That's a big, strong man with this.
And a swing here and a drive. That's out of the ballpark. Fair or foul. That's about as high as the foul pole. It hits the top of the foul pole. Are you kidding me? That grazed the very top of the foul pole. It is a home run for O'Neal Cruz with 2 men on board. The Pirates lead 8-4. I have never seen that.
Hicksy with the amazing call. Not good if you're a Ranger fan. The 3-run shot off the top of the foul pole, and the Pirates come right back to beat the Rangers and even up the series.
I was going to say, I don't think I've ever seen a ball skip off the top of the pole like
Are
that.
you
Skip off the
kidding
top
me?
into the third row. And also, that got out of there in like a second and a half, it felt like. To hit the ball that high and fly out of there that fast. And it was, I mean, something where if you're a Pirates fan, you don't expect that the ball's just going to bounce to you up in the third row unless O'Neal Cruz is up. But, I mean, it's
117 miles per hour, 422 feet.
he's supposed to. He's the exit velo god.
Yeah.
That's O'Neal Cruz's thing is how hard he hits the baseball. But I mean, yeah, you get the rally in the 8th, and you think, all right, 4-4, the bullpen's going to come in here, and then just guys get on base after a whole game where you were struggling to get the shutdown with 2 outs throughout the game, but. It's something where Berger getting that single, and you're like, okay, the offense finally battling back. This is what we've seen a couple different times now, is them being able to rally a little bit and cover over some of this, and then you get into that bottom of the ninth or top of the ninth, and Rangers just can't get the shutdown.
I do not believe this is accurate,
What's great? Go ahead, Chuck.
but I'm seeing it had an 87 mile an hour bat speed. League average is about 72. And the most I've ever seen, Giancarlo Stanton had an 81 like 2 years ago. That was the highest previously.
What was crazier, Cruz off the top of the foul pole or lighter in the on-deck circle?
Spinning over the little spray can or
That
whatever.
was ugly.
Yeah, it was ugly.
bad.
When he landed with his right leg,
I didn't think he was getting back up to pitch.
No.
after he had landed with that leg, I was like, ooh, that's like a hyperextended knee. We landed with the next one.
Which one will we see again? Foul pole top?
I mean, O'Neal Cruz is still playing baseball, so I guess you could see that again. That is just everything that went into that of just like the Nimmo throw being a little offline, Jack just missing the cutoff, and then scrambling to get where he did and sliding on it. That just seemed like perfect storm for him rolling that ankle.
I mean, and look, you could make the case. Why do they have all those? Why do they have all that stuff out there? Somebody could step on that easily on any given play.
You don't anticipate somebody's going to run over there and slide on it.
All the Tolos are blaming Nimmo for his throw.
That was up the line, no doubt, way up the line.
Yeah, it was
halfway up the line.
Yeah,
but you don't usually have people running over in that area, and if they are running in that area, they're probably sliding, sliding to get towards the wall, so you can slide, pick it up, and throw.
we have a draft show for you today. Todd Archer at 7:20. David Pollack at 8 o'clock. Nick Eatman at 9:20. All of our Odyssey and NFL Insider calls brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. RJ Choppy is not happy with the Dallas Cowboys after the George Pickens news they made yesterday. We take you inside the Star with round one tonight right here on 105.3 The Fan.
personal injury lawyers. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, I thought that Bill Clinton walking into the Cowboys press conference would be the lead headline today until Stephen Jones said this.
Yeah, I think we've made a decision that we're going to have George play under the franchise tag, which won't be a first for us. So there won't be negotiations on a long-term deal. But that's certainly not a first for this organization, and certainly won't be a first in the league in terms of, this decision as we move forward. But whether it's Dak Prescott, who played under one and got tagged a second time, whether it's D-Law, whether it's Tony Pollard, we've certainly had those situations. We're so fired up to have George on this football team, and obviously he's been here for a year. We gave up a third-round pick for him, and certainly he's made tremendous progress in the year that he's been here. I think he'd be the first to tell you that this is a great situation for him, playing with CD and Dak and in Coach Schottenheimer's offense. I think he loves Coach Schottenheimer and what he brings to the table, but certainly a conscious decision that we've made.
Whoa. Steven just announcing it. Now, of course, George has not signed the tender. Why? As Cowboys PR tried to shut down. Come on, Ted. You can't announce that and then go back to Jermod McCoy's leg. And Nick Harris and Jane Slater breaking the rule of no more George Pickens questions. Why? Why are you shutting it down with negotiations? Steven said business and newness. He did make sure to mention David Mulugheta's name multiple times. I think Jerry had gone to have lunch with the former president. He did say that Jerry and Shoddy recently met with George. They had a call with David Mulugheta last week, 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, wow. They brought the agent involved. Okay.
But still, the negotiation is done for this offseason. Cowboy insider Bobby Belt.
Yeah, I would. I'm always interested whenever they say, oh, yeah, we've communicated this. If the other side feels like it was communicated that way or not. That's not what I just said. To see if they would have the exact same representation of it. But this is ultimately what was the expectation. We've been talking about it since they got out of Indy, that they weren't going to get a long-term deal done this offseason. They weren't even going to offer one. It's just a matter of...
And you've been saying that.
At this point, is this it? What I think this is I'm stunned they would say it into a microphone at this stage. Like, I would think they were just going to go, we want to get something done at some point and just kind of be a little vague about it. Them saying it directly is just kind of surprising to me. But there's an expiration date here, I think. I don't think he's ever getting a long-term deal here. I just don't think they're going to do it.
Why couldn't he just be under his best behavior, go out and ball, and then the deal gets done? Why one more year with the let's see the good behavior again in the production? Why wouldn't it happen then?
Because I wonder how much it's about let's see the good behavior versus just like, well, let's get one more year out of it. Like, we can tag him. We don't have to negotiate anything. He can hang around. We can get his contribution. If we intend to be competitive this year, we can get that contribution. Otherwise, we'll lay the groundwork for a replacement receiver, and we'll take a comp pick maybe tonight.
My issue with that is he's not 30. It's not a let's get one more year out of it mentality. It shouldn't be. He's freaking 25. Let's get 7 more years out of it.
I mean, they said he said it in the clip. We've only known him 1 year. That's their thing, man. They don't give out big money to people they don't know.
I think they do know him though. Like, I think they feel like they do know him, and they don't necessarily want that around.
What is that?
Yeah, what is that? The third best receiver in the NFL?
The Independent stops saying that. You need to stop saying third best receiver.
Was he not last year?
It's such an exaggeration, Chop. Let's be real. Let's be real. You were also the king of last year not being enough that you want to see multiple years to say something about somebody. This is the thing. They look at it as they don't like the independent streak. That's what they don't like.
Yeah.
And then he's an independent type of player.
So look, from afar, I'm the one who said this is what I would do.
Well,
From afar, ideal situation, play in a non-disruptive mood under the tag. Let's see it one more time. The Detroit game that Ross Tucker referenced the other day, showing up late to the meetings and all that stuff. Let's just make sure he is the right type of dude to give the money to from a character standpoint. That's from afar. What's really interesting about this, though, it appears and seems like the Dallas Cowboys front office is not listening to their locker room. Because if you listen to the locker room, CeeDee Lamb is best friends with him. Dak Prescott could not vouch for him more. Brian Schottenheimer over and over and over again. This guy loves football. So your head coach, your quarterback, and another superstar on your team have been front and center, at least to the media, saying he is the man. We absolutely love him. And again, from afar, I'm saying I'd like to see it one more time before $30+ million a year and you're committing all those resources. But we do, in a second, have to take into account chemistry, putting another black cloud over a Dak window season, jeopardizing that from within. But it appears like they're not taking the word of their most important people inside the locker room.
Well, it's look, we need to switch places right now. We need to send the Jones boys to New York to not listen to that clubhouse when it comes to changing the uniforms, and the Steinbrenners here to listen to this clubhouse to get George Pickens signed up. This is their MO, though. They're not going to be made to feel like they're being pressured into giving him a contract. If Mulugeta and Pickens want to take the approach of, hey, we may not sign this tag. I don't know if we're going to play. We may not show up to anything. We may show up week 8. They're not going to acquiesce to that. They're going to be like, okay, go ahead, do it. We will not be told when we're going to sign you. That's the reality. And I think it's the wrong decision to make. I mean, I think that you're looking at it, and this is a guy who, in the only year he had a quarterback, he went out and he dominated the NFL. The only year he had a quarterback.
Yeah.
Is there some stuff that you don't like about his independence? Oh, darn. Oh, you don't like.
But you do acknowledge, because it's two separate discussions. I think you always come at it from the point of what he's doing on the field. You do acknowledge that before they traded for him and got an absolute steal, props to the front office, he was arguably the biggest problem child in the National Football League. Now, I know you'll say he was playing with bums. Well, you didn't have to act like George did just because he didn't have the best quarterbacks throwing to him. There's production, and then there's attitude.
Hey, look, I get it. Now,
it is a dangerous thing to give $34 million to someone who they think could implode on you.
That is dangerous.
I have no doubt you sit there and you give him $30 million, he's going to put up numbers. But this apparently is about behind the scenes.
I get it. Now I could say in Pittsburgh, they've got a history of wide receivers that, they
had the great Mike Tomlin managing them.
Maybe not so great, because Antonio Brown did Juju have problems before he left?
Isn't that an example though of it? Is like we didn't know how bad that a guy like Antonio Brown was until he got out of Pittsburgh, and they were able to keep it under wraps.
Possibly. A lot of Pittsburgh receivers go elsewhere. They have really good years. And I understand the off the field stuff. I get what they're doing, but what is riskier? Signing up a guy who you think might be a little bit, let's say, quirky.
Okay.
All right. Or not retaining him, upsetting him. Like, what do you think is going to cause more problems this year? Having him be on a franchise tag or giving him $35 million on a 3-year deal?
Well, this year.
And then also, like, is he going to play as well? Like, what's he going to, what's he going to be like?
Yeah.
And then it's like, are you wasting the window? What are you doing more harm to? Are you doing more harm to your locker room by signing him up, or more harm to your football team?
What about harm to your cap too? We got to factor that in. We're not talking about $20 million.
No,
this is harmful. This is harmful to the cap at 28, and you're locked in. But to commit mid-30s to him for years to come, that's harmful too. If it doesn't work,
but you can manipulate it, right? You can't manipulate this. This is a hard 28.
Yeah.
If it's 35, you can make it into what, 18?
That's the balance, Bob. That's so tough. And sometimes it feels like the Cowboys, they don't care about. There's a lot of companies like this. They're like, sometimes I blame this company, where it's like, this is the bottom line. We're not playing Madden. There's emotions involved. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, you can make me sign this, and I'm probably going to sign it, but I'm not going to be happy about it, and you're going to get somewhat of a disgruntled employee, and I'm not going to do all the extra credit stuff if I was in this great, fantastic mood when you rewarded me for what I am owed, and instead you're going to make me feel a certain type of way. During a Dak Prescott window year, it's all here, man, the Dak window. Now we're going to draft people that can't play in, that could play in year 2, year 3, maybe year 10 because we have this Dak window. Well, like, now this is a potential problem that really has an impact on the season from a negative standpoint. But on that other side, it's like, okay, so does that mean we have to commit 35 a year because we're scared about how he's going to act right now for this season? It's a tough tug of war.
Yeah, I think they would look at it and say, if making him play on the tag, which teams do all the time, if making him play on the tag makes him that much of a concern, he's not a guy we're going to sign here long term.
Yeah.
And so I think that they would say it's a little bit of like, an indicator of how he is. I think when you hear them talk about this yesterday, it makes sense why you've started to hear and why it's not smoke when they've talked about, or when the discussion's been about, if there is a receiver in range that's highly graded, that they wouldn't just automatically pass up.
And that's why I tell you, listen to Bobby. I'm not happy with him right now because he left us up last night watching the Stars double overtime. Listen to Bobby.
You guys did a great job during the first segment.
Listen to Bobby when he says certain things. 3 weeks ago, he told me he's not going to go ahead and pat himself on the back about it, which I know is surprising. 3 weeks ago, he talked about this Jordan Tyson option. And I was like, what? And he's like, there's a wipeout scenario where they take a receiver, then Todd Archer mocked him as well. And now, what do if you are David Mulugeta, Micah and GP's agent? Is your advice to George, hey, your back looks a little strained? That's the MO. That's what happens. We don't play under tags. Jalen Ramsey, Micah Parsons, you can show up in week 10. I think you can show up in week 10 and get the full salary.
10 would be the last week he could show up.
And then you weigh that, right? Throwing that tantrum to maybe get you dealt and paid somewhere else versus, and Bobby, you have brought this up and I've disagreed with you, sending that message to other teams and having them not bite to pay you. We already know that nobody called to try to offer up the 2 first-round picks, which you could stretch to justify would be a worthy price and a justifiable price after Jalen Waddle and some other moves that have taken place. Just go ahead and look at Dexter Lawrence. Does David Mulugeta feel confident enough that they can raise hell again and still have another team go ahead and pay him? Or, George, we do have to prove it one more year, and then we'll get up out of here. But if we sabotage, someone else may not come to swoop in.
I think it's probably that one. But see, the other problem is if they were to draft a receiver, you're then saying, all right, you got to go on a prove it year again. It's a little bit of like what they ran into Schultz. Schultz got tagged and had to play on the tag and was in a year where they had started to de-emphasize him in the passing game. And so he didn't stack up some of the numbers that he did. If they draft a replacement And then you've got Flanoy, Lamb, whoever they draft, and Pickens. Pickens is not going to put up a 1,500-yard season next year, especially if Lamb's healthy the whole year. It's just not going to happen. There's not going to be enough opportunity.
Jake Riepma in studio to recap the Stars Game 3 win. Todd Archer in the 720 Expressway. But next, it's Peyton Russell with the payload. Is this the coolest grandmother alive? And are Ace and Gary your next airline pilots? Who gets that reference? It's the payload next on Sean and RJ.
here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. Yep. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday, 6:40. It's time for the payload every single Thursday at this time. And guys, we start off with this story. We might just have the coolest, most badass grandma on the planet. When you have family constantly trying to reach a 91-year-old and she just doesn't respond, you tend to, you get a little worried something might have happened to her. Well, this happened in Ohio recently where a welfare check was called upon to this grandma, and this is ABC5 in Cleveland with more on this unique story.
Westlake police at the home of a 91-year-old woman Thursday night.
783, garage doors open. We're going to make entry.
Police, her family, all unable to get a hold of the homeowner.
And vehicles in the garage.
The woman, a part of the city's Are You OK program. This time, another woman not answering the call.
Everyone's a little bit alarmed that she was missing these contacts.
What would police find this time?
Westlake Police!
To protect the woman's identity, police didn't release any more of that video.
Turned out to be all okay. Everyone got a good laugh out of it.
Police found her all right in her room. We'll let the officers called to dispatch explain the rest.
We're here with her now. She's playing video games in her bedroom.
Police say not just playing video games, but trying to beat her record level, officers say. In the process, missing those attempts to check in on her. But we're told, thankful police came out.
You're never too old for a little video game action.
What?
Never too old. Now, the big question was, well, what game was she playing? It wasn't like she was playing Call of Duty or Fortnite. She was playing Bubble Pop, like the Candy Crush type of game.
Oh.
Man, that's a great question. On the fan text, who is the oldest video game player that you know, and what are they playing?
So, like, are we counting the games you play on your phone?
Is this on the phone?
I believe this was iPad. This was like a tablet device.
No, I want to hear game system.
Yeah.
It's not on the phone. Is it game system, Aiden, or phone or iPad? I can't hear you.
He's a game system.
This is a game. That's badass.
So
that's awesome.
Here's the thing: is that I was watching King of Kong back over again recently because Kristen hadn't watched it, and that's the old Donkey Kong record game. Oh. And there was some woman in that who was.
I thought you were watching Chimp Empire, like I said on Netflix.
No, I've got it to the list now because we just finished the Woodstock thing 2 days ago. This woman was going for like the world record as like an 84-year-old on Qbert. And so she played Qbert regularly at 84, like the old machine game. So, but I mean, that's the oldest I've ever heard of anybody do anything like that, other than playing Snake on the old like Motorola phones or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I've had my friends' parents into when I was a teenager, they were in like their late 30s, early 40s, and they were playing Call of Duty games like that. Maybe MLB The Show. 2K, NBA 2K as well, but nothing like this. I mean, this is 91 years old, and you want to beat your own record. But I love it.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I have my kids have a video game system. It's right in the living room. I've never. I don't even. It's an Xbox.
I thought you played MLB The Show a little bit.
I did, but that was I had it on the PlayStation. I have no idea. That was on the PS5. I have no idea the Xbox and how to work it. So it's been a minute. I'm sure it's the same thing.
If you know how to, I was gonna say, if you know how to play the PlayStation, I feel like you could figure out the Xbox.
Oh, I'm sure I could figure it out. Yeah, but aren't the letters, the controllers different?
They're different, but this is not like I'm learning to program a VCR.
They're in the same spot on the controller. Yeah, and I really hope Twitch or someone sees this. One of those streaming services and just gets her on a live stream. Could you imagine watching 91-year-old grandma on a live stream?
Only grands. I like it.
Only grands, baby.
Only grands, baby. That's right.
It's not going to be a live stream that lasts too long.
Oh, no. Rodis is not a fan.
I thought you were talking about giving her an endorsement deal. I'm like, what, for 3 months?
Get her a louder cell phone or someone. Get her someone to take care of her. But, yeah, that's right. All right, it is the payload every single Thursday at this time. Guys, we might grow up because of age, but sometimes we're still kids at heart. We go all the way out to Finland. Where's Finland on the map, Chop? Finland.
It's in the Baltics.
There it is, way out there.
Baltics.
He's
Yes.
asking because he doesn't know.
Where we have Finnish Air Force cadets who were under fire because they were drawing flight patterns for pilots to obviously fly, and they drew them in the shape of a wiener. Not just one, they doubled down. They went sword fighting here. They went two. They went two back-to-back on the screen here. These were actually trainee pilots that did this.
Wait, you said training? Training pilot? There's an I in there, right?
Y or G at the end?
No, trainee like trainee.
Oh, trainee.
Yeah.
Trainee, okay.
Are these like the guys who are
I was like,
meowing?
is there an I there?
Plot twist, baby.
That could have been swords, I guess.
I get it, yeah. Wait.
They could have been
trainee pilot.
This is 2 times now recently because we had the meowing pilots that you were playing last week.
That's
my
right, man.
My buddies probably said you have no idea how many people actually do the meow thing. It's like it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
They go. This is what they said. This is why you're
This
still.
is why you're still in an RJ.
Yeah. And then the pilot goes meow meow.
They regional jet shamed them.
And these planes were actually flying these routes they were given because these pilots were drawing them. And now, thankfully, the planes flying these routes were all in training, so they weren't actively flying to like a war zone or anything like that. It was just training, or else jobs obviously could be at loss for there. But and with there being so many apps out there with you can track flights. I don't know if you guys are into these. Track flight.
I've got one. I saw. We were at the baseball game the other night, and I heard a plane flying overhead. I was like, we're not in the landing pattern here. We were at Richland High School. I was like, that's not the landing pattern. We're directly west of the airport. So I knew it was something else. So I went directly to the app, right to the app. It's the Flight Aware app. It's a great one.
What a dork.
Oh man, I'm a big dork. It was a King Air. It was a King Air.
And I mean, you could actually see these 2 images on Flight Trader is the app that I guess some people were able to see it. So
I believe it was Flight Radar, not Flight Trader.
Oh, there's no T there. Flight Radar. There you go. Perfect. Gotcha. Well, Flight Trader could be an app as well, but it depends. Yeah.
You just you shamed him for no reason.
It was there for the public to see, so hopefully no kids were active on this website this time, but military officials said the pilots were quickly disciplined for their actions and that an investigation has been launched since the incident took place. But yeah, this could definitely be tempting, to do on this kind of job. You're bored there, you're like, okay, there's a screen here. It's like the play-by-play and color analysts on Fox TV. It's like they get to draw on the screen. They always want to draw something like that.
What are you doing in the backyard with your kid and you see this overhead? What's the design, Dad? What is that?
What
are they doing?
Yeah, with what some people would call the chemtrails.
Eggplants. They're eggplants.
Sure, Aiden's a chemtrail guy.
It's just an emoji.
Oh, Aiden's definitely a chemtrail guy.
A chemtrail guy.
Aiden, Lucius, and Chiafalo.
He's doing the little. He's doing the just a little bit.
Aiden, Lucius, and Chiafalo meet up about this once a week.
But yeah, and this is an incident that's happened twice in the last 4 years, where pilots have they've drawn these images on these screens. So it's just the common thing to do nowadays.
More disciplinary. This or flying over Kid Rock's house.
Flying next to Kid Rock's, that was pretty close.
It was very close.
It was incredibly close. The photos of him standing right there in front of the pool. That was close.
Guys, the New York Mets finally did it. They snapped their 12-game losing streak last night. Thanks to Marcus Semien. I believe he had the go-ahead RBI double in the bottom of the 8th. But they've been trying just about everything leading up to finally getting a win. This was just a couple days ago where fans were doing some ritual cleansing outside the stadium on Sports New York.
Yes, Gary, we are out here trying to change the vibes. We thought about calling up Grimace, but he was unavailable today. So instead, we went the Pedro Serrano route in the movie Major League, and we are having some ritual cleansing. It's going to start with this garlic necklace that I'm wearing to get all the demons away from us here at Citi Field. And then, of course, classically, burning of sage, which is to expel all the negative energy surrounding the 11-game losing streak. See, I'm already thinking positive with the winning streak. 140 games to go. The season starts now. These Mets fans are out here.
We still got time.
Still got time. Everybody, ritualistically, we are going to cleanse the area starting now on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Let's go Mets! Let's go Mets! Let's go Mets! Let's go Mets!
Only the Mets fan base, man.
I love it.
You would think this was the Rockies fan base or a minor league fan base, man.
Exactly what I was thinking. This is so small time.
It's genius. It's genius.
Because Drake Toll should call their game.
It's 162 games it can be a beatdown. Like, it's clearly going to suck this year for the Mets. That's why I always loved Josh Lewin on the call. Josh Lewin would do stuff that was like fun. It was meant to be lighthearted because you've got to make something out of nothing with that. I'll tell you what's worse than this was I guess they were interviewing Juan Soto yesterday, and they were like, "Hey, have you talked to any of your teammates or given them any pep talk during the 12-game losing streak?" And he just went, "No, haven't talked to him." Okay, thanks, Juan. He goes, they've been on the road a lot, so I haven't talked to him really.
It's a disaster, and the issue is obviously they spend so much money. Their payroll is. I mean, the Dodgers obviously have the top payroll. I think the Mets have the second highest payroll in the sport, and here they are having to burn sage to stop a 12-game losing streak.
It's a good bit. I like it.
Well, and guys, the fan base didn't stop there. Now, this is WFAN, who had Hawk Tua Girl back on. We thought she was gone. They had her on the actual show, the radio show, and Craig Carton wanted her to help the Mets out in a unique way.
We got to find a way for you to bring the Mets some good luck today.
Mm-hmm.
I had an idea. I'm not sure if you do this anymore, if you're kind of done with that part of your life, but I was thinking just one time only for the guys, like for the Mets to try to turn things around. Can we get an old school Hawk Tua? Time only?
If that's what you think will work.
It might work. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, this is Haley Welsh. She's not doing OnlyFans. She's minding her own business in Tennessee, and that part of her life is behind her, but for Met fans who were so good to her back in the day, she's willing to reprise that role one last time.
They need it.
To bring the New York Mets some good luck. Haley, I turn it over to you, and I can prompt you if you want, or you can do it on your own. But if you want to make a Met fan happy and bring them a win, how would you do it?
Hawk.
There
you go.
Yeah, she's out of the game.
No, that's a married Hawk Tua.
Yeah, Hawk Tua not as good as previous times.
Married Hawk Tua.
Play it again. The Tua part had no emphasis.
No emphasis, no energy.
Hawk. Tua.
Yeah, you're not going to get any. You're not going to get any saliva out of that.
I thought Craig was asking for something totally different there at the beginning of the clip. Man, I thought he was, wanting her to go to the team.
Craig thought he was back at Rikers.
It's the payload every Thursday at this time, 6 a.m. Club. We want you to win the Big X the Plug ticket giveaway in the 720 Expressway. Todd Archer, Cowboys Insider, will join us. Odyssey NFL Insider Calls brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need, but we need that Just Love coffee. He is also known as the Human Coffee Cup. Jake Riepma on the double O-time victory. Our Stars Insider in studio on Draft Day next.
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
To the goal line, Duchesne rats it in, dangling. Duchesne, he scores! Matt Duchesne. Set up this time by Mikko Rantanen. 9:42 left in period 3. We're tied again.
There is the call on TNT, and of course it leads to the double. You know what? I think you should set this up. You lead the way, Jake Rietma, with the sweet Dallas Stars hat on the FanCam Twitch and YouTube to wake everyone up this Thursday morning. You go ahead and you run the segment.
Good morning, Metroplex.
Let's talk hockey.
Yes, let's talk hockey. Get in there with the kids. I'm just going to save all the drops. But no, what an epic Game 3, a pivotal Game 3. RJ Choppy had the stat. More than 63% of the time in a 1-1 tie, the team that wins Game number 3 wins the series. So they're in the driver's seat, Sean Sharif. Yeah. But work to be done. Work to be done. But, all right, no, in all seriousness, I'm fired up. Still kind of on that high after that overtime goal, but it was a total team effort. It was a roller coaster of a game. I think very, very symbolic of the way this series is going to go.
Symbolic.
There's going to be some highs. There's going to be some lows, and it's about who can withstand the other punch and outlast the opposition. That's what you got from the Dallas Stars.
Who wants
it more?
It's a who wants it more series.
Who's going to get pucks on net? Who's going to get in deep? Who's going to do the gritty work?
In deep.
Does it feel like there's a better team in this series, or it's just a coin flip?
No, I was thinking about this last night when I couldn't fall asleep after the win. It's just, for Gary Bettman and the NHL, this is what they wanted. This is their argument for really good teams playing first-round matchups. The eyeballs are on the NHL right now. The ratings are up. They're getting what they want. But the other side of my brain says this is a Western Conference final series. These are two of the best teams in all of hockey, and they're going toe-to-toe. And yes, it's very entertaining, but it's also late April. There is a lot of playoff hockey to be played, and I mean, obviously, we're hoping and praying it's the Dallas Stars that advance, and right now they're in the driver's seat. But a really good team is going to go home early, and I just think that it's counterintuitive of what the postseason should be. So I kept thinking about the format last night.
Who stood out to you last night in terms of either the obvious or the unsung?
Well, you know, I got the sticky note ready to go. You got to give some love to Miro Heiskanen. Miro Heiskanen.
Best game since the Olympics.
No doubt, no doubt. Well, now he was injured. He was injured down the stretch of the regular season. So you have to give him a lot of credit for his ability to not only be effective, but the amount of time. This is a TOI stat for all of you casuals out there. That stands for time on ice. Oh yeah, RJ Choppy knows. We got to make sure that we got the entire hockey fans that are in for this one. 43 minutes, Sean Sharif. Miro Heiskanen was on the ice for 43 minutes, and it's not just 5-on-5. He's killing penalties. He's on the power play. More than 10 minutes on both the power play and the penalty kill. Miro Heiskanen stood out. And got to give some love to Radek Faksa. That's a fourth-line grinder. And what do we talk about at the beginning of the segment? Gritty, dirty plays. Not dirty, but, gritty.
Dirty. Let's say dirty. We need dirty.
Dirty, yeah. We were texting about that.
We need dirty.
You need some a-holes on your team to win some playoff hockey games. But I thought Radek Faksa did a great job in the penalty kill as well. Gully gave a lot of credit to the penalty kill because, and we talked about this after game 2, you're going to have a lot of penalty minutes. Your special teams have to be good. The Stars score 3 power play goals, and the Wild scored just 1. That's the difference.
Jake Rietma in studio. Are you tweeting out his notes, Bobby?
Yeah, I'm saying if you donate to Sandlot Charity, Jake Rietma will give you his Stars notes, his handwritten Stars notes.
The absence, the injured guys, both for the 2 guys from Minnesota, Trennan and Zook. How big are they moving forward in this series?
Well, if you ask the Minnesota Twitter world, the whole world's out to get them, and they complain a lot.
Whoa.
And it's just
they were a whiny crowd.
Yeah, it's just that's part of it. Roll up your sleeves, let's play some hockey. Rope Hintz is out. You don't see Stars Twitter complaining. Now, of course, yes, it's a big deal. Trennan especially so physical, and I think that is a component of the game that you expected the Wild to have a significant advantage with him out out of the lineup, they lose a little bit of that. And you have to give a lot of credit to the Stars in year one under Goldson. That's what we said. Can they bring that level of physicality to the postseason? And they have so far. So it's certainly significant. But at the end of the day, everybody has bumps and bruises. Everybody's banged up. It's who's going to want it more? No, I'm kidding. But it is a big part of, can you figure out a way to outlast the opposition for 60 minutes, or in yesterday's case, into today's case, more into the double overtime, and figure out a way to get the win, which the Stars did. They weathered the storm, and some of that was a little bit self-induced in the second period, where the Wild started to really gain a lot of the momentum. You have a 5-on-3 opportunity for 40 seconds that you squander, largely because of a couple of lost faceoffs, which the Stars were much better down the stretch in the third period and into overtime. R2 Huru had 10 consecutive faceoff wins.
R2D2.
Oh, is that a Star Wars reference?
There you go. I didn't know if you knew it.
No,
I was waiting on that one.
I wasn't allowed
He's
to
a hockey guy. He doesn't have time for movies.
I wasn't allowed to watch Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or any of that. No, it was game film, and it was tape. That's what it was. We're not wasting our time like that.
Right, baby. Reetma joining us here, 105.3 The Fan. Did you think...
Was that a skate? Oh, yeah. I was doing my plyometrics out there for Aiden just a second ago. We used to do that in dry land. It's called dry land. When you train on the dry land, you're back and forth.
Look at him. He did have the long
What's
strides.
the
long strides are... There we go.
I want to know the floor below us what they're thinking.
What is going on out there?
Yeah.
Did you think those were soft penalties that were called to the Stars in overtime?
A little bit, especially because there were parts where you felt like this was one of those games that took a physical tone, and the
rest were knee on the.
Yeah, the refs were going to swallow the whistle a little bit, and I also think that. We always say this in hoops too, like you can't change the way the game is called, but it's the human element. The game's going to get changed the way it's called a little bit. Now I'm a little out of breath because I was just doing plyometrics there for a second. All right, I'm good now.
Jake Reetma will be with me tonight. Pluckers Mesquite for NFL draft coverage a little bit after 6 o'clock. You can get this energy all night long with some drinks to go along with it at Pluckers in Mesquite.
Is he going to be on the mic for you?
Oh, heck yeah. He's getting my talent fee. Free drinks, free food.
Yeah, get in there with the kids. I do have some. It's not necessarily breaking news, but it was news that was announced late last night. Game 5. Back in Dallas. Drum roll. 7 o'clock puck drop, baby. 7 o'clock Central, it should be.
On what day?
Tuesday.
Okay.
It's on the notes. Didn't you see my notes?
Oh, yeah.
I saw it at 7 o'clock. I didn't see which day.
Oh, yeah. 7 o'clock as it should be.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for joining tonight. We will see you the Mesquite Pluckers location for draft coverage. Okay, let's update you what's going on. The big news of the day, we're going to talk about it with Todd Archer at 7:20. The Cowboys are not going to be negotiating with George Pickens, so it is going to be the franchise tag for GP. Did you return the phone call you missed yesterday?
I did.
And is there anything you can relay from it?
No. I didn't get in. It still have not connected. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you bitter? Are you mad you missed?
No. It happens. I will say Ian Rappaport did say last night, apparently, about this whole situation, said that they want to see a larger sample size. That's what it's about for Dallas. Dallas doesn't plan on moving him. They don't want him out of here. They just want to see a larger sample size.
Okay, Jay Glazer, when he talks, I definitely listen. He was on FS1, and here's Glazer with a lot of people saying Caleb Downs is ending up with the Giants.
I don't know if I'm sold on that one right there as everybody else. I think you were looking at offensive line. I think you're looking at wide receiver. I do know, they haven't made any, they kind of haven't hidden their love for the wide receiver from Arizona State. I don't know if 5 is too high, probably 10. And look, the Arizona State receiver, people love him. He's just been hurt a lot.
Okay, so he's not hearing the same thing Caleb Downs to the Giants. Now, does that mean he's not hearing it at 5? He's not hearing it at 10? He's not hearing it for either one? There's a New York Giant guy who has not been missing with his mock drafts, Bobby. What did he do in his last one?
Yeah, Jordan Renan has nailed this pick 4 years in a row. Whoever he's put the most likely candidate to get picked, it's been correct. And he put in there number 5. Caleb Downs. And he said number 10, Vega Ioane, the guard from Penn State, who we have not talked about in the top 10 at all. But that was who Mike Mayock had talked about as being, man, he could be like Quentin Nelson out here.
When he texted that, I was waiting for him to text a correction that he fat-fingered that and meant something else. Because I was like, who's this unknown guy? I was like, isn't that the guy?
He's been consistently talked about as going after Dallas picks at 12. And so because of that, a lot of people just thought, like, I think the most common place he's been mocked is Baltimore at 14.
Next one, Glazer. What about all this talk about Jeremiah Love going 3 to Arizona?
You talked about Jeremiah Love, and right now a lot of people have that connected to the Cardinals at 3. And I talked to somebody. The Cardinals said, "Yeah, it'd be great, but it's a little too high for a running back." The salary would make him, one of the highest paid running backs in the league right out of the gate. I think you'll see some trades later.
Okay, so that's looking like a bluff from Arizona. Glazer's like, that's a little bit too rich. He'd be the highest paid running back in the entire league. So I'm not looking. I would love it. Although, I don't know. Would we be happy with... Everyone's saying that the Giants would take Jeremiah Love if he's there. If they take Love at 5 and the Titans take Styles at 4, does that mean you're really screwed at 10 with them not going offense? They take Love at 5?
Yeah, I would guess that would then mean they would take Downs there.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would guess that would mean they would then take Downs at 10.
Yeah, because it sounds like the Giants are trying to survey the league to find out which one they can wait on at 10 between Tyson and Downs. Which one? And some people have them taking Tyson at 5 and believing that Downs can drop down to 10. Tyson at 5 feels a little bit rich.
Seems rich.
But that's Jay Glazer saying don't believe Jeremiah Love to Arizona. Here's the whoa one for me. Here's the one where I said, this back on FS1, and they said, well, this is a 1 quarterback draft, right?
You think Ty Simpson belongs in the
They'll go in the first round.
Okay.
They'll go in the first round. Yeah. Okay. But then after that, massive drop off.
Okay, so massive drop off to Garrett. So we're talking when you say massive drop off.
Forget that for a second.
Does that mean 3rd round?
He's saying Ty Simpson's going in round 1. And a lot of people are like, no, he's definitely going in round 2. There's 1 quarterback in the first round.
So it always, whenever you've got somebody who's like a borderline like that, it does always make sense to me that somebody would maybe want to, like, there's been talk that the Cardinals could do it. The Cardinals would jump back in at like 30, 31 just to be able to take somebody and get the 5th-year option on the quarterback in case he's good. And so that would make some sense. But the guy who keeps getting paired there is Arizona. Everybody keeps saying Cardinals. That's the Ty Simpson spot.
I mean, and their MO, I mean, they've done it before. If they don't like him, they did it with Rosen. They will just move on.
Jay Glazer also said he knows that something big is happening, but he cannot say.
Yeah, he won't say what it is, but apparently he's told everybody, yeah, look, I know there is a big thing that I'm sitting on. Pause. But he says that, look, I know that we've got a big item coming out here. I can't say it till they're on the clock. I cannot say it until that team is on the clock. So I don't know. Is he doing live coverage somewhere?
Yeah,
or is
he's
he
doing
just
Fox Radio.
So then, yeah, I guess on Fox Radio is when he'll spit it out.
Could it be this from Peter Schrager?
There is talk right now around the league that the Cowboys might be a team that's either moving back if they feel like they definitely can't get one of those guys, they want to collect more picks, they don't have a 2nd-round pick, or moving up and taking a big swing. I have heard talk that they might be one of the teams that's moving up all the way to 3 if Arvell Reese is on the board and the Cardinals are willing to trade back. So the Cowboys become a really interesting team in this draft. We're more than 24 hours out, but with the 12 and the 20 and the need for defense and a defensive star, I am keeping an eye on Brian Schottenheimer, Stephen Jones, Will McClay, and of course, Mr. Jerry Jones to see how they are taking this draft and approaching it over the next 24 hours.
Okay. It's a lot. If the Cardinals are willing to get out of there, okay. They want to get out of there. They have. I'm certain they have called Dallas. But I don't think anybody wants to go up to that pick right now.
What was said yesterday besides the George Pickens news? What did Todd Archer do when Bill Clinton walked in? And let's talk about him mocking Jordan Tyson to the Cowboys at number 12. The great Cowboys insider, Todd Archer, joins us next in the commercial-free expressway on Sean and RJ.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free on draft day here on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. David Pollack will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Nick Eamon from DallasCowboys.com. And we have to ask both Nick and Todd if they've ever experienced a more random incident than this at a Cowboys presser.
Look at this right here. Come in this house. Yes, sir, Mr. President.
I'm negotiating a draft.
All right.
There you go. Go ahead.
I got it. All right.
I've always wanted to be whatever.
Good.
Good balance right there.
And that's Jerry. Taking a tumble.
Like that's part of the draft evaluation. Contact balance, the ability to stay on your feet, all really big positives.
He did not go down. He did not go down to the ground. He had Ted Carper with the hold up. But I was watching that and I was like, oh my goodness. Former President Bill Clinton just walked in. Todd Archer, number one most random moment for you?
I don't know what else there could be. I mean, Roger Staubach came into a Schottenheimer press conference last season, but that makes sense, right? I mean, he's the former Cowboy quarterback, like a president showing up just to say hey to a Arkansas buddy. Yeah, I did not have that on the bingo card yesterday.
Was there any added security? Like, did you get, like, when you went in there, was anybody, like, patting down? Was there metal? Nothing.
Yeah. No, there was. I mean, later I got there a little bit earlier, but I guess later on, they're all, the SUVs were all parked outside. But no, there was nothing. Like it was. And then when he showed up, I was like, "Are we supposed to stand up?" Like, what I had no idea what we were supposed to do. Like when a president walked into a room.
Could you feel the political divide in the room?
That's a politics joke, Todd.
I was trying to come up with something good, but
Clarence was happy.
I'm wondering how many calls that went to the Cowboys office yesterday for those wondering why Jerry would even talk to a Democratic president.
Who'd you say was happy, Chop?
Clarence.
Todd Archer, ESPN, joining us here on Draft Day 105.3 The Fan. And, of course, the George Pickens news takes over everything, Todd, by saying we are not going to be having any negotiations with GP throughout the remainder of this offseason. How surprised are you, number one, that's the way that they're going to approach it, and two, that Steven said it?
I'm not surprised that that's the way they're going to approach it, because when we talked to him at the owners' meetings, it was starting to become clear that was going to be their plan, and especially how Jerry talked about the tag, and it's part of the strategy, and it's in the CBA, and it's really a tool that all the teams can use, and we've used it in the past. So, like, I left the owners' meetings thinking, they're just going to not try and do a deal, and they're going to avoid all this July 15th talk altogether. So that wasn't surprising. It was you could tell Steven had the answer ready to go. He was waiting for the Pickens question and had that answer ready. So, but still a little surprised. And, obviously that became the story of the day. Nothing about even topping the president showing up, which is kind of nuts. But that became the story of the day, and then it turned into, well, what's Pickens' response to this? Like, I can see the Cowboys, like, it does make sense, right? Like, you've got a $34 million receiver right now. You've not had George for a full calendar year yet. We know as great as he was on the field, there was still some off-field stuff. You want to see some more. I get wanting to have some more cost sureness in a deal going forward. Now, if he has another great season, whatever that deal could have been this year goes up in price. So you have a $34 million receiver plus a higher paid receiver in 2027. I don't know what Pickens' response is to this, or I say Pickens, what his agent's response to this would be.
Yeah.
Right? Because what do you do now?
Well, we know what the usual response is. We know what the Micah response was, right?
But Micah was on the contract. So ultimately Micah was going to have to. So this is different. But how is not playing or benefit George Pickens? Right? Because there's a reason why the Cowboys got him for a third-round pick last May. There's reason why no other teams have. They didn't put the exclusive tag on him. Everybody could have talked to him, and everybody could have worked out a separate deal, and still can work out a separate deal beyond the two number ones that the CBA said.
Todd, do you think it's the same sort of setup to where, when he was traded here last year, a lot of people wondered, is he going to be willing to play on a final year of his deal? And he did, and it kind of surprised people that he was willing to show up and just be on it. Are the Cowboys making a similar sort of assessment here of given what his reputation was around the league, there's no chance that he's going to look difficult in this negotiation? He's going to play.
Hey, I would say, how can he not play? If he shows up week 10 and he's bypassed, the first 8 weeks of paychecks that way, well, that's money he's never going to get back. Ask Le'Veon Bell how it worked out for him, right? So I believe the Cowboys are like, we don't want the headaches. We don't want to have every time that we're in front of everybody, what's the latest with George? What's the latest with George? Is there going to be a contract? How come you're not talking? Are you willing to talk to the agent? Have you pulled George into your office, Jerry? Ha, ha, ha. All that kind of stuff. So I think the Cowboys, going this route, it makes, like I said, it makes sense for them and everything that they want to do financially. And I think it puts it back on the other side to say, what do you do here? I don't even know why, come in and sign the tender today. At least you've guaranteed yourself $27 million. Let's say he's out running routes with Dak at Salina High School, and he gets hurt up there. Mm-hmm. Theoretically, the Cowboys, now you could sign the tag, and theoretically the Cowboys could say, well, that's a non-football injury because you weren't with us.
Yeah.
So we don't have to pay you. I don't think they would do that. But starting Monday, he can be at the Star all he wants, and him and Dak can throw and catch every day if they wanted to, and they have at least the assurance that he's going to make $27.3 million this year. I don't know. There's nowhere else where he's going to make that unless they trade him. So you want to go down that one? I don't think that'll happen, but here we go. Max Crosby for George Pickens.
Oh, Todd Archer, ESPN here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. So, Todd, I would guess Mulugeta's at least threat would be, okay, we're not showing up. And, yeah, no one offered up 2 first-round picks when you tagged him, but you're going to trade him, and you can accept a 1. You can maybe even accept a 2. Why would that not be Mulugeta's approach? Teams didn't call to offer 2 1s, but we're still not showing up, and we're going to make your life miserable and mess up one of the Dak years unless you accept a little bit less and go ahead and trade him somewhere else. Do you think that other teams are also hesitant to give him the money, the 2 firsts, the 2 firsts and the money?
It's not the 2 firsts. They could have negotiated a deal from the beginning of free agency for not the 2 firsts. That's not a holdup. There's not been anybody that's called the Cowboys on a possible trade. As far as we know, there's been no teams that have been investigated the possibility of doing a long-term deal with them. Again, a year ago, the Cowboys got him for a 3rd-round pick. And we know, we've all written it, that there were still issues. It wasn't huge stuff, but when the head coach is up there, it's he gets to the meetings, he's just late all the time. The other teams know and see that. Are they going to want to commit 36, 37, 38? I don't even want to say 42 because that's one guy's market. Are they going to want to commit to that when they don't know the guy? So they don't even have a season's worth of experience with him. So that's why you can mess it up for Dak and the Cowboys, but how is that serving George? When he already has all this stuff behind him, whether it's not as bad as everybody thinks or worse than people think. How would that serve him by, well, I'm not going to show up because he's just playing into the the narrative that's out there.
Todd, do you think this is truly just about like, let's get a bigger picture, a bigger sample size, or are they simply delaying what will be an inevitable divorce?
Yeah, I think there'll be a compensatory pick in 2028 from the Cowboys for George Pickens. Yeah, I mean, Jerry said there's a long-term plan that they have when he said that at the owners' meeting. He didn't say the long-term plan is signing him to a long-term contract. Right. He said it's a long-term plan. The long-term plan is he played 17 games last year, hope to play 17 games this year, and maybe more if they make the playoffs. And then if he balls out and has a great year, then somebody else comes and tries to sign him, and the Cowboys find his replacement.
Wow.
So
Todd,
I don't see a long-term deal happening here. And I just gave you guys the clip version for Twitter.
But Todd, the George Pickens fan club, Choppy included, are screaming right now, okay, so freaking what? He's late to a couple meetings. Dak Prescott is publicly in love with him. CeeDee Lamb is publicly in love with him. Brian Schottenheimer, all he does is talk about how much he loves football. What do you say to the Cowboy fan who's saying you are over-punishing him for what many a great player have done? How bad is it really behind the scenes to have them maybe inevitably divorce after one more season?
Well, I don't think that's I truly don't. I think the Cowboys look at it and say, are we going to give this guy what do you guys think the average per year should be? And please don't say
40 million.
Jackson Smith and Jigwood just got 42 million.
34. 33 or 34, right next to Lamb.
Okay. They're saying we want to see more. I don't know what's wrong with that. Right? He's had one great season.
But it's his only year with a really good quarterback.
Okay, good. Congratulations. He shouldn't have had issues coming out of Georgia. He would have got drafted higher and maybe with a team with a better quarterback. Like, this isn't something that happened in the NFL. There were maturity questions about him. So to me, I want to see it again. And that's apparently what the Cowboys are saying. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And if everybody wants to bitch and complain about it, well, complain to the NFLPA, who's not taking the franchise tags out of the collective bargaining agreements.
Do you think that this jives and is consistent with their window then? Their whole thing about a 3-year window, wouldn't keeping George Pickens go along with that? This is inconsistent with the window.
Well, they can tag him again next year, and it'll be $33 million. So it'll make $60 million over the next 2 seasons.
And you think he plays both regular seasons under those circumstances? Do you think he plays?
What else is he going to do? Is he not going to play? Is he not going to want to earn this money? How does sitting out? Seriously, I'm asking the question.
Yeah.
How does sitting out benefit him?
Well, can he sit out till week 10 and get his full salary? He misses all those game checks.
He misses those. He doesn't get 27. Shoot, I wish we could all. Wouldn't everybody do that?
Yeah.
If you could miss the first 8 weeks of a season and still get paid, man, I would take that job.
So he just gets the accredited year.
Correct.
Okay.
Todd, we've heard a lot of buzz relating to the NFL draft, relating to what the Cowboys are doing and how they have an outlook on things. I guess
the draft is tonight.
It's tonight. It's tonight. It's the next 3 days. You can find coverage right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I'm sure on ESPN as well, Todd. When we look at the talk of them not wanting to trade up, which has become a common thought, that they would rather not trade up, I think there's a question from some fans of, is that a confidence of knowing what will be available to them, or is that potentially they might be asleep at the switch here and not understanding what's going to happen ahead of them?
No, I think they have a confidence that someone that they really like is going to be there at 12. Whether that's misplaced or not, we'll find out. But I wouldn't. Steven said when he was asked, basically said we're not trading into the top 5. So all that Arizona talk can go away in my mind. Now, maybe he said top 5 because Cleveland's an option at 6 and KC's an option at 9. That I think they would be willing to move up to those spots, maybe not 6, but certainly 9, and how you can work a deal with the Chiefs that can make everybody happy and still get a defensive guy that they need. But I think in their mind, they're going to see some more offensive players go than maybe a week and a half ago many people thought. And that'll push down a defensive guy to them, a Downs, a Delane, a Styles. That's why I think Stephen was saying what he was saying yesterday. That they have a confidence in there, but I think they'll be prepared and be nimble to make a small move up if things change pretty quickly right before they're on the clock.
Todd, take Reese and Bailey out of it. Who do you think they would love to see the most at 12? In terms of 1, 2, 3 options that they would absolutely love to see fall to them.
I would put Downs first, then Styles, and then Delane. And I think it could be the first 2 guys don't get there, and Delane would be the guy they would end up with, and you end up with the best corner in the draft at 12. I think that would be fine. But hey, there's a reason why I picked Jordan Tyson in our mock draft.
I'm glad you bring that up, because that was going to be the next question. If for some reason one of those defenders doesn't get to them and Tyson's sitting there, I know you mock Tyson, but is that an instance where they go, all right, we're just going to take Tyson then, or do you think they go, let's try to bail out of here?
I think they try and bail out of there, to be honest with you. Now, what have we all said about this draft? It's not very strong. It's not, you have positional values that aren't the best. So why would someone else be shot in the arm over a guy to want to move up to give you something to move down? So if they move down at 12, I would bet they would not win the chart battle on that one, just the way it goes. Now, 20, they might be in a situation where that one falls to them better if they want to move down when it comes to the chart, because Ty Simpson, is that too early for someone at the top of the second to want to move back up and get him and get that 5th-year option? Maybe that's a possibility. But what was the question again?
If they would trade out or if they would take Tyson.
Did you watch the Stars? Did you watch the Stars last night?
Well, I fell asleep. I apologize for that. Gearing up for this draft. But here's the question. If they're staring at Ruben Bain and Jordan Tyson, what do they do?
Ooh.
And if they were to, to me, it's like, how do you not take Ruben Bain? Your defense needs addressing. I realize there's questions about the guy, but, man, if you were to take a receiver over the 3rd best pass rusher, theoretically, man, that would be a gutsy move. And gutsy is probably a polite way of saying it.
Where would they have to be in the draft, do you think? Like roughly what position to take Bain and to take McCoy? Jermod McCoy, the corner from Tennessee.
I think with McCoy, they'd have to have a 2nd-round pick, and they don't have one of those right now. I think with Bain, they're at 12 now, 18, maybe 20. 20 could be their possibility for him. So, again, we're going on what we think we know and heard and talked to, and who knows which paths we're being led down. I would take Bain at 12 of them, knowing their needs and what they have to have. But I think it would be a hell of a conversation that they're having inside the draft room tonight if that were to be the case.
Todd Archer, ESPN, here on Sean and RJ. What did your phone and mentions look like after you mocked Jordan Tyson to them at 12?
I am an idiot.
That's our clip.
See. Yeah. Well, I can say that every time I'm on with y'all. But what I kept coming back to is like, well, who was I supposed to take? Did they not? Like, we couldn't trade up, we couldn't trade down.
Yeah,
you had to make a pick. So, who was I supposed to take that would have had a higher grade than Jordan Tyson? And I don't know if you guys know this, but in 2020, the Cowboys weren't looking for a receiver in the draft. But boy, they're at 17 and the 6th-rated player. So, like, they've done this before. I don't know if the blinking light would be like CeeDee Lamb in that scenario because of, how a little further up in the draft they are. But I'll be honest with you. There's another reason on these mock drafts. You sometimes pick players in spots where they won't be there when your team picks. And and you won't be wrong.
Right.
I took Tedero McMillan last year. He was gone by the Cowboys pick. I wasn't wrong.
That's right. Are you keeping a mock draft scoreboard of your record,
Sounds
Todd?
it.
I tried to, yes. I had Van Der Esch. I had Zach Martin.
Look at the competition.
I would have had Byron Jones. I got hosed on that one years ago in 2015. So, yeah, this is you want to at least feel like you have some degree of knowledge of the team you're covering. But if you're in a situation now, I did get Zeke wrong. They had the 4th pick in the draft, and I had Jalen Ramsey being the guy,
which is smart.
I didn't quite grasp Jason Garrett's control in the room at that point. But yeah, if you're not wrong, that's better than. What am I trying to say?
Wrong.
If you're not wrong, it's better than being wrong.
Now, Todd, you mentioning Tyson though, and just like, okay, there's the question about Pickens, and maybe you're just trying to go need versus play or whatever else. But you would say with certainty though, like the Cowboys do like him. Like he would be somebody, even if it's not a blanket light, they do like him as a player.
For sure, absolutely. And what's funny is I don't think he was able to get in the building for even a Dallas Day quote visit, even though it wouldn't have been a workout for him. It would have been a more top 30 version of a Dallas Day. I think his schedule was so full. I don't think the Cowboys ever got him in there. I wasn't able to completely track that down, but I believe that's the case. But yeah, they like him. They were at his workout. He has a lot of fans in that building.
Who do you think they like at 20 between some of these edges that have not inspired the fan base? A lot of Colton Hood talk as well. Or do you think their first preference is to trade out of that?
I don't know if it's to trade out necessarily. But the first part of that is I don't think Messidor would be their guy at 20 either. Mm-hmm. It's funny how you can get you know more of who they wouldn't take than who they would take. Is how it kind of works.
Yeah.
But excuse me. But Malachi Lawrence would be maybe a little rich for him there. TJ Parker maybe a little rich for him there. That depending on what they do at 12, I don't see them taking 2 defensive backs obviously in the first round. But if they were to get Styles or they surprise us and do take Bain, then I could see it being a Chris Johnson or a Dylan Thieneman being their pick at 20 from a defensive back standpoint. There is no linebacker to take at 20, so I wouldn't count for the Texas Tech fans. I would not think the Cowboys would take Jacob Rodriguez.
Take that,
in the first round. Sorry to disappoint.
Todd, is there?
But that's why they need a second or third round pick.
Yeah.
A second round pick to get a rookie linebacker, and that brings us to I would think they have somebody lined up in a George Pickens like trade that they did a year ago, and they didn't get a receiver at linebacker.
Todd, is there anything that you really believe or know that is going to happen above them at 12? But before 12.
Oh, yeah, sure. Mendoza's going to go number 1.
Sorry. Gosh, the mighty.
You left in the opening.
My bad. Besides Fernando.
Sources on that one, by the way?
No, I'm just, I talked to Fernando yesterday, and he thinks he's got a good chance of going there. Reese, Bailey, and Love will all be gone by 12. I'm breaking news there too, aren't I?
Okay.
But give me a more specific one. Who's the guy that could fall to that?
Like, do you really think that, like, are the Titans more in on Styles or Love? What Washington may be doing? Kansas City's preference?
Are the Giants married to Downs?
Are they married to Downs at 5? Is there anything that you think you know?
Okay, I'll stress the think I know, not that I actually know that I know.
Okay.
I don't know if the Giants are as married on Downs as people think.
Yes.
And that's why I think he could be there at 12 for the Cowboys. All of it is kind of dependent on what they do at 5, obviously, but like I think an offensive lineman for the Giants kind of makes sense as well. So I know we all want to say, well, this would give Harbaugh this type of safety he had in Baltimore all those years with Hamilton and things like that. So I don't know if that's as in ink as a lot of people. That would be the one that I would say that's a reason for Cowboys to hope that Caleb Downs can be there at 12.
Once again, he sets a YouTube record for the week. We are not compensating you for it. Almost 1,000 from Todd Archer, ESPN, waking up with us early for the long draft weekend. You're a beast. Thank you so much.
Sounds great. Thanks, fellas. We'll see you. Bobby, you going to be out there?
I'm going to be out there. I'm going to be working hard to steal your scoops.
In a tie? In a
I'm not wearing a tie. I told them that the other day. And they're like, you're kidding, right? It's like, no, I'm not wearing a tie. Brian wasn't around for the draft show the whole year. He can't tell me what to do tonight.
Oh, well. Why?
Wow.
How's that going to
go? Right there.
Yeah, I'm laying it down, Todd.
Thank you, Todd.
See you guys.
The great Todd Archer, commercial-free expressway. What did he say was the clip that we need to be using? Hopefully I didn't step on it.
Pickens won't be here in 2027, basically, is what he said.
And Todd sounds like he totally understands and kind of sides with the organization and what's George going to do. So my worry of blowing it up, messing it up, like he still may be a disgruntled employee, but Todd sounds like he believes he'll be there for all the games.
Well, think about how typically you would expect that side athletes first and David Mulugeta to handle Pickens entering the final year of his deal. And they didn't even sweat that. They were like, no, he'll be there. He'll show up. And so I think there is probably a sense, even if they think he's deserved it and even if they think it's a little bit of a dirty game, I think they look at him and go, okay, but what are our real options here? Can we hold out and potentially raise more questions for teams around the NFL that want to pay him?
Very, very demoralizing. Very demoralizing. The team is going to be like they're going to be worse.
This is why the Tyson talk is so loud.
Whoa. What do you mean they're going to be worse? They're going to be worse than last year?
Well, over the next 3 years.
Without him, you mean?
Without George, over the next 3 years, they're going to be worse. Now, I also agree. This is why the Tyson talk is popping. And if this is indeed your plan, if your plan is to walk away from George, then you got to draft. Then if he's available,
you have to draft Jordan Tyson.
That's someone I would do. Yeah, because I mean, this is the year you have the 2 first.
I think if you draft Tyson, I think Pickens side comes to you and just goes, all right, work with us on a trade. Then you've got his replacement already. Just work with us on a trade.
And I would.
I would too. Yeah.
And then maybe you get,
if he asks for that specifically, and you like, if you're planning on him being here, great. But if he were to come to you and go like, all right, you guys clearly are not going to keep you. We'd like to work out a trade. Then just be amenable. Be amenable to that.
Especially if you don't love who's there at the time. You get your trade. You find a way to get your pick for him. You hope it's high. Maybe you get your one back from next year. Now you have 2 of them going into next year.
Yeah.
And maybe next year's a better draft. And you go from there.
We're going to need some insider, Todd will probably write it, profile piece.
Thank you.
On what has scared them so much about maybe even eliminating a long-term deal with him based on last year where everyone gave him basically 2 thumbs up. I said basically because of the Lions game. Guys are late to meetings. Like, what is it?
You know what I can't get over is our talking Indy with Clayton Adams, where you said we're always trying to figure out George Pickens, and before you could even finish your question, he interrupted and he goes, "Me too." Like it was.
There's quirky guys in sports.
Right. I know.
Quirky guys in the world.
It's like
they didn't like Amari.
It seemed so like exhausted almost. Where it's like, why would you? We got no sense of you. Why are you exhausted?
But why are Dak and Lamb and Shoddy publicly in love, fawning over him that he loves football?
Well, Shoddy clearly had punished him a couple times, so Shoddy was irritated with something. But yeah, I would imagine it's a little bit like when he got traded here. The word coming out of Pittsburgh was, he's the kid in class that the students love and the teachers are like, man, he's a pain. Where it's like, is it really damaging stuff, or is it more just like they're annoyed that you're setting a bad example? You're not following what I'm telling you to do.
And Shoddy did say yesterday in the presser, our next step with him is leadership. We want him to take that next step in terms of leadership, and I expect him to be around. Now,
I think Dak 100% is telling the truth. I think Dak loves being around him. I think Dak really likes him. I think also Dak thinks he's a little different. He said that specifically. He's going, yeah, he's a little different. But that doesn't mean bad necessarily. It means a little quirky, but I think the teammates all genuinely like him.
When Amari got here, did they have to re-sign him as soon as he got here?
No, he played out he was, let's see here, 2018. So he was 15, 16, 17, 18. He was in the 4th year of his rookie deal. The 5th-year option had already been exercised. So he played on the 5th-year option in 2019. And then 2020, when he was exposed, they let him be exposed to the market, and they signed him as a free agent, even though Washington was offering more money.
I mean, they have this thing where they get a little sideways, it seems, with guys that they trade for, these two, that don't fit the mold of, he's RKG, right kind of guy, or loves football, or whatever it is. They got sideways with Amari.
But they got sideways with Amari, to be fair, after the extension was signed. They were always willing to sign him and get it done.
Do you think some of this is Mulligeta revenge?
I think the forcing him to play on the tag is Mulligeta revenge. Like we're not going to give in to David. We're not going to let him win. So our only way we can win and come away with us feeling like we won this is to make him play on the tag this year and make him sit there and do it. I think it's Bush League.
I think it's bad team building.
Yeah.
In terms of just you brought him here hoping he would become who he became, and then he became that, and now you're being hesitant.
Yeah.
So at the very least, even if you look at it even if you're looking at it from a standpoint of well, do we really want to pay that much to two receivers or whatever else? Then it's okay, but your hope was being faced with that when you traded for him. You wanted him to become that.
Yeah.
And he became it, and now you don't want to do it. And so it just seems inconsistent and like they're unable to make up their mind, or that he way outperformed what they thought he was even possible of.
Todd Archer, Nick Eatman said 1,000. I don't think I can match that on the YouTube and the Twitch.
He's going to bring us 400 Arkansas residents.
Come on, Nick, you can do it at 9:20. Odyssey NFL Insider Call is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. How are the Tolos reacting to this Pickens news this morning? Yesterday on social media, they were not happy.
Guys, a 302 on the fan text. Just divorce Pickens then with a trade. I'm tired of all this. 469 says they just don't want two $30 million receivers on the team. And 469 says there's likely more negatives about Pickens we won't hear until he is gone.
Sure. That's probably true.
Let's talk about all the defensive players with one of Bobby's favorite college athletes ever. He's a college football Hall of Fame linebacker. He's got 7 Emmys with his college football coverage on ESPN. David Pollack previews who the Cowboys could be drafting next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But man, I got a lot of reaction yesterday to my Wild Fork Foods exclusive that they told me to go ahead and try out. 50% off filet mignon. 50% off filet mignon. I think it's called the Terrace Major. That's basically the different name for what they have going on at Wild Fork and wildforkfoods.com. And I had a lot of Tolos who said, I went to buy it and I've absolutely had it. The boneless beef shoulder petite tender at less than $10 a pound. You got other wild savings as well for your draft weekend if you want to fire up the grill. You have the Brazilian beef flank steak. You got entire chickens for you to go ahead and butcher and smoke yourself. I did the Cajun chicken leg quarters yesterday on the smoker. Bacon wrap beef tenderloin. Are you kidding me? $6.50 a piece. How about a pork double bone-in rib chop that Choppy always gets when he goes out to the restaurants? The boneless ribeye steak. You can go with pork breakfast sausage. These are all the savings at Wild Fork and wildforkfoods.com. And my favorite, the number one seed, the chimichurri skirt steak. That's the number one. It's not Wagyu. It's not Prime. It's just the best. Stop on in 9 DFW locations. It's not a restaurant. It's Wild Fork.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Midnight madness in the Twin Cities. Wyatt Johnston finally broke the deadlock at 12:10 of the second overtime, deflecting home a power play goal to give the Dallas Stars a thrilling 4-3 win over the Wild. Both teams traded chances for nearly 40 minutes of overtime hockey before Johnston's heroics silenced the crowd. Dallas takes a 2-1 lead. I'm Drake Toll.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and you could receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Michigan, Mississippi, New Jersey, New York, Nevada, Ontario, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or West Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements, rewards or non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Did you notice that we hit 92 degrees in March? That's a full month earlier than usual, and that means most AC systems already have weeks of extra runtime, and we're not even to May yet. But here's what most homeowners don't realize. Breakdowns don't just happen. They start as small issues, like a clogged drain line that should have been caught weeks earlier with a simple tune-up.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour, powering through after the 1 o'clock bedtime. Thanks to the Dallas Stars Game 3 win in Minnesota. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
A lot of praise for and frustration for the Todd Archer info we just got.
Recap for us, please.
So sounds like to Todd, no George Pickens here after this season. He just doesn't think that's a 1-year thing of them not wanting to get an extension done.
Man.
And sounds like he thinks there's a possibility that Caleb Downs could get there, and that the Cowboys think there's a possibility even after the Giants trades.
Man, my Utah Mammoth scout doesn't. I mean, he's very high. He thinks the Giants are very high on Downs, very high on him. So we'll see. We'll see where the weight is. Who's going to win the arm wrestle?
All right, let's get to final mocks that are coming in.
Are you a dealer's choice? Would you like a Daniel Jeremiah or Field Yates mock first?
Jeremiah.
All right, let's go to Daniel Jeremiah. Daniel Jeremiah agrees with Todd Archer that one Caleb Downs could slide down to the Dallas Cowboys. As it stands now, he has Jeremiah Love going 5 to the Giants. And then at 7, the Commanders taking Jordan Tyson. 10, the Giants take Carnell Tate. And so he has them going 2 offensive players. And then at pick 12, the Dallas Cowboys take Caleb Downs. And at pick 20, Daniel Jeremiah says the Cowboys would then take Malachi Lawrence, the edge rusher from UCF. You think you feel pretty good about that if that's what you come out of the draft with?
All right, let's bring on one of Bobby's favorites of all time. He's a college football Hall of Famer. He's got the YouTube show. You've seen him on ESPN, and he has the new book. David Pollack joining us to preview the draft here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, David. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great. How you fellas doing?
Doing well. Thank you for joining us. Are you absolutely loving that linebacker is back as a possible top 5 selection? And what are your thoughts on Sonny Styles?
No, I'm loving that linebackers and pass rushers are getting the value they deserve. That's what I'm loving, right? Like we've just seen so much, man, especially at linebacker, though, you're right, especially at running back. Like you've just seen them be extremely devalued over the years. So now what does that mean? Sonny Styles has to be an alien. That's what that means, right? Like he definitely has to be something extremely different. And when you watched him at Ohio State, you saw the playmaking, you saw the ability to diagnose, to run. And then when you go to combines and you put together that kind of stuff and you got that kind of body, it shows you why you could see he was a safety when he came into Ohio State because of his build. And then he grew and grew and kept getting stronger and stronger. And he's just one of those guys that's a game changer, a freak. So you can talk about that being a guy that you go up to get. But I also love the pass rushers, man. There's so many great pass rushers in this draft and so many guys that can put their hand in the dirt, that have developed moves, and you can tell they're further down the road than they used to be. And you can tell the defensive line continues to grow.
You know, David, there's always, back in the day, used to be the discussion of some of these tweeners or like a jack of all trades, master of none, and how that would typically kind of ding you. Has the NFL, you think, become so multiple and positionless that it's starting to help these guys like Styles, a converted safety to a linebacker, or Reese, who people are saying, well, he's a linebacker and an edge, or Downs, who could play nickel or he could play safety. Are those guys you think have benefited from sort of the evolution of NFL defenses?
Yes, and NFL defenses, obviously, the offenses, because of what they've done, because of the spacing, because of the more pass-happy nature of it, like it got everybody smaller, and everybody's doing 7-on-7s growing up, and the pass game has gotten so good, you had to have a level of skill. But, like, you think about linebackers, man, like, you've got to be physical enough to play the run. You've got to be fast enough to play in space and to coverage. And the third element of being a great linebacker is, or you're a blitzer. Well, you've got to have 2 of those 3. Very rarely do you see somebody like Sonny that has all 3, that can blitz, that can cover, that can play the run really, really well. You need 2 of the 3, but what you're seeing is you got a lot of guys that you don't have to be as big as you used to be, so you can be more skilled. You can be great in coverage and a great blitzer and not as great against the run and still be very, very successful. The hybrid players on defense has really changed the game, man. So many guys that that are safe. I mean, look at Caleb Downs, right? Like he's a safety. He could be a linebacker if you need him. He can be a nickel corner. Like the added element of helping you disguise now and being able to do multiple things, obviously, that's where the defenses have kind of caught up. I'm not going to say that they're, ahead of offenses, but they're way ahead of what they used to be of showing one thing, having versatile guys that they can continue to rotate in and have, different discernible traits that can win.
David Pollack with us here on 105.3 The Fan. When you look at the Cowboys and just how awful their defense was last year, obviously it looks like Arvell Reese, David Bailey from Texas Tech, those are going to be guys that go well outside the range of the Cowboys. But there's talk that any other defender basically could potentially slide to Dallas based on how things play out ahead of them. If you were the Cowboys and you're looking at these defenders outside of Bailey and Reese, who are you really crossing your fingers like, man, if Dallas could get that guy to fall to them, they would be so much better off with their defense next year?
Well, I like how you didn't sugarcoat it because the defense was very ungood. I mean, very ungood. And here's the thing. I could point to one level if I wanted to, but I could point to two, and I could point to three, and that's a problem. So it's not like you just go, hey, they're an edge player away or they're a linebacker away, they're a corner away. Like, we need all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I got to have all of those. So I think that's why it's important. You know, I've heard a lot about Dallas possibly trading up. Man, I would pick at 12 and 20 because I think you can get a really good edge player at 12. I think that there's going to be plenty of them. Bain could be there. I think Mesidor is obviously going to be there at 12. The name of the game is who's going to be off the board. I think this is what you're going to have to navigate. Who's going to be off the board by the time I pick at 12? And so is that a spot where I can go get Delane? Because I love Delane from LSU. I think he's a great cover corner. He's got ridiculous feet, got ridiculous feel. Like, he's a plug-and-play guy. He could be your best corner. Like, that is a great thing to be able to add. When you're talking about edge, man, there's so many guys with Mesidor and Young and Falk and Lawrence that are going to be there, you know, later in the first, I think, at 20. Ruben Bain is going to be fascinating to me, guys, because I didn't know T-Rexes didn't hunt. Like, I thought they kill everything in sight, and I watched that dude play football, and I like him. Like, that dude hunts. He's powerful. He has a pass rush repertoire. He's got the little Reggie White hump. I love him watching him just forearm shiver people. Like, he knows how to play the freaking game. So I think you're going to balance that because, you know, Jeremiah Love, the receivers, those guys are going to go off the board. Well, good thing you got Pickens. Good thing for now. Good thing you got CD Lamb. Like, that's the good. I think that's the thing you got to feel really good about if you're Dallas. You're like, okay, I don't even need offense. I mean, I'm so good on offense, and I'm so covered on that side of the ball. We can be explosive. We can score a bunch of points. I think it's a great job of bringing in Rashawn Gary. I think that helps because now it's not as desperate on the edge. You brought in Durant. Quentin Williams, obviously, you saw the dividends when he came in last year. I mean, he was awesome. He was really, really good. So, you know, you start building, but you find the best players. And I know that's not sexy and that's not fun, but I would keep those picks. And then is it an edge player? Is it a corner? I got to get both.
David, settle the number 2 pick debate for the Jets. You have to choose.
Okay, it's David Bailey. I love Arvell Reese. I love his. He came in as an edge player at Ohio State, so he has some knowledge of the edge. You see him rush off the edge, and he's got some good gifts. And Arvell Reese, man, that dude, when he hits you, he hits you. Like, he's got some sting in his hands. He's got some power in his hands, and I absolutely love that. He didn't have a ton of reps off the edge, and can he live there? I do think he can. Am I projecting that a little bit more? David Bailey can go get the quarterback. Like, I love watching David Bailey rush the passer. He's got a plan. He's got multiple ways to beat you. He understands the timing of a rush. He's got a really, really good first step. Like, he's a guy that I know exactly what I'm getting from him. And so, like, Arvell might be a little bit more, you might say more upside. And by the way, he might flash a little Micah Parsons. And I don't know if that's a sore subject that we're not allowed to bring up. But, he's got some of that, man, where he blurs and he flashes and he blitzes and he's got, okay, you see a lot of special in him. I just know from a pass rush standpoint and what I saw down in, down out at a David Bailey, I know he's going to be a double-digit sack type of guy. He's got that kind of goods when it comes to pass rush.
David, I know you said you would stick at 12. You would pick at 12. Is there a scenario where you would go up, or do you believe also in trading back away from a good player in order to get more bodies on your roster?
I do. I 100% do. I think it makes sense now, listen, that's not sexy either, and fans don't always love that. But if you look at this draft, does anybody really consider this a super strong draft? No. Like, that's not what people consider this. They consider next year's draft a lot stronger. So you can also get picks next year. But I think, without having a second-round pick like the Cowboys, Like, there's going to be great players in the second round. So if I can move back, I can get a second-round pick. Like, I do think those things are good because I think there's a lot of really, really good football players in this draft. And the good thing for the Cowboys, to me, this is a good thing. Like, there's going to be so many receivers taken. Well, y'all don't need receivers. So all those picks are going to be other guys that you want that are going to continue to be on the board when you get to 12, when you get to 20, because I don't see any world where there's not 6 first-round picks, at least at receiver. Like, I think that's going to happen. Now, listen, the edge is going to be off the chain. It's going to be awesome, too, because I think there's probably going to be more than that. Now, corner, there's not, right? There's not going to be that. So in the second round, if I had a second-round pick and I could come back, I could maybe get one of those guys, at corner that could be an impact player. So you've got to keep everything on the board, and you've got to be willing to be fluid and move. I think that's part of what your job is as a general manager.
So, David, the Cowboys, it seems like their big dream at 12 would be Caleb Downs. So let's say they were to snatch up Caleb Downs there at 12, and then they're looking at pick 20, and in that range could potentially, with this team looking for linebacker, maybe that could be an area where C.J. Allen, the Georgia linebacker, goes. You obviously being a Georgia guy, what do you think about Allen and his future at the NFL level?
C.J. Allen has inside of his chest has everything you've ever wanted in a football player. Like, he's one of the most studied kids I've been around. He's one of the most respectful kids I've been around. He's one of the most detailed and physical and tough. Dude had surgery last year and came back in like a 2-week period. I mean, literally. He has got all the intangible. Like, he's going to walk in a room and everybody's going to know, hey, that's the alpha. Like, he's going to walk in the room full of dudes, and they're going to be like, okay, this is the dude. This is the dude that's going to have the green dot. This is the dude that's going to be making the calls. This is the guy. So from that standpoint, I was kind of surprised, man, when he ran that 40. I was like, God dang, I hear you, CJ. Like, that was because he looks more like an old school linebacker. But just the feel for the game is unbelievable. But all the other stuff that comes with it, 20 is listen. Dallas is so in need for a linebacker, it's probably not a bad pick, right? But the problem is, like, okay, can I get him later and get someone else? And that's the game you've got to play. And it's a dangerous game. But if you get C.J. Allen, I promise you not a single person in Dallas will be disappointed.
How do you break up, David Pollack with us here on 105 through the Fan, how do you break up and sort of stack for yourself that second tier of edge rushers that the Cowboys may be looking at 20, whether that's Keldrick Falk at Auburn, Akeem Mesidor at Miami, T.J. Parker Clemson, Malachi Lawrence at UCF. How do you look at that and say, like, man, if I'm sitting there at 20, this is the guy that I'm hoping on that second tier will be there for me?
Yeah, and I think it's kind of like your dating style. Okay, so are you a bass or are you a treble guy? Right? Like what is your style? Right? Like what do you like the most? And I think you're going to see some of those players like Mesidor. He's bigger. He's not like so he's gonna have the nice set of legs. You're gonna be okay with that. Like, he's bigger. He's versatile. You can move him inside. Love the way he absolutely continues to hunt. Folk would be, by the way, in that category. He's a big, strong sucker. He's like 290 pounds. And then I think you got Parker, who's a little bit leaner. Like guys that he's a little bit leaner. You see a little bit more smoothness, a little bit more athletic ability. Not as developed either. And that's the thing that I'm impressed the most with, like, Bain and Mesidor is, who their coach is, right? In Miami, it's Jason Taylor.
Yeah. And
my gosh, you can tell. Like, you watch those guys, and that's the hardest part when you start talking about Lawrence and Young and some of these guys. You see the physical skill set, but they don't have the counters a lot of time to the move. They know how to go do their thing, but like Parker, he knows how to go win with speed and be smooth. But when you get overset, what's your answer? Like, I don't need you to have 65 moves. I need you to have one great move and one great counter, right? So think about that. If I can beat you with speed on the outside and I can beat you with one great move, you have to play that. When you play that, how do I beat you on the inside? And so, you see some guys that are obviously, more versatile. Some guys are a little bit bigger. Some guys are a little bit smaller, a little bit more, some of them have a little bit more speed. But all of those guys, man, you like them. I would say, if you're going to ask me who I like the most, I like Mesidor the most because he's not a small sucker. That dude's 275 pounds, and I just like the way he's developed, and I like his versatility probably if you could get him at 20, I would say he would be my top guy of those.
David Pollack, absolutely spitting fire, electric this morning here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. He's got the book out. He's got the YouTube. Tell us where we can get more David Pollack like this.
Well, I don't know if you want more, but if you want more, no, I do my podcast, man, See Ball, Get Ball. Not smart enough to play offense, so they put you on defense, and then the ball moves, you go get guys. So See Ball, Get Ball on YouTube is where we do our stuff. And, yeah, also a defensive lineman writing the book is kind of a big deal. Like, I think we should automatically be on the New York Best Time Seller because if the defensive lineman can do it, anybody can do it. But Every Day Counts is a book for those that really want to challenge themselves and want to – I think men, and especially as we get a little bit older, like creating a scoreboard is hard in life. But teaching you how to create a scoreboard so we can compete every day and make every day count, like create those small wins. That's why we wrote it. And it's more about the struggle than it is the good things. It's not like, oh, hey, I was the 17th pick in the draft. It was like, no, I was the 17th pick and then I broke my neck. But I do remember coming to Dallas, by the way, sitting with Bill Parcells and sitting in his office and talking about being a Cowboy. And then they made a horrible decision. They took this horrible pass rusher out of Troy. Really good smile and long arms and really good. I mean, he was okay. He was fine. Like he was fine. It could have been a better decision for Parcells and company.
David, this was a real treat. Thank you so much. Love to have you on again. Enjoy the draft.
Appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Wow, David Pollack right here on 105.3 The Fan. A crazy Ranger game, and Mike Vrabel is leaving the draft for counseling next. Let me set you up for future financial success at Trajan Wealth. TRAJ.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And a swing here and a drive. That's out of the ballpark. Fair or foul. That's about as high as the foul pole. It hits the top of the foul pole. Are you kidding me? That grazed the very top of the foul pole. It is a home run for O'Neal Cruz with 2 men on board. The Pirates lead 8-4. I have never seen that.
Crazy game. Matt Hicks with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. It's Sean and RJ along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We'll go below the belt at 8:40 and talk about the Stars' Game 3 win at 9.
You know how hard you have to hit a baseball to have somebody, because the press box there is high. It's very, very high. The depth perception is not what it was at the old place. At the old place, you knew, any ball that got up in the air went out anyway. But to hit a ball there, at that place, that is so no doubt that the announcer's like, that ball's gone. Like, we just know. And then for it to go and hit the top of the foul pole, you have to absolutely tattoo that thing.
Did Choppy's complaining about the stadium cause for some juicing of the facility or something? Because you got the Cruz ball that flew out, and for the very first time, a routine fly ball from Josh Young had appeared, carried out of over the. That
Josh hits those weird home runs where it's just like, okay, he's got that power.
But can you ever seen a ball in that stadium yet that carried like that, where it's hit and you're like, oh, that's middle of the outfield. It's like, oh, it's going. Oh, okay, they got out. Great.
Did they open the doors?
I don't know if anything was open.
It looked like the Rangers were going to overcome the 2-out disaster in the 5th. Leiter falls in the on-deck circle. Looks like he broke his ankle. Fortunately, managed to stay in. Bassick was loving his stuff early on in the night. You have a 2-1 lead. All of a sudden, you're down 4-2. And then in the 8th, Jake Berger comes through big. Then Cole Winn struggles in the 9th. Single, first and third. He throws a perfect strike 3, and then a weak grounder is hit to Josh. His throw is off. Could have made a better throw. It was a tougher play. And Pittsburgh takes the 5-4 lead before Cruz with his highlight reel homer. By the way, Wyatt Langford, 10-day IL with the strain.
Yeah, and who was it who scored on that? Gonzalez. Okay, so Gonzalez scored on that first one in the 9th. That to me seemed like really smart base running too. Like he was clearly like keeping an eye on the catcher and just like, all right, I'm going to make this throw as difficult as possible, and looked like he was trying to make sure that he was in line, and that it was a really tough throw for Josh Young to have to like throw around him and them still be able to get over and tag it. So I thought that was really good base running by the Pirates, and you just look to take 2 out of 3 today.
Go ahead.
Did you see, and I'm basing this off of one at-bat. I posted about this, but Ryan O'Hearn, who plays for Pittsburgh, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
He takes a ball that he thinks is out of the strike zone. The way he drops his bat, very, very D-baggy, the way he drops his bat. And then umpire calls a strike, glares at the umpire, says something, takes the next pitch for a strike, and then finally walks, and he does the same bat thing. And I just got this is the most unlikable guy in the sport vibes out of him. And I don't know if you guys picked up on it. Obviously not.
It didn't stand out to the thing that stood out to me about a called strike was, and I think it's by the rules. Did anybody have a problem with the Carter trying to turn back around and challenge the strike?
No.
That he did, where it's like, because I think the rules are pretty clear. You're not allowed to look into the dugout. Like you can't turn to the dugout and then turn back and challenge. And he tried to do that because I think they were like, challenge.
You should be able to do whatever you want if it's within the time constraint. I don't care who tells you to do it. No one's going to be able to look at the dugout and then, what, is it 3 seconds?
Well, he turned around to walk off, and then he stopped and turned back because they were like, go challenge it. And I think it was like, that's what had elapsed the 3 seconds. He wouldn't let him challenge it.
I don't even know if it's a 3-second rule. It just has to be done immediate. So it's like if you take the pitch and you,
because I don't think they can be looking at it on a screen potentially or something like that and then relay to you to challenge it.
So they don't want anybody from the dugout to help you out.
All right. Choppy and I saw this late last night while Bobby was sleeping during the Stars win.
Feel great this morning.
I hate the Patriots with more passion every day. Listen to this joke of a story. Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel is not going to be with the Patriots for the third day of the draft so he can enter counseling. Quote, as I said the other day, I promised my family, this organization, and this team I was going to give them the best version of me that I can possibly give them. In order to do so, I have committed to seeking counseling starting this weekend. This is something that I've given a lot of thought to, and it's something I would advise a player to do if I was counseling them. I've always wanted to lead by example, and I believe this is what I have to do to be the best husband, father, and coach that I possibly can be. Not an easy thing for me to admit, but one that I know will make me a better person. I appreciate the support everyone has given me and promise a stronger resolve as a result. Bobby came in this morning and could not believe this story.
Which counseling places are closed during the weekdays and open on Saturdays? What counselor are you visit? Like, hey, we don't really have time to do this. We're going to go in on Saturday. That's when most of these counselors are open and available to visit. Of course, he could be going to one of those like $2,500 a night like counseling suites.
Maybe they're going to Sedona.
Like one of those counseling retreats. It could be that.
This is a weird story.
It's an admission, by the way. That's an admission.
It very much is. It's also an admission that day 3 of the draft does not matter, which most of us knew anyway. And it's also, this actually may be a punishment.
By who?
This may be the Patriots' punishment. You're going to miss day 3 of the draft. You're not going to get the player you want. We're going to get the player we want.
Yeah. You think they're really upset with him? Like they have a high moral standard where they're like, we got to punish this guy?
Because this makes absolutely no sense. Like, why can't it wait till Monday?
Bro, why can't it wait till Monday? What are you doing? Like, this is like a college punishment of you're not going to play the first quarter.
Yeah. Where is he going to be? He's not going to be at counseling on Saturday. Where is he going to be?
At his house.
Or is he just going to be in his office, like, calling them, like, hey, this is what I think the board's looking like? He's just not going to be on their war room.
Like, is this supposed to, like, appease the public as a punishment to miss day 3?
Yeah, it makes no sense.
This is so dumb. Or the Patriots PR person is an idiot. You're a moron. From having Vrabel hide in the very beginning to maybe telling the reporters, like, don't sit there and address this, to coming up with this strategy and save all the good for him, seeking out the help, blah, blah, blah. Do it on Monday. I don't care if you participate in the draft and then do it the next week for your counseling. What? This is so random.
It's so weird. Now, it's possible that the wife was like, you're going to do this today or we're going to get divorced. And he was like, okay, I'm going to save this, whatever. That's possible. It just seems very, very strange that it's laughable.
You know who I wonder
Monday, man. It's 2 days later. Like, is it that? I mean, maybe it is that dire.
I wonder if it's honestly appeasing at all Travion Williams, too. Or Travion Henderson, not Travion Williams. Travion Henderson. I wonder if it's appeasing him at all after 2 weeks before this happens. Vrabel's sitting there just talking about, like, he needs to educate himself based on his tweets about morality and stuff like that. I wonder if it's just like, you're going to lose him or other people who maybe were annoyed that you talked about Travion Henderson that way if you don't publicly signal that you're addressing your own moral failings.
You can do it, but like to say you're going to skip day 3 for counseling?
Well, because he's not going to skip any of their days where they're working with the players, so it's got to be a public signal to a player of like, look, I wasn't in the war. Like, you can verify I was not there. Although this wouldn't be the first time that Mike Vrabel was like lying about, a visual of where he was.
And there's more breakfast photos that came out?
Yeah, they're the most like obscured photos you've ever seen. They're very blurry, but you could definitely tell Rossini and Vrabel at a breakfast or eating somewhere at the resort, and they are in different clothes than we've seen them in any other photos. So this is like 4 clothes changes photos we've seen with none of their many friends that they were partying with being around for any of it.
When was the last time those two talked?
Vrabel and Rossini?
Yeah.
Minimum the day it broke. Minimum.
Right.
Yeah. Since then, I'm sure. I would imagine it's probably happened at least once since then. I don't know, though. Once wife finds out or husband finds out, that may be the end of it.
All right, let's update you with everything happening with the draft tonight. Ford Center inside the Star in Frisco right here on the Fan. We were going to be at all your different Pluckers locations throughout the Metroplex. We know the George Pickens stuff. We'll get into it with Nick Eatman at 9:20. Will McClay said we look at this draft as heavy in rounds 2 through 4. They have had preliminary trade calls. Jerry said it's usually better when the calls come in versus us making the calls to go out. They're more prepared this year because of 2 picks versus 1. Jerry said availability bit us last year. So those players that have that question mark, Jermon McCoy and others, have been pushed back. They are also talking to other teams about veteran players. As we've talked about Moore in Indy, the corner. As we talked about Brooks in Miami, the linebacker. So that is a little quick summary of everything else that happened besides Bill Clinton and GP.
I want to be clear on something, too, for a lot of people who are going to be frustrated about the injury stuff with McCoy and being like, take him, he's healthy, whatever else. I think that absent the injury, I don't believe McCoy was their first corner. I don't believe McCoy was their second corner. I don't know that McCoy was their third corner.
What?
I don't think they were as high on him as the public is.
What? How can that scares me?
I don't think they're alone. I think there are a lot of teams that look at it and go, I mean, for instance, Dane Brugler had Delane as his, Dane had him above McCoy regardless of McCoy's injury. He thinks that Delane's a better player. I think a lot of teams may view Downs similarly as a corner type of player that they would stack, and I think there's a lot of people who think they would like Downs better. And then around there, a lot of people like Brandon Cisse think he's got a lot of upside. A lot of people think Chris Johnson's the best cover guy in the draft, and that his tape is more consistent. So there was a little bit of freelancing with McCoy that I think bugged some teams about his tape even at 19.
The moment I've been waiting for. It is time to put it all on the table.
Yeah!
Who you want, your dream scenario, and what is going to happen with the Dallas Cowboys tonight. Draft prediction time from you on the Franklin Franco fan text in B-Lo, B-Belt. Next on Sean and RJ.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Christmas is here, and will Brian Broaddus kill me? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation. We did mention with Todd Archer the way we're supposed to dress during the draft, and Broaddus has always said a tie. He's like, you show up on a tie in the first night of the draft. We're treating it like a real war room. Come dressed up. You can undo the tie once the draft is underway. You want to undo it? You want to take it off? You've been part of this before, Sean. And then he'll bring you a tie to throw on to whatever you're wearing.
Yeah.
I'm protesting this year. I'm saying I'm not doing it. I'm saying I'm going to be in there. I got to be in there for 6 hours.
You won't.
I'm going to be comfortable. If Broaddus had been around for the whole draft show process,
yeah, I would
have done it. Look, he can enforce that with the stack if he likes, but I'm doing me, and I'm going to show up. I'm going to show up with a collar. I'm not going to show up with a tie on. So that's my ruling. And Broaddus saw this, or Broaddus heard me threaten this, and he texted the draft show group text. Heard Bobby on radio say he wasn't wearing a tie. Can't wait to see the I am going to softball practice look he's going to throw down tonight. And then he had a smiley face, which seemed very passive aggressive to me. But all right, it is draft night. Where would you like to take this, Sean? Would you like to take this mock drafts or our own projections?
I want everybody's dream, and I want everyone's reality of what's going to happen. I want to go around the room. I want to go to the Frankel and Frankel fan text. Who do you want at 12? What do you want to happen at 20? And what do you think is going to take place? Your ultimate. Tomorrow morning, we are in here, and it's Sydney Sweeney Euphoria. That's her show, I think. And
it is. Yes, it is.
You're wanting to party it up Friday and the weekend because this happened. What is it for you, RJ Choppy?
I would like secondary. So that's now if the George Pickens stuff changes a lot for me. You know, if their plan is indeed to move on from him after, well, I guess this year, the 2026 year, then that would change a lot for me in terms of what I would do. But absent of that, it would be Downs at 12, and then a corner at 20.
So you're fine. You've gotten over positional value issues that you've always harped on.
No, haven't gotten over it.
So why not Delane over Downs?
I don't think he'll be there.
You don't think he'll be there?
No, I don't think he'll be there.
Okay.
If he was there, then that's what I would do. Delane.
Yeah, two-part. Let's start with what you'd be thrilled with the most.
Yeah. Okay. Delane at 12, and Thieneman at 20.
Okay.
Right. So I get to satisfy secondary, which I think is their biggest pressing need. And I don't mind drafting for need. What I think will be happening is Downs at 12 and then a corner at 20. I don't know in that area. Is it more Cisse, Hood,
Chris Johnson? You're looking at guys like that.
I can't have Chris Johnson. We've already had a Chris Johnson in the NFL. I can't go down that.
This Chris Johnson might be better.
That would be surprising.
Then the running back?
Over the course of his entire career, it's possible. Chris Johnson was a supernova. He was great for like 4 years. He was awesome. But like I'm saying, like Chris Johnson does have the chance to be a 12-year like top of the top 15 corner. He can be that.
Yeah.
Chris Johnson had 6 1,000-yard seasons and one with 2K.
He was
CJ 2K.
That's where it came from.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to do I have to pick 12 and 22, or I can include my dream scenario of them trading?
It's your segment.
Okay. I'm going to say that my dream would be that we'll say David Bailey slides to 6. This would be the dream. And they trade up and are able to do the 12 and 20 for 6 and 39. And then they take Bailey at 6. And then at 39, they take, we'll say, C.J. Allen from Georgia, the linebacker. That would be out of things that could at least plausibly happen. If they're staying at 12 and 20, then it would be Downs and Allen. I like C.J. Allen. I don't think they take him at 20, but I like him.
I think everyone's thinking
they need a linebacker.
Everyone's thinking corner or edge basically at 20, and you're going linebacker.
Because they just, I think most people, I don't think they would take a linebacker at 20. That's what I would like. I would, if it's Allen, only if it's Allen. But that would be probably, because I need somebody to play.
So you loved him as much as David Pollock at 8?
Yeah, I had C.J. Allen was one of the handful of guys I put in the first round, because it was a handful of guys this year. It was not as many as typical. But C.J. Allen was a guy that I had as like one of my last first round grades. Realistically, what I think will happen, what I mocked, I guess, Delane and Falk. Monsoor Delane at 12 and Keldrick Falk either at 20, or they trade back a little and potentially take Keldrick Falk.
How are the corners and edges at 20 for what Christian Parker wants? Give me the top 2 fits in each category for this 3-4.
So I think they believe Delane is on his own tier as a corner at the top. So at 20, you're looking at the guys who drop down to the second tier for them. And at that point, Hood, Colton Hood from Tennessee, Brandon Cisse from South Carolina, Chris Johnson from San Diego State. Those are going to be the guys you're talking about there. Thieneman, potentially, if he's there, could do some nickel stuff for you. I think they still view him primarily as safety. But Hood would be generally outside. Maybe he could do some stuff in nickel, but really he's an outside corner. Cisse is a high upside guy who's got a lot of ability but still kind of raw. And then Chris Johnson is really considered super well-rounded and secure. It's just he played at San Diego State. He didn't play against the top-tier competition. So if you're needing flexibility to play inside-outside, that'd be more Johnson and Cisse. If you're just talking about being able to physically play the boundary the way Quinyon Mitchell did in the Vic Fangio scheme, then that would be Colton Hood. And then on the edge rusher front, what do you want? So it would be the question of a classic edge or somebody to play like with their hand in the dirt in the 3-4, because that would be Falk. Falk would be the 3-4 hand in the dirt, like playing four technique head up on the tackle. For the actual edge rushers, some level of being able to play some in coverage and still play with your hand in the dirt versus standing up in a 3-4. So I think that's probably along the lines of Malachi Lawrence from UCF, TJ Parker from Clemson. Those are more of the kind of guys that you'd be looking at if you're just talking about, coming off the edge and rushing.
Pepe, what do you want to happen tonight for the Cowboys?
Man, I do have big dreams, Sean. My dream is to trade up and get David Bailey. Just get the big fish right there. Trade up. Get rid of the 2 first-round picks. Go up, get to 4, 5, 3, whatever it takes. But, get David Bailey. That's my dream, but I know reality is going to set in. You're going to have 2 first-round picks. You get 2 really good players. I have Caleb Downs at 12 and then Keldrick Falk at 20. And the totals have spoken as well in the fan text. 214 wants Downs and Bain or Lawrence with their second pick. 214 also says I want the Cowboys to trade back for picks 12 and 20, or for pick 12 to get to 29 and 40 from the Chiefs. 830 says 12 Sonny Styles, 20 trade back for J-Rod at Tech. 817 wants Caleb Downs at 12 and Hood at 20.
I would like the most to get Downs at 12. And I would like the most to trade 20 for Max Crosby or go get a second-round pick. I'm not really in love with anything at 20. If I find out that Christian Parker is in love with someone who falls down there and boom, there's a need for you right there, I'll go ahead and definitely sign off on it. I'll be okay with Styles at 12. I did not want to trade up for him at 5, but if he's everything that everyone is saying, I'd be fine with Styles at 12. I'd be fine with Bane at 12 as well, but I prefer Downs the most. And my dream trade up, this is not what I want to happen, but if they are going to make a big home run, I'll go opposite of Pollock, Bobby, and Peyton, and I'd prefer it to be Reese. I prefer it to be Arvel Reese for the trade up if they do it. Again, I don't want to. I want more players.
Yeah. Oh, if they could trade up to 3 tomorrow or tonight, tomorrow's a funeral.
A funeral?
It's a funeral. I mean, you're going to get a great player, cool. They need multiple good players.
I have a hard time being mournful if they end up out of this with Reese or Bailey, though.
Okay, what
They're
do we make
so
of
good.
So Clarence tweeted, Steven says we can't trade in the top 5. And I was like, was this said in the walk-off? I didn't hear this during the presser. And then Todd kind of repeated it when he joined us in the expressway.
Todd repeated it as though almost we're not going to.
Yeah.
And
they
Clarence,
can.
Yeah, they could. Yeah. Do they have the capital to do it? Yeah, they could exhaust a bunch of capital in doing it. You say you'd like to potentially pick up extra picks by going back at 20, right?
Yes.
There's talk that Houston could go up. So would you go back all the way to Houston's picking 28? And on the trade chart, you'd be getting a little extra value for this. But would you say if they said you go back to 28 and you can pick up 69, so not a second, but you get an early third rounder, would you be happy with that? Or are you like, I really want a second?
No, I'd be amenable to it. Just
Okay.
because everyone says pick 16 is the same as 40.
What if you had now here's one of the interesting things.
By the way, there are going to be Hall of Famers and All Pros in this second round or third round.
Sure, there is every year.
The challenge is picking them.
They have 2 second-round picks, Houston, but they've got 59 and then they've got 38, which is just 59's going to be a little too unbalanced probably. You're picking up too much value to go up that high. So what if I just told you had to sacrifice that first fourth rounder, the 112? 112 and 20 gets you 28 and 59, let's say.
And 59 is what pick? What round?
Second. Back into the second.
Yeah.
You'd go for that? Okay.
I'd be okay with that.
You would get 3 top 60?
Yes. You'd end up picking 4 times in the first 2 days.
Now, what I think is going to happen, I think they're going to end up with Delane. And
they are.
I'm not going to be unhappy about it. If you come out of the draft with the number 1 corner, I think you should be pretty happy about it, and I would. Downs is just sexier. Styles is sexier. I rewatched Delane yesterday.
Well,
when I said, okay, this feels like what it's going to settle in on. He is. I don't want to use these freaking scout terms. I really don't.
Come on, say it. Talk ball with us.
He's sticky.
There you go.
He's sticking on guys.
He doesn't give a, you really just never see him get torched ever.
He's
it doesn't
really
happen.
thin though.
He's thinner build, but I mean he can play inside. He does play outside. He doesn't get for a thinner build. He doesn't get bullied the way you might expect him to though. He's really really solid. He's just steady.
Yeah. So I think it'll be Delane. I would like Downs the most. I'd like to trade back from 20. If they move up, I'd like it to be for Arvel Reese.
Imagine if everybody was scared of Bane. You could get Downs and then Bane at 20.
Oh!
That'd be nice.
That'd fix
Hell
so much.
yeah.
That'd fix so much.
Hell yeah. 877-881-1053. More of your Cowboy Dream scenarios. Nick20, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. The very latest draft rumors. And how late did you stay up last night for the Stars' Game 3 win? We talk about it after this.
After we get you over to Ownwell to save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. It's really that simple.
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Back again for Heiskanen. Wrist shot taken, fended off, they score! Out in front, Wyatt Johnston in the right place at the right time. He does it again, and Dallas wins Game 3 in double overtime.
Final hour, fist pump time. Alec Medford, Aiden Butler, Peyton Russell,
Bobby Belt,
and RJ. I don't know how you're doing it. I'm hurting right now.
You're hurting?
Yeah, I'm hurting right now. Stayed up like an idiot. Corey Majors just lectured me on how I should have done it, but I was like double overtime, of course.
Listen, there are a few. It's a curse. It can be a curse because it does annoy people when I'm so giddy.
It is. It annoys me all the time.
And but I'm like Charlie Sheen, man, just tiger blood. People say that just some guys just don't need sleep, have so much energy. That's what it is. And I'm a cockroach.
That's us.
I'm a cockroach. The more I eat, the stronger I get.
That's us. Just three dudes who stayed up past midnight and are exhausted this morning.
The more crap I put in my body, the healthier I am.
Did you consciously go to sleep, Bob, or you passed out?
No, I passed out.
Okay, that makes you feel a little better.
It happens. I mean, Shut
up, Chop.
I'm sure there's been a late Ranger game that I've dozed off in, right?
Yeah.
It happens.
It's got to balance out a little, though, that I won you money. But I won you money.
It's the intermission, man.
Intermission.
Although, I got to say this.
I understand why they have to, but...
Man, we got to get Biz Nasty off the TV. I'm sitting here just looking at Henrik on the right.
He's got whoever tailors his suits. Tremendous job.
Such a good job.
Yeah.
And Biz Nasty looks so disheveled. Neck beard, an unfitting suit, and then there's my wife saying, "I'd still do him." She's like, this is right. She's like, he is. I think he's her one seed.
Biz Nasty?
Yeah. I think she just wants.
She wants to get Biz Nasty.
I think she wants to get Biz Nasty.
Zero beers needed.
Zero beers needed. That's right. That's right. Wow. All she said was would. Would.
Who else is on her list in sports?
That's a really good question. I don't know.
There's not one like Bobby's wife.
One's not coming to mind.
Is Luca. Troy Hughes' wife, I think, was
Ian Desmond, right? Ian Desmond was. I haven't. One's not coming to mind.
I think my wife, she won't say it. She'll get mad. Hers could be CD.
I was gonna say you did.
She loves his style. She loves his swag.
You did talk about when we were at training camp that you thought that you suspected that she was that was her one seed. I think in terms of just entertainment, period. Well, hopefully she's not the car. I think hers is Luca. Then I think her alternate is Rihanna.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
That's an upset.
She denies it, but I'm just saying, there's too much of a uncomfortable giggle of, what are you talking about?
Wow. Oh, man. That's kind of naughty. It's kind of hot. That's kind of hot.
Wyatt. Hey, what about Max?
Yeah.
Sports.
No sports
Jacob
that I can think of.
Rodriguez.
Harry Styles. She's into Harry Styles.
Really?
Yeah.
There's not an athlete. She's like, he's really, really good looking.
I mean, Mahomes, I guess, because she's Texas Tech.
Oh, that's just
Mahomes.
Wow.
Yeah.
She likes Kermit.
That's it right there.
All right, Wyatt Johnston, power play goal, second overtime, gives the Stars and my bank account. Thanks, Bobby. Kind of pressured me
You're
into
welcome.
it.
Should have done 100, like I said.
4-3 win to take Game 3. Game 4 is Saturday afternoon. Gavin Splitter with the notes. That is Wyatt's sixth playoff game-winning goal. Now, one goal away from equaling Yager and two others for the most game-winning playoff goals by a player under 23.
Wow.
And in the post-game interview, he was crediting Joe Pavelski, the master of the redirect, with the way he ended up winning it. Stars were incredible in terms of penalty killing as well. The Wild were 1 of 7 on their power plays, 1 for 11 the past 2 games, and 3 of the Stars' 4 goals came on the power play. Props to Jake Ottinger as well. Second good game in a row.
Man, anytime you're on a list with Yager, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good list to be on.
He get forgotten sometimes. I haven't seen his name until Spittle sent it in a long, long time.
I mean, I think he's still playing.
How long was he
I think
here?
he's still playing in the KHL.
Wasn't he here at the end for like a year?
I
think he was.
I think it may not have been that long.
I'll find it out.
But no, it's that was a really hard fought game. And
2012-23 or 2012-13 he played here.
So for them to get up 2-0 and then give the lead completely away and now to be down, just to fight back and tie this game and even get it to overtime, there's a resolve. And their experience really, I know they had a couple of penalties they took in the overtime, and one of them I thought was a little questionable. But at the end of the day, like this is a veteran team. They know exactly how to win these kind of games, and they know how to lose game one and bounce right back. And this is yet another example of them getting completely worked in game one and then bouncing back and just looking up 3 days later. It's like, oh, you got a 2-1 series lead.
877-881-1053 for how good you are feeling with that 2-1. I mean, I'm not feeling great because this thing is like 50-50.
It is.
It's what we hated in a round one matchup.
Mm-hmm. And
it'll make me watch Stars Wild next year with so much more intensity in the regular season.
But you feel good about 50-50 though, just from the perspective of now needing 2 out of 5. Like that's all you got to have. So like a 50-50 split, like you just need to win 2 of the next 4 essentially, or if it gets pushed to a 5, it's still the odds are still in your favor even as a 50-50.
I don't care. It shouldn't be this tough.
It shouldn't be this
after
hard,
the amazing regular season that the Stars
in
had.
5. I've been telling you. If you guys would just listen.
Yeah. Well, if you could stay up for past 5, we'd be good. I was struggling there to come up with something.
I know it's because you're so tired. I'm well rested.
That was a stretch. All right, so NFL draft tonight. Path to the Draft brought to you by Pluckers. And actually, you know what? Let's just play the Stephen Jones clip that took over the Bill Clinton headline. And this is Stephen just announcing that there will be no more George Pickens talks this offseason.
Yeah, I think we've made a decision that we're going to have George play under the franchise tag, which won't be a first for us. So there won't be negotiations on a long-term deal. But that's certainly not a first for this organization, and certainly won't be a first in the league in terms of this decision as we move forward. But whether it's Dak Prescott, who played under one and got tagged a second time, whether it's D-Law, whether it's Tony Pollard, we've certainly had those situations. We're so fired up to have George on this football team, and obviously he's been here for a year. We gave up a third-round pick for him, and certainly he's made tremendous progress in the year that he's been here. I think he'd be the first to tell you that this is a great situation for him, playing with CD and Dak and in Coach Schottenheimer's offense. I think he loves Coach Schottenheimer and what he brings to the table, but certainly a conscious decision that we've made.
Todd's right. That sounded very prepped, knew every angle he wanted to hit on the answer, and that was... We're going to get this out there today. We're going to be ready for it, and we're going to hit them with this.
And I actually think it is demoralizing. Choppy's right. Day of the draft. You got a team that I think is going to win the NFC East. You come away possibly with 2 defenders that make you feel great with your brand new whiz kid defensive coordinator, and then the cloud that has been over this entire Metroplex all week long is now possibly over another season. We already know this offseason George Pickens ain't showing up to nothing.
No.
I don't believe so. Brian Schottenheimer can say all he wants. I believe, I think. It's not going to affect anything. Dak won't let it. No offense, coach. Bull. It is going to affect. And it is demoralizing to be like, man, from a chemistry standpoint, I don't see a way out of this right now. If they have made up their mind already, somehow, some way, we're not giving him a long-term deal no matter what. And I got some of that from Todd in the Expressway.
Is there any chance that
real quick, I'm sorry. I do applaud them for just saying it yesterday.
I was surprised they did.
Oh, instead of dragging it out more?
Yeah, and we don't have to lie back and forth, and we don't have to do the whole, we made a decision. We told them. They know. and we don't have to do these media games, and everybody knows.
Also,
I give him credit for that.
When they draft Jordan Tyson at 12 tonight, everyone will be like, okay, I understand that now. Or it'll there won't be the panic. Because if they did that, if they didn't say this, if they said, hey, we're working to sign George.
Oh, my God.
And they went ahead and drafted him.
Yep.
Everybody is like, what in the hell are you? Now it's
you
like.
either answer it yesterday or in the press conference tonight.
Yeah, it makes sense now.
Is there any part of you that, because you were just talking about it and laying it out, I'm like, man, you don't want to throw cold water on the season and like be demoralized and things like that. Is there any part of you that thinks Pickens is the type of player that will level up from the like, all right, I got to do it again? Or do you think it's pretty much only can go the other way?
There's no way of knowing with this guy.
Yeah.
Because I think he did. Last year he did, obviously.
Yeah.
And so maybe he does look at it as like, you know what, a chance to go make more money. Like I don't know if that would be his perspective, but
you can't have the same exact perspective as last year. Last year,
Sure.
I knew that he'd be pretty much on his best behavior that he was capable of.
Whereas this year he maybe feels like, I showed you what you wanted me to show you. And so, yeah.
The key is, what is Mulligetta going to tell him? What's Mulligetta's advice? You guess. You know him the best of probably anyone in town.
I would say that he probably looks at it and goes, okay, do we totally want it to be this way? No. Like we'd like them to go ahead and handle it. But I think David also would look at it and go, the whole league was approaching him a certain way last year that it's probably counterproductive for us to make a huge fuss about it. We just need to keep our heads down and work, and we know how to get our money, and we'll get it. We'll get it when we get it. But if that's got to be waiting a little longer, fine. It won't be here. We'll go do it somewhere else then. I think that would be kind of the perspective I would guess.
And we show up week 1?
Maybe you make it a little tense during the summer in terms of with participation, but then, yeah, I would guess go ahead, show up week 1.
Pat McAfee reacted.
Just an assumption. No conversation I had with him.
Pat McAfee, thanks to the snooze button, Pat McAfee reacted to the Stevens statement yesterday on his show.
Who's his agent? Mulligetta?
Yeah, Mulligetta.
Mulligetta's his agent?
Yeah, I believe so.
He'll get a deal before he gets signed or traded. Yep. George Pickens' bank account's about to be gigantic. And this news right here just kind of certified that for me, because now there's a opportunity for there to be a little competition for his thing. Congrats to George Pickens. Okay.
Maybe.
Huh?
Maybe. I mean, that says you're playing under the tag.
And Mulligetta's his agent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will tell you, he is not playing under a tag.
That's kind of what I'm saying. He might not play football this year.
He'll play football. He'll play football somewhere, and I think he's going to get paid somewhere, probably, if I had to guess.
Is Pat going to be downtown Pittsburgh tonight? Where are you, downtown?
I mean, if you go ahead and you take Tyson, I would guess they would want to work something, and I would imagine the Cowboys would work with him on it.
Choppy.
The only problem is, what are you getting in return?
Yes.
Like in terms of, are you getting? Do people look at it and go like, you need to move him? What are you going to do? You have Tyson already. You need to move him. We're not going to just be beholden to what you want. Like, we've got a deal worked out here. You can have a second back, or you can have this back.
That'd be disappointing. What was the Waddle deal?
Was it 1 and
Waddle was 2 1s, wasn't it?
No. I would have been scarred by that. No.
Let's look it up.
It could not have
1
been.
and a 4?
It was definitely it was 1 and 3 minimum.
Yeah, I think I remember 1 and 3.
It was the Dolphins traded Waddle with a 4th for 30th, 94, and a 4th. So it was 1, 3, 4 for Waddle and 4.
Well, I don't think Nick Eatman anticipated this news when he agreed to come on a few days ago. What is our boy hearing inside the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco? The great Nick Eatman joins us next. Let me go ahead and get you...
Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is time for the Red Zone. We're not doing a Red Zone intro now?
Oh, sorry. Well, we had Nick on. I didn't know we were still
So no read and no Red Zone intro.
Or even the Dig song.
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The Red Zone is brought to you by Just Love Coffee here on your home of the Cowboys. And during the season, you know this voice and name very well. He is Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, who agreed to join us a few days ago before Stephen Jones dropped the George Pickens no more negotiation news yesterday during the Bill Clinton press conference. Sounds like a typical Cowboys sentence, right, Nick?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, it's exactly what I expected to happen at that press conference, and then everything just kind of lined up, just right, filling out the bingo card. These are the things I expected to happen.
Did that just get your Arkansas blood flowing in there?
Yeah, I know he was the governor of Arkansas. I guess after that, I'm not sure kind of what happened with his career, but I knew, he was governor of Arkansas. That's how I kind of take it. But when they were telling this story about the 1994 Arkansas National Championship season and naming all the players, I was like, I'm sitting here thinking, I can do that. I can do that. That was, there's a lot happening, even in that, 2 minutes there of Jerry and, Jerry with the best catch of the season, catching himself. Yeah. All of that's happening there. Tad, and then just him no one knows what to do. You know what I mean? Like, is this really happening?
Did everyone stand up, all the media?
They didn't stand up, but there wasn't one cell phone that wasn't out taking a video. And of course that's how it goes. But but you said it best. I mean, you weren't expecting to get a lot of information based off draft stuff, but they certainly gave some, and Steven did with the comment about Pickens.
Your reaction to the Pickens story?
Well, my first thought was I kind of looked around like, this is new, right? Sometimes you think, you can't ever catch up on all the stuff that's being reported and things like that, and so I'm like, wait. This isn't something that has said before, and I'm kind of looking around like, okay, just make sure I heard that right. Yeah. It was that part of the press conference, where you're kind of, you're not tuning out, but you're just kind of processing everything. When he said that, I was like, wait a second. And then why? Why would you do that? You don't have to do this. Mm-hmm. This is it just sounds like. Like when my kid doesn't want to eat this for dinner. He's like, I don't want to eat any dinner. I don't want to eat anything at all. You're like, all right, you're just making a statement. And that's kind of what this is. It's like, well, no, we're not going to negotiate at all. I think that just shows how far off they are, but also just how committed they are to him playing on the tag and just wanting to see what he can do. Again, do what he did last year and do it again.
Are you worried about this having a really negative impact on the season?
I mean, well, if there wasn't drama, then it wouldn't be normal. So, I mean, there's got to be something, right? It's all, but I'm not saying it's a good thing. I mean, you would love because I think that's what helped them last year, the fact that they had Pickens and CD there all off season, all of training camp, competing, and doing their thing. They were ready to go into the season and enroll. And I don't know if it'll be like that. So it has to be concerning. And that's why you wonder, how it all leads into tonight and the decisions that they're making. And yes, I do know the draft is tonight, by the way. Yeah, I heard that Archer this morning. No, Archer was great. But I know he joked about that. Like that, the draft is tonight. Yeah, I was told this morning it was.
We'll get to the draft. One more thing. And I understand this would have been if we're playing in Madden, there's no human emotions. This would have been my preference of, let's see it one more time. All right, let's just make sure he's worth, giving another $30 million to at the receiver position. But that's from afar. You're in there every day. And what I find the most interesting, Nick, and correct this if it needs to be corrected, it doesn't seem like the front office is listening to their leadership, because unless they're doing a masterful job of overselling it publicly, Brian Schottenheimer, Dak Prescott, and CeeDee Lamb could not come across as bigger fans of George Pickens than they have. And Jerry and Steven, right? They can only be around the locker room so much. If my three big dogs and leaders are saying he's good to go, trust us, he's the right type of dude, and I'm not listening to it, I'm like, nah, we need it. It doesn't seem like they're listening to what at least those three have said publicly.
Well, maybe not, but I think they're also, and maybe they are listening, but they're also, what's louder than that is what Pickens and the agent are saying of what the number is. I mean, maybe that's, you can say all these nice things and like, hey, he's ready, he's good to go, but if he was really, really good to go, then they'd sign, he would sign the tag, or they would be at a spot where it makes more sense. It just seems like it's a business, and they're far off in what they think last year's season is worth, and what he's going to do, and what the Cowboys are like. Listen, we know what we saw, but also let's not forget he was making $3 million, $4 million a year, and look at all the fines that he took and he was willing to take. Now you're going to give him $27 million, if not more, per year. Yeah. What happens then? And so obviously it didn't keep him from being there on time, and maybe missing an occasional bus meeting, whatever it was. And I'm not saying it hurt him so much on the field all the time, but you throw even more money out there, you wonder how things change. We've seen it. I mean, the Cowboys, they've been burned several times here in the last few years about guys that they've given big contracts to, and the production has dropped off dramatically. I don't think you could say that about Dak and CD, but just about every other guy, it has happened.
Nick, if you thought they had a 10% chance of drafting a wide receiver tonight before this news, after this, where would you put it at?
You mean in the first round?
Yeah.
40%? Yeah, 40. I mean, 35, 40%. I think the guy that they like, I don't know, will even be there at 12. I mean, that would probably make things a lot easier. It's almost the opposite of last year when they wanted McMillan to be there, and then he wasn't, and then I think if he is there,
and who is that?
And I'm talking about Tyson. I think if he is there, then I think that poses an interesting question. If you've got, if you've got him there, and then you've got some other defensive guys that can help you, maybe their grade isn't as high, and that's where it comes down to. And I always said, everyone likes to say, best player available, and I've always thought it's more best available need. And this is going to really push that to the limit tonight if that happens, because they're probably going to have, stronger needs for a pass rusher or linebacker that aren't going to be graded as high as like maybe the receiver or an offensive tackle. And then you wonder, now, I'll say this, I think there is a need at offensive tackle, so it wouldn't hurt my feelings if they go that route. But
yeah,
I just think I think offensive players are more in play for the Cowboys than we thought going into this draft.
Who do you know that they really like?
Like guys that they won't get, or guys that are you talking about
first rounders? Like, who do you know that they love? I don't care where, how high up they are.
I mean, I think the guy, if you're going to trade up for someone, I think the one that would make the most sense if he were to fall would be Reese. I mean, obviously he's probably going to go number 2, but I mean, I don't know if they would trade up for, number 6 for anyone other than that. I could be wrong. I mean, it could be smoke screens on a lot of this. Styles could be in play there, but I would think it would either be Reese or Styles that you would maybe trade. Like, oh, well, I'm surprised he's still there. But I don't know. I mean, Downs and Delane, I think they just hope that they fall. Now you might trade a little bit. I know the Kansas City trade, that sounds awesome for the Cowboys. I don't know if it sounds so great for Kansas City. It seems like it's contrasting opinions for Kansas City. At 9, they're okay moving back to 12 because there's still options there. But somehow at 29 they would just be happy to just jump up to 20. I mean, that it seems like it doesn't really work for Kansas City as much. Maybe it does. You don't know what their board looks like, but I think that would be the perfect scenario for the Cowboys. That trade right there, to me, is perfect because at 9 you're going to get who you want. I believe. And at 29,
what do you think their board? Forget Reese and Bailey. At 9 or at 12, with all the availables, what do you think their board looks like?
I think you can get Delane and Downs, or not both. I think you get one or the other there. I think they're hoping at 12 it falls to them. I think at 9 it pretty much locks it in that you would get one of those two guys and improve your secondary just like that. And the good thing about the Downs, I mean, I think he's, somebody showed me this the other day. It was probably just, I'm sure this is going around the league. Everyone's got this crumpled up piece of paper, but I saw the Caleb Downs no matter what, as a meme or whatever, obviously referring to the draft day clip. But I think it's Downs because when you think about what he gives you, I was doing my 7-round mock and I was like, and that's about where it ends. Okay, it ends right there. If I could get one tonight, I'll be, or not tonight, but if I get one in the whole weekend, I'll be excited. But the thing is I was going through it. I was like, all right, I'm going to put Downs here at 12. It probably will be more like 9 or 10 if they have to trade. But and then I'm like, I don't really have a corner. But then when you stop and think about it, the reason why he is who he is because he is going to come in there and play slot corner for you.
Yeah.
And so that's why he is so valuable. He can return kicks if you need to. But, I mean, he's just so dynamic, and I hate to compare a guy like that, but, I mean, it just seems like there's some Ed Reed to him. And if everybody in the league thought that, he wouldn't fall to 12. I understand that. But it just seems like he's got that. And, I was looking at it, and I was like, I got Georgia guys, I got Ohio State guys, and I'm thinking, well, if there's any teams that have dominated college football the last 2 years, it's been, those teams in Alabama, and here's Downs, who's played for 2 of them, and a lot of Georgia guys in there as well. So can't go wrong, I think, with those players.
Nick Eatman with us here on the Fan. Nick, we've obviously talked about Delane Downs styles. A lot of those guys. Keldrick Falk has been mentioned at 20. What's the scenario or the player that you've heard around there at some point that you're like, this hasn't been talked about as much, but this person or this player should be on the radar for fans tonight at 12 or 20?
Well, I was surprised to hear about some Oregon players.
Ooh.
Yeah. And so, but I don't know. I honestly, their wipeout scenarios, I think can get. But I think when they sit around and do the mock drafts in there, I think sometimes like this time we're going to have some fun with it. We're going to do it a little spicy this time. I think that the Thiedemann is interesting just because he's a guy that's so smart, really fast. He's going to be kind of that quarterback of your defense. I mean, he's one. I know he's been mentioned a lot there too. I'm intrigued about Hood, because, and I know RJ, I'm sure you've seen him a lot, but it's one of those things where usually when they've been mentioned for so long, it's like it's probably not going to happen. I feel like Colton Hood's been on the radar for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And so I kind of wonder about him. And the roller coaster ride, it seems like, is been C.J. Allen. That one, I mean, it depends on who you talk to. Sometimes it's he'd be great right there at 20. Nah, a little worried about injury. Some people are like, nah, if we could get him, even before 20. So I would look at C.J. Allen too. I think that's interesting. But I mean, Georgia and Oregon, those two right there. I think you've got a couple of players each from each school that I think the Cowboys are looking at.
9:31 on the Fan Cam. Good job.
Yes.
Look at you. Yeah, look at that.
Yes. I almost. What did I text you? I was gonna. I don't know why I was feeling cocky, and I was like, "I'll get you 1,000."
Oh.
I'm like, no, I can't.
Yeah, 9 o'clock hours less people though. They're at work. So if you were at 7, you would have gotten 1,000.
Okay, all right. It's not bad. Not bad. I was just thinking like I'm setting myself up for disaster because then you guys are gonna be like, "Good job, 200."
Thank you, brother. Great stuff. Appreciate you.
All right, guys. See ya.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. You want to empty it?
Yeah, we can talk about some stuff.
Bobby's going to empty the stuff he's been hanging on to.
Oh, baby.
In crosstalk to get you ready for tonight after this.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's right. We're going to save you some money on your energy costs. Everything is expensive right now. Your energy doesn't have to be. Base Power. Switch on over. I'm saving 15% a month. Sean's saving 20% a month at Base Power.
For 15 years, my dad's been bugging me. Get a generator. Get a generator. Of the big freeze, you had your son sleeping in the living room with the electric fireplace. Stop depriving them. I've never been quoted less than 5 figures for a generator setup until now. Get that and cheaper electricity per month at basepowercompany.com/thefan. $100 total discount right now. Basepowercompany.com.
price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
We made it, Sean!
Why were you trying to mess with me during my Wild Fork read?
I just wanted to know. I think you misinterpreted. I wanted to see all the specials you had pulled up on your computer.
No.
How do you know that?
Because I know you.
What?
I know you by now. And I know you're up to something or trying to screw with me. But
were you ever worried that if you didn't know me by now, that you would never know me by now? If you don't know,
you will never, ever, never know me. I don't know the next. No one knew the next. That was the next.
It was the news.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, today at 11:40, we will talk with the guy who was the highest drafted Indiana quarterback
Might
for at
still
least
be.
a few more hours. Yeah, maybe
Who knows?
so. Ty Simpson goes number one.
Now, Jay Glazer said he's going tonight. I thought that was big.
Ty Simpson?
Yeah. So I was trying to figure out
to who
after us. Is there an obvious after us? He also said the Rams are not trading up. So after the Cowboys at 20, or between 12 and 20, 12 on, could you have fun with someone trading out of 20 to let them get to your spot to take Simpson? Who's the obvious after?
The first obvious one is right after you, which is Pittsburgh. But Pittsburgh.
Mike McCarthy loves
Garrett Usmeyer.
No. Will Howard.
Yeah, there's that.
That's right.
Pittsburgh, I'm trying to think after that. Cleveland could always draft a quarterback.
Okay, the Rams are at 13. If he says they won't trade up, could that mean
Rams are drafting a quarterback?
They could take him. I
don't know if it'll be him, but I think they're going to take a quarterback.
You remember Albert Breer a couple months ago when they said Cowboys at 20, no, then Breer went, and then it was, what? And he said, the only reason why I hesitate, probably not. The only reason why I hesitate is because they're going to need to find that replacement at some point. So I don't think it would be them, but Breer at least was like, a couple months ago.
What would that reaction be? If
Meltdown.
Ty Simpson went to the Cowboys at pick 20.
Meltdown.
I would throw my microphone across the room at Pluckers and start drinking until tomorrow.
Okay.
Out of celebration or depression?
Depression.
Oh, okay.
What did you just say, Ralph?
Why? Because I don't want a quarterback with those picks.
Okay.
You've
Good
talked. Chop, I've listened. You talk about it every day. This defense needs so much.
I know. I was asking your point.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, like, I've gone away.
It makes sense if Dak, knock on wood, gets hurt next year.
Sure.
Like last year at this time, none of us are killing that.
No.
Huh?
We got Sam Howell.
That's right.
Yeah.
We did it.
Anyway, you said the Jets at 16 maybe for Simpson?
Sure, that's one of the teams that's talked about it before or been talked about in relation to that is that they could do that.
Do you think that's part of the reason why Arizona so desperately wants to trade down? Not only because they don't love pick 3, but they want to add that ammunition so then they can slide in and get Simpson?
I think they like some of the linemen. And so they want to move back because I don't think they want to necessarily take one of the linemen at 3.
Arizona 28.
That's where the next quarterback is?
That's Simpson.
But Houston wants to come up.
Well, we all want to come up in life.
That's true. Yeah. But then, they would have to place. They would be bailing out at that point. No. I'm just saying, if they're at 28, then they want to go up. I don't know that they'd be willing to go back.
I'm sorry. I was looking at Matt Miller's projected trade that had Arizona moving with Houston to 28 to go ahead and do it. Sorry, Corey. What's coming up?
We also have Sean Merriman joining us at 12:20, and then Ted Wynn will join us at 12:40 today. So action-packed expressway with football guests.
Bob?
Yes.
What have you been keeping from us over the past few months?
Hell, dude.
Not keeping from, just some of the stuff that you hear that you don't want to empty out too early. Like, for instance, we had talked about the Tyson stuff 2 weeks ago as being a possibility of just maybe they could go that way. I'd say that there's a couple things that I think are worth keeping in mind tonight. First off, I think the most powerful voice in that room that's not Will McClay, that's not Jerry Jones, that's not Stephen Jones. I think the most powerful voice in that room tonight is Christian Parker. And I think in terms of not just clearly of like, well, yeah, they want to get players that he wants. No, like, I mean, I think like if it's like he, in similar ways in the past when we've thought about Rod Marinelli really pounding the table for somebody that maybe, well, the board has this guy a little bit higher. I think Christian Parker is winning those battles tonight if he wants to have them.
How do you think that conversation is Schottenheimer sits back and lets it happen, or that he and then interjects himself at the end, or do you think that he's right there?
I think they look at
him?
it so much like the defense is so in need of fixing, and this is who they've trusted to do it, that they're looking at it like, we're going to trust him to know what it looks like. Mm-hmm. And so if he's telling us he really needs somebody for it, we're going to lean towards that really heavily.
If I'm shoddy, like that's
I think Parker already won certain fights on their stack. Like I think certain players have been stacked in a way because Parker won the argument.
Jerry's sitting there kind of doing his thing. If I'm shoddy, I say that's exactly what I want to. You know, like you hired this guy, you got to support this guy.
To me, it's not shoddy allowing it; it's Will.
And I don't think it, by the way, very clearly, I don't think it's like a division thing, like a resentment that Parker's winning.
Yeah.
I just think in the course of them debating things, Parker's argument has won more consistently is what it is. And I think that'll probably continue throughout the draft.
Let McClay pick all the first-round guys, and then let Parker pick all the guys after that.
Yeah. I'm down. Because here's my thing. You know, when this team is drafted really, really well, they've just put your trust in Will McClay. Just let him do it. And then when you start letting coaches get involved, and this is why I don't like coaches drafted, because they draft a specific guy for their thing, great, and that's
and they leave.
Yeah, how long do we expect Christian Parker to be here for?
3 years,
2 years.
Okay, 2 years.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna spend my draft pick based on who you want, and you be gone in 2 years because you're going to take a head coaching job.
The idea is that Christian Parker very clearly built his own staff. The idea is you're building somebody, and you're building a philosophy that will live past Parker being here.
Unless he takes that guy with him. To be his coordinator.
Oh.
I think for myself, if everybody was there, I originally thought Styles would have been at the top of this. I think the order in which they would take the three that we've talked about, I think the order is Downs, Delane, Styles. I think Styles would be third.
Ooh, below Delane.
I think Delane would go. I think if they were looking at Delane and Styles, they would take Delane. Because I think I think a lot of what Christian Parker does, I don't think the linebacker is going to be as big of a focus for Parker as people have thought it would be.
If there were a trade back at 20, how in play do we think Chris Johnson is?
Why do you have to trade back?
Oh.
At 20, Chris Johnson could be in play for them, I think.
Okay.
Depending on what they do at 12.
Do y'all feel like that would be an overdraft?
They don't.
Okay.
No, I think they think that'd be...
Which is all that's really relevant for
this. I think that, and if they didn't get him there, somebody else very easily could get him right after you, like a couple picks after you.
Get Delane and Johnson.
I think that...
I'd be fine. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
I know we've talked about like Tyson or whatever. I don't think that you can just automatically rule out, like I mean, we heard Nick saying, well, I think they could have a needed offensive lineman. I think that there's a lot of long-term doubt with Guyton for them, enough so that if they were to take somebody, it would be about Guyton more than it would be about Steele.
Well, at least there's no long-term doubt about George Pickett. Oh, wait.
Well, and then there you go. So the other thing about this is if they were to take Tyson tonight, I think there are a few different avenues that could play out. Like they could draft somebody, or they could draft somebody and just say, all right, Pickens is playing like this. All right, we'll work with you on a trade. We'll do this and that. I do think that one of the things on the table, and what I would guess very easily could happen, is I do think that it should not be ruled out that they would just take the tag off him and let him become a free agent. Like I think he would become a free agent, free up the cap space, and then now I think Max Crosby's back on the table. If that happened, if it played out that way.
Tyson's going to be gone by 12, though,
probably.
Right?
And you're not dealing
him.
You're not going to deal him for anything.
You would. I think it's one of the avenues
Nick
that
told me, by the way, in a text, by the way, you're not getting a comp. That comp pick I keep thinking they would get, he says his understanding is you don't get it.
If you remove the tag from him, yes, you don't. Not at that point.
No.
Dang, for nothing.
Yeah.
For $27 million that now nobody else has when Max Crosby's available again during the summer.
He wasn't even that great. He was only second team All-Pro. Why not give him away for nothing?
Yeah, you don't need that.
Yeah.
You don't need that. You have to get something for him. And
but
if I
tell you it's Tyson and Crosby or Pickens.
Well, we don't. I mean,
are you? By the way, because we've talked about much of the stuff you've mentioned. Off air. You're not thinking. You're not hearing anything on Crosby. That's you.
I think that right now there's nothing on Crosby. I think that if they all of a sudden had $28 million free, I think they pick up a phone. Okay, and I think that would be part of their, like, all right, how do we evaluate things and how do we attack things?
Albert Breer's final mock, Dylan Thieneman at 12 to the Cowboys. And happy birthday to one of our top Tolos, Emilio. You're appreciated. Appreciated.
Man.
Draft coverage.
Emilio.
What?
I mean, Breer's. I trust Albert.
Do you know where
You were fine with him at 20.
Were those three defensive players off the board? The three that we've talked about.
In that world, that should be everybody's wiped off the board before 11, and then
they get Falk
and you can't trade back to get anything done.
They get Falk at 20, by the way.
I don't think it's impossible they pick Thieneman at 12. That's an avenue. I just don't think it's the most likely one.
All right, I'll read the board.
Yeah.
Bailey at 2.
You read the board.
Wait, who was 1?
Yeah.
Love at 3.
Oh.
Wow.
No, SI. I don't want to register to continue. I think I'm going to get blocked here by the SI.
Oh, wow.
I think I'm done.
That's it.
Get Mike Fisher's password.
A good run, guys.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
All I got is 1, 2, 3 for you.
And Vale says 1 and only
you didn't even
mock.
tell us 1.
Did they bring Thieneman in for the 30 visits?
I don't believe they did. All right, it's 3 Love, 4 Reese to the Titans, 5 Tate to the Giants, Fano to the Browns.
Wait, Tate to the Giants?
Tate to the Giants at 5, 7 Styles to the Commanders, 8 Delane to the Saints, 9 Tyson to the Chiefs, 10 Downs to the Giants, 11 Bain to the Dolphins. So yeah, that's everybody pretty much off the board.
That's wiped.
And everyone told me, don't be mad that the Giants got at 10. We'll see what happens tonight with Caleb.
We'll find out.
Draft coverage at 6. We'll be at Pluckers at 6. Enjoy the show. Back with you tomorrow morning. The KNC Masterpiece gets you even more set after this.
Roger that, Sally.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And, of course, the famous Safe Search, Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. And I feel like I've already broken Corey's heart today because he's asked me if I watch Draft Day, and I was like, no.
It's okay. You still have time.
I won't.
You still have time to watch Draft Day before the draft today. I think I'm gonna because it's an annual thing. This is 877-881-1053. Let Kevin know that you also enjoy Draft Day every year. It's like watching Vacation every year around Christmas. You have to do it so that you can get prepared for everything.
Except that movie is good.
Draft Day is amazing. It's a documentary, essentially, on the real-life Cleveland Browns.
Okay, what would you do if Will McClay or whoever on the Cowboys, they opened up their piece of paper and it said Keldrick Falk, no matter what?
Did he get his picks back is what I want to know. Did he also get his picks and the player? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. I'm a little delirious right now, Kevin, because you asked how we're doing. I'm a little delirious. Last night was a late night, but as per usual, I didn't stay up to watch the entire game.
Will you reset that philosophy for people who are not familiar with hockey philosophy?
I have a hard and fast rule. I love the Stars and I love playoff hockey. However, during the week, on an 8:95 drop, whatever time it was last night when they decided to actually start the game, it's almost 100.
Would that be 9:35?
Sure, sounds good to me, Kevin. Whenever they decide to start a game,
that's right.
If it's like that, and it goes to overtime, I will not watch overtime. It was almost midnight, and I was like, I got stuff to do. I got to get kids to school in the morning. Guess what? I've seen every goal scored except for the last one.
Okay.
And you know what? When I wake up in the morning, they will have lost or won, just like when I went to bed. Now, do I miss out on the excitement of that moment where you're like, yes, and then you finally turn the TV off and go to bed? Yes, I do miss out on that. But I saw all the fun stuff that led up to it. And so that is my hard and fast rule is I will not stay up for an 8:40 drop whenever it's a weeknight. Now, weekends, I'll watch the entire thing.
Okay.
So, and we did find out Game 5 is a 7 o'clock drop, as it should be.
And that means it might actually start at like 7:05. So,
and yes, from the 210 BPAP on, that's the way. That is a philosophy. Best player available at position of need. BPAP on. Don't forget about it.
Yeah, no, and for the person who's like, I've never seen Draft Day either, no, I saw it. It's terrible. We did a fan event, which that was really fun, but then I'm sure some people wanted us to pretend like the movie was good, and everyone's like, oh, yeah, it's so good. And I was like, that movie sucked. Because I don't know if the makers of that movie has ever seen the draft or understand how the draft works.
I think it's the second watch that really gets you. You know,
it's it.
Yeah, that's the one where you're like, oh, I didn't pick up on these nuances before, and then the second watch, it's kind of like watching Napoleon Dynamite. The first time you're like, what is this? Or Anchorman. The first time I saw Anchorman, I was like, nah. And then I watched it again. I was like, most quotable movie ever. Now I'm not saying that Draft Day is the most quotable.
Okay.
But it feels more real the second time.
Okay. Well, we all made it to the beginning of the NFL draft. We'll be taking over all of the pluckers tonight across the DFW. Alec, Arlington Heights. Yes?
Arlington Highlands.
Highlands.
Yes.
You're going to get it right one day, bro.
Yeah.
Today should have been the day.
It should have been.
Hey, look, you got it. Look, if you type in Arlington H pluckers, you'll get there. Yeah, you'll get there.
Yeah.
Corey will not be in the H. He'll be in Allen.
I'll be in the A.
And I will.
Don't like that.
Okay, I just want to let y'all know.
So it's going to be a great day for Corey. I'll be at the pluckers in Dallas.
I told you I was pretty delirious, even though I went to bed on time. I didn't sleep well last night.
Okay.
All right, so I've had some allergy problems. Anyways, didn't sleep well. Yeah. Here's how delirious I am at the moment. Earlier, I was going to the bathroom, and I saw one of our female salespeople in the sales area, and I said, oh, man, I hope she doesn't come into the bathroom and want to talk, because I just thought it was a regular person, not a woman.
I don't know if you phrased that right at
Like I said,
all.
it's going to be a weird day for me, guys.
Good God, we got so much to talk about. Not your shocking views about bathroom etiquette.
Y'all can be disappointed in the way that I do this Stars thing, but I've been doing this for about 7 years now. So,
all right, let's go to, and that's a shorter amount of time that it's been since the Stars won their first game of the playoffs. All right, let's go. Look it up. It's true. Give me cut number 6. This is how it ended at 12:54 a.m.
Back again for Heiskanen. Wrist shot taken, fended off, they score! Out in front, Wyatt Johnston in the right place at the right time. He does it again, and Dallas wins game 3 in double overtime.
By the way, what a downgrade that TV broadcast was, and just lack of excitement about anything.
Dude, Victory Plus is great, though, right?
Well, here's the thing about that. So it was just a huge downgrade, and I thought the level of non-excitement all night from those fellas was really disappointing. But the Dallas Stars get the victory. They win the game 4-3. They are up in the series 2-1. It was obviously, as you can probably guess, a terribly exciting game. But I have a potentially confusing thought that came away from this game, and I hope you guys will roll with me on this, and then you can tell me if you think that I'm stupid. So 3 of the Stars' 4 goals came on the power play. But for a lot of the night, I thought the power play was not good whatsoever. And here's what I mean by that. When Minnesota retook the lead, or took the lead at 3-2. It was following a crushingly terrible power play. And then you gave up a really good shorthanded chance. And so there were those moments in the power play that I was like, what the hell is happening? But if you walk away with 3 power play goals, including the game winner, you got to be like, hell yeah, we're the best. And then I want that stupid Minnesota Wild player who's like, well, they could only beat us 5-4. Well, you know what? We still won.
Blaine. Yeah, winning is winning. Winning at the end of the day, however we win. They don't ask how, they ask how many. All right? That's a Shoresy quote right there, Kevin. They don't ask how, they ask how many. And that's exactly what I feel like whenever you do the game. Nobody's going to look back and go, man, they scored all their goals on power plays. Not a single person will. They'll just look at the score and go, that series was over, wasn't it? They dusted them.
And what did Kevin Hagelin say during the break to us over and over again? If 5-4 decisions are good enough for the Supreme Court to make rule of law in this country, it's good enough for a hockey.
Yeah, that's what Kevin's always said.
He would not stop saying that.
The first day I met Kevin, first thing he said was that. So
yeah. Yeah, he goes, a 5-4 majority is good enough for a lot of things.
He said, what are the appellate courts for? You know?
Oh, my good God. None of that.
That one.
Oh, geez, Louise. None of that.
He said, don't even get me started on executive orders.
I will. I want to kind of take it back to the first goal.
Yes, as long as I can answer this person's question. Who's the player of the game? Matt Duchene.
Matt Duchene was phenomenal last night.
Corey.
Robertson was on his way to it. Matt Duchene. And Kevin, we have seen the next step for Jason Robertson, I believe. He's there.
Jason Robertson has scored a goal in 6 straight playoff games for the Stars going back to last year. That is the longest playoff goal-scoring streak in franchise history.
There were some last year, Kevin, that I thought weren't important goals. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you score a goal when you're down.
I get it.
4-1 and you're 4-0. You score a goal and it's like, okay, these have been important goals, and he's getting shots off that are important moments. Not all of them are going in, but he's set up for those shots because of the way he's playing right now. But that first goal last night, Kevin, was phenomenal. The setup on the power play, it touched everybody's stick, touched the puck, and it was one of those where you just said they drew that, they practiced that, they practiced it beautifully. What a pass by Duchene to get it into the zone. And then all of a sudden, everybody's bop, 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 in. It was phenomenal. And so that made me feel like, okay, the Stars are on one tonight. They brought the physicality. It looked like Minnesota throughout the night was like, all right, we have no other option but to try and beat them up. because we can't hang with them. And they did that throughout the night. They did beat up the Stars, and the Stars pushed back too. But I felt that that Minnesota played so sloppy and so poorly that I was in shock that they were tied and then ahead in this game at all, because it was very opportunistic moments. If you watched that game overall, the Stars dominated the whole game, except for those moments where those pucks just ended up in the net, and that was frustrating. But they came back at the end, got the goal they needed, put one in there, and then obviously with the Wyatt Johnston goal that everybody saw.
Well, and first of all, I think the officiating continues to be really confusing throughout this series.
Fickle and
yes. Because last night there were times when it felt like the officiating crew was like, F it. It's a playoff game. Do what you got to do. And then there were other times it was like, oh, hold on.
Late in that game, it just felt like, all right, you.
Yeah, and you're just like, let's go ahead and call 8,000 penalties. But I don't think Minnesota can complain, because for what has been such a vaunted power play after they scored on I believe it was their first power play opportunity, they went 0 for 6 after that. So, first of all, I don't really think you've got a spot to complain if you have 6 straight unsuccessful power plays. But then also, crazy shout out to the Stars penalty kill. And let's focus in on Miro. So, Miro last night, 43 minutes and 5 seconds of total ice time. 20 of that was on special teams. Actually, he's kind of close to 21. He had almost 11 minutes on the power play and almost 10 minutes on the penalty kill. So, when the stakes were highest, he was out there on both sides of special teams. Just incredible.
I want to give Spitz from the Spitz and Suds podcast some credit on this. He pointed out at some point, Miro needs to take a shot on the power play. They have to start thinking that a shot can come from there. Otherwise, everybody just collects around the net, and they're not skating out and creating the space that the Stars needed. And finally, he did a little later in the game, and that helped out late. So that's an essential thing right there, dude. I'm also just absolutely impressed. The Jason Robertson goal in Game 2, the Wyatt Johnston game winner here, with the ability to deflect in traffic.
Yeah.
Dude, he just stuck his stick out there, and that thing popped up just enough. It's amazing. And obviously,
it really is.
It's just a special skill to add to what else they do. But, Kevin, the other thing that I love seeing about these guys last night is that puck was moving.
Yeah.
Whenever we've played Edmonton, don't you feel like there's a guy, the Stars have been standing there going back and forth, and Edmonton just sending the puck all over the place, and you're like, where's it going to, oh, crap! That's what I feel like the Stars are doing right now, and it's part of Gullitson's process, but that puck is moving around and getting guys out of position to create these things. It's a fun one right now, man.
The Duchesne goal.
I'm glad I predicted a win last night. I did.
Okay.
During crosstalk.
The Duchesne goal felt like kind of a Sandlot football goal, just a little bit, because Mikko had his shot, and then he took his time, and he was patient.
Beautiful.
Patient. And Duchesne, he wasn't like waving his arm like a wide receiver, but he was kind of like, look at me, I'm right here. And then, it was a great pass to score that goal.
Did you get when Mikko didn't take the first shot, were you like, duh? Because I was too, but then I said, okay, hold on.
A little bit, because we were to the point in the game, obviously, where I kind of think, hey, just fire it up at the cage and see what happens.
You know what they didn't do last night? They never rushed the process. They never looked panicked to get those shots off. They looked like they had in mind what they were trying to do. That's the difference, I think, Kevin, in this Stars team right now, is they looked like they knew what they wanted to do, rather than just being like, we only have a little bit of time left. We got to do this. Even on power plays, whenever they had the 5-on-3, they didn't rush it, and they didn't get the goal.
Yeah.
But they also didn't turn the puck over and end up in a fast break the other way. So, those things were positives for them, too.
So Duchesne has that goal. He had the 2 assists, but then also on the shorthanded opportunity that I thought Ottinger made a really good save, but then there was still a rebound there to be had, and Duchesne was there to break it up. I thought Ottinger really tightened up after the McCarron, I think it was the McCarron goal, where you were kind of like, the hell was that? Like, you had a clear line of sight, and they talked about it on the TV broadcast, a mostly clear line of sight. It looked like he just did not pick up the puck whatsoever. And, of course, you go back to the blocker side because that is going to be the most effective against Ottinger and probably most goalies. So I think you got a lot of the Ottinger experience last night, too.
I was a little scared for Boldy at one point whenever Jamie Benn just leveled him, and then I was scared for Jamie Benn. I was like, oh, no, is that going to be a bad thing? But I was like, why did he? That's a wild jump from Jamie Benn right there. He's an old man. But it turned out okay, and also screw those guys, But I will give Minnesota's St. Paul some credit, man. That was a good room last night, too. That was a good room for good hockey.
Yeah, and then you got to see them all be sad at the end of the game. So, Stars win 4-3.
Can you imagine going to work this morning after that loss for them?
No.
And being like, oh, we stayed up that late for this?
Yeah, no, brutal, absolutely. And so then, no thank you to the rest of this series, though, because they've decided to take all the time in the world like the NBA. Should have Game 4 should be Friday. Game 5 should be Sunday, and Game 6 should be Tuesday if you need it. But instead, Game 4 is Saturday, and Game 5 is Tuesday. So there's an extra day built into both of them.
I'm okay.
I hate it.
I have an event Friday night, so I am.
Well, you didn't watch overtime anyway. What do you care?
Well, what did I say? On weekends, I stay up and watch it all.
Well, you can just record it. I'll show you how to do it. We're the KNC Masterpiece. It's really easy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, that is the NBA. We'll talk Rangers, Pirates, and the grounded to the wild and wacky. We've got NFL draft prop bets next right here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go.
888-833-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And a swing here and a drive. That's out of the ballpark. Fair or foul. That's about as high as the foul pole. It hits the top of the foul pole. Are you kidding me? That grazed the very top of the foul pole. It is a home run for O'Neal Cruz with 2 men on board. The Pirates lead 8-4. I have never seen that.
Well, now you have, Matt Hicks.
Yeah, and that was his lone hit of the night. He also struck out 3 times, but who cares about all of that? I think he was like, yeah, let's see you stop this one, Evan Carter. And it was pretty amazing, but unfortunately, it led to the 8-4 defeat for the Rangers. Also got some NFL draft prop bets for you in here, but this kind of fits the narrative that we've been discussing of, once again, you saw the Rangers put up a fight late when they put up 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th to tie the game. Although, to be fair, I can see how you, Alec, or anybody would be like, hey, that's great. I don't really care because you ended up giving it right back in the top of the 9th. So good job.
You know, that is a problem that I need to get past mentally, is whenever I see a bullpen guy or relief pitcher in and we're down, I just immediately go, oh, well, this one's over.
Oh man, yeah.
But that's not the nature of this team anymore, and I need to get past that. And I wonder
sometimes, yeah.
Well, and I wonder, are Tolos, Rangers fans, are you in that place too? Because last year was that last year conditioned me to be that way, and there have been more opportunities, at least for them to try to come back, even though it's not as successful. But I have these moments where I'm just like, well, okay, it was fun. We'll see how things end.
So Cole Winn was disappointing last night. He came in and immediately there's a couple of runners on, and then they eventually bring in Beeks. He gives up the bomb. You lose the game 8-4. I will bring up this.
Was Leiter a disappointment to you, or did his defense let him down last night?
Yeah, I mean, I think the defense is part of it, but he was part of it too. Yeah. When so bizarre, when he tripped over the on-deck circle.
Yeah, and then his ankles was bugging him after that.
And you immediately saw people were like, oh my gosh, are you okay? Are you okay? But it has been a... Look, you're right. Defense takes some of the blame for last night for sure, but it has just not been anywhere near as dominant of a Jack Leiter as
I expected and hoped for.
Well, especially after the first 2 starts, right?
Yeah.
Those first 2 starts, you're like, holy moly, here we go. And then he got kind of touched up against the Dodgers, and part of that was because he walked a whole bunch of people. And look, this is not always as simplistic as this, but first 2 starts, 11 innings, 2 walks.
Okay.
Last 3 starts, 14 1/3, 9 walks.
I think it is pretty simple. Like, now, the solution might not be as simple.
Yes.
But it kind of goes back to attacking the strike zone and not nibbling, not giving yourself opportunities to not, and making sure you have the command of all your pitches, mostly your fastball. But then whenever teams do start to catch up to that, making those small little tweaks. And Kevin, maybe you make those tweaks after Game 30. So we got some time here.
It could be. I will say another positive thing when we talk about that comeback. Jared Sandler threw this out there. There's only 2 players this season in Major League Baseball with 12-plus hits and 8-plus RBIs from inning 7 on. And it's Kyle Tucker and Jake Berger. So early on, if you need that offensive spark in the last third of the game, clearly Jake Berger has been one of the best to do it in all of baseball. On the flip side, this is kind of what we were afraid would happen yesterday. Wyatt Langford does go on the 10-day injured list with the grade 1 flexor strain, although even Langford himself has said he expects that he will only need the 10 days and will be back ready to go on day 11.
And there's no retroactive days either.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Because that was like immediate.
Exactly. In his stead, Alejandro Osuna has been called up. Obviously, I'm really excited to see what kind of playing time he gets and if he can do anything.
You've always wanted him to replace Wyatt Langford.
Definitely not that.
Okay.
But then we said this could be the case. Mark Church has been assigned outright to Round Rock AAA. We talked about it. If he cleared waivers, which we both thought there was a pretty good shot that would happen. That is the case. So Mark Church still in the organization, though obviously he's going to have to clean up a bunch of stuff as well if he is going to be able to progress back up to the big club.
A couple people, Kevin, texted in and say they totally agree when it comes to the relief pitcher situation based on, some of them wasn't last year alone. But the other thing now, is Josh Young going to be the MVP of this team by the end of this year?
I mean,
he's carrying
he definitely is, right?
He's carrying the offensive excitement for me because I feel like something special could happen now when he steps up to the plate rather than being very frustrated. And I don't know exactly, do you just say, you know what, we're keeping him right there behind Jock Peterson, or you know what, let's move him into that DH spot. Obviously, alternating righties and lefties is a big deal for Skip.
You're right.
I guess unless it's a left-handed pitcher, and then they're like, let's rock the right-handed group.
I think at this moment, I'm like, don't
mess with
anything.
Just let him be.
Yeah,
where
leave him
is.
be. Go ahead and give me cut number 1. And I asked for this because I was really hoping early on when you got this and it gave the Rangers the lead that this would be this was what gave you the lead and you never gave it up. Clearly, that is not the way it went. But go ahead and give me cut number 1.
1-2. Swinging Young, twists one deep down the line, right field side. O'Hearn on the track of the wall. This one's out of here. Young twists one just inside the pole. A 2-run home run, and the Rangers take a 2-1 lead.
What does twist mean? Did it kind of? Is he saying it's kind of hooking around and just?
Maybe it's because he was shouting when he was running around the base.
Twist and shout. Gotcha. Nice.
His OPS this month 1.126. But here's what I really want to point you to, and then we'll get to the prop bets. 8 strikeouts this month and 7 walks. So when we talked about his plate discipline, especially in those first 3 pitches, that is a huge part of it right now. 390 batting average, 448 on-base percentage for Josh Young this month. He has been tremendous. Now, NFL draft prop bets. How many times will Fernando Mendoza say God or Jesus during his ESPN interview?
3.
Ooh, Alec?
2.
You guys are both hitting the over.
2.5. Oh, really?
Over-under is 1.5.
1.5. Can I throw something? Can I just say one thing real quick? Josh Young right now, 90.9 exit velo. His best ever was 91 and 23.
Okay.
He's been in the the high 80s ever since. So this is the best that Josh Young's hitting in a long time.
Okay.
Back to prop bets.
How many dogs will be shown in the draftees' homes in round 1? And there's a lot that are not going to be there.
Especially Mendoza. I think he's going to have 3 dogs alone.
Oh, man, I didn't think about the multiple dog per house. Yeah. It's going to be that kind of night?
Yeah, 3-dog night.
I knew what he was doing.
I don't like that.
Okay, then how many dogs, Alec? And this just means actual dogs, not any unfortunate and negative commentary you might have otherwise.
Dog is.
I just said that. No.
My apologies.
Anywho. I'm thinking about the multiple dog situation now.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say 4.
How many?
4.
Okay.
Dude, your dog freak out whenever whenever everybody jumps up and cheers?
One of them.
Mine would jump up and cheer with you and just probably land in your he's a giant dog and he will jump up and be like, "Let me catch me."
It's the littler dog that does that. Our bigger dog, he's super chill and he's like, "Calm down."
What just happened?
It's only 1.5 on the dog count. So if you get one house
I'll take the over.
with a multiple dog situation, here you go. Woo! Now, in terms of the actual draft picks and stuff, number of trades in the top 10. Number of trades in top 10 picks. And by the way, if this is like we're swapping 5 for 7, that's 1.
3.
Okay. Ooh, busy.
Broadus said 4 yesterday.
Ooh. Alec, man, that would be crazy.
I'm thinking more like 2.
How wild would it be if there were only 2 trades the whole draft?
Well, then you got a chance to make money for sure because number of trades in the top 10, 1.5. But you just brought it up. Total trades in round 1?
In round 1?
Whole round.
I'll go 4.
Alec?
5.
Oh! Over under? 4.5.
Woo!
So you guys
living
are
dangerous.
Tremendous on either side. Now this one is really fun, but very subjective. The Roger Goodell boo count in the first round. Do you think he would get between 4 and 7 or 8+ boos?
They're in Pittsburgh.
That's true. And again, this feels a little subjective.
Does he get boos whenever he's going out to announce the Ravens? See, that's the.
I could see that. That still counts.
That counts.
And he'll get booed at the very beginning.
And then the Browns at 6. So I'm gonna go. Each person count as 1 boo.
Yes.
In the
Yes.
place. All right.
No,
70,000.
No, 1 sustained boo.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I'll go 3. 3 boos.
Okay, Alec.
I think he's going to get booed every single time.
Well,
when the Cowboys, they hate the Cowboys too.
I could see that.
They got 2 in the first round.
So 4 to 7 is the sweet spot. If you think it's only going to be 3 to 1 on your money.
Okay.
If you think it's going to be 8+, 2 1/4 your money.
I'm taking it.
I think that's not a bad idea. I think that's not a bad idea at all. All right, one more real quick for now. Will a current NFL player be traded in the first round?
I'm going to say yes. I really thought Dexter Lawrence would be it, but it's already happened.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say I think there's one out there.
Okay.
It's just waiting to see how this happens.
Alec?
Yes. And it will be Brian Thomas Jr. of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh.
I believe it's Jaguars. But
By the way,
thanks for the correction.
Yeah.
1.75 to 1 on your money if that does happen. Doesn't matter the player, when, whatever. One NFL player gets traded in the first round. 1.75.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 1.7521, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Okay, no,
we've
not
gone too far, guys.
Look, if we had our gambling show, then maybe I would lay it up. TO1. It was much like if I said yesterday you get Keldrick Falk and then you get Colton Hood. If you just say their last names in quick succession, it could lead to some problems.
How many people do you think are saying it in their car right now?
I could see that. Yeah. Check it out. Just like the very first time I saw on the sign at College Station, it was like Sofa King.
Yeah.
And I didn't get it until somebody's like, "Well, say it out loud." And I was like, gotcha. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do you actually care where the draft is held? Next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Back.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Now a 3rd and 11. Fake the handoff. Throw to the outside. Johnson dropped immediately. Heck of a tackle by Caleb Downs. That guy's all over the field, and Ohio State calls timeout.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, normally, I know we would do some baseball nuggets brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, of course, but we've got a jam-packed schedule talking stars leading into the NFL draft, taking over all of the pluckers tonight. So instead, right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and pip it.
Let's start with this question, and I've always wondered this. Do you care where the NFL draft is? Like, if it's not here, do you care?
A little bit.
Ooh, tell me more, please.
I am a sucker for aesthetic.
Okay.
And so whenever I get to see some of these shots, plus I've been watching a lot of the pit, so I do see some of these broad shots of the city. It's a beautiful city, dude. It really is. Despite whenever it starts snowing, it looks nasty. But it is like it's a really got the rivers, and we talk about that stadium all the time.
Sure.
For the Pirates.
That stadium is beautiful.
And whenever it was in Nashville, I thought it was cool to see the Strip. And so there have been some times where I'm just like, yeah, that's really cool. And I do like the environment of having like a significant fan base that is that city's, being there and having it as their own. The draft's fun. And it should be fun. That's why in Allen tonight at the draft party, where I'm going to be, and I know you guys are all going to be in different locations as well. I think Alec is going to be at Arlington Highlands.
That's right.
Just like I said.
Yeah, just like Kevin said.
The H.
And then you're going to be in the D. You're going to be in Dallas tonight, and I'll be in the A in Allen. And so, like,
holy moly,
that's where I think that like it's supposed to be a fun environment, and I think having it in somebody's city, especially when it's like a new city too. It's we saw it when it was here. It was awesome.
Yeah,
and the best time of year for people to visit Dallas instead of
that's probably
that Super Bowl time. So, but other than that, yeah, I think there's two things: the aesthetic on TV, and then that sound that comes from the fans and their excitement.
Alec, where are you at with this? Because if it's not here and it's not back in Radio City Music Hall, there's nothing in the world of sports I could care less about.
I don't care. I really don't. The one time that I was kind of like, I was glad it was there was it last year or the year before when they had it out in LA. That was awesome because they had part of the setup was in front of SoFi Stadium, and like visually, like Corey was saying, aesthetically, I was like, some of these shots of like the pre-show that they were doing where they had all the analysts lined up at the desk, I was like, this is gorgeous, and the weather in LA was just perfect that day, and I was like, you know what, good job, NFL. Every other year, I do not care.
Okay.
Did you think that it was a cool idea whenever they announced it, though, that they were going to be moving around? Because I feel like we were Knights when that happened, and we were like, this is pretty awesome.
No, I think it's a great idea for the NFL. I think it's a great idea to maximize fan interest, maximize money for different cities. I think it's a great idea for them. Just it moves the needle none.
You just can't wait till it's in Jacksonville, huh?
I mean, yeah, if I can get it hooked up for that. But yeah, no, look, it matters not to me because I just think, you know how it's like the same thing with the White Lotus. Great. If I wanted to watch an infomercial for Taiwan, that's what I would go do. Get to the damn content. Like, I don't need to be like, whoa, the majestic streets of Pittsburgh. Just tell me who the second pick is.
I want to see, I'm really hoping that they have some Pitt cameos. That would be, dude, that would just make my draft.
Again, I haven't seen the movie.
It's a show, Kevin, not a movie.
The show, I'm sorry.
2 seasons in.
The show, and I heard it is very, very
We're hoping
popular.
there's a Halloween season coming up.
What?
That'd be awesome.
Oh, that would be fun. All right, let's talk about Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel said he is going to seek counseling and won't be with the Patriots for the third day of the NFL draft on Saturday. First of all, obviously, I'm fascinated by the idea of the weekend counseling. I wonder if it's like some kind of retreat or something along those lines.
I would presume so, yeah.
But he is going to miss a
couples retreat.
Yeah, maybe. But he's going to miss part of the draft, and believe it or not, I'm going to say, good job.
If this does kind of take away, we were discussing the guys that can be mad and be like, well, at least I didn't cheat on my wife. It does give him the artillery to come back with, I'm working on that.
For sure. Every day is a new day to try to get better.
Yeah, so it does give him that also. And I do have respect for the people. I mean, we talk about mental health. We talk about therapy and counseling all the time. Go take it seriously, and it matters.
And, I understand. If you're a fan of the Patriots, I could see how maybe, this kind of irritates you or whatever. But if the dude's like, hey, I've been married for 25 years, I made some mistakes, and I need to fix that, even if it costs me my job or whatever, which obviously I don't think it would.
Or if it cost me my wife.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but I appreciate that he's going to give it a shot. And so, yeah, there you go. I hope they're able to work it out and everyone finds themselves in a position that they think is acceptable. The Ravens have officially exercised the fifth-year option on Zay Flowers. I'm assuming they were going to do that anyway. I don't know if they sped the process up at all when he was like, stupid Harbaugh. Those practices were too hard, and that's why we all got injured. Let's go from that.
DeMonsa has declared for the NBA draft, Kevin.
Not particularly surprising, but should we do the tease and say tomorrow we're going to break down the NBA draft? Can the Mavericks get DeMonsa or Aka?
I think it's a brilliant idea.
And if you didn't listen to any of the show, you're like, what the crap in hell? Yeah, I mean, I would assume, obviously, he would be drafted no lower than 2, but has a really real shot to go number 1. What to make of Caleb Banks? So Caleb Banks, he expects to be ready by June. He sent a letter out to all of the teams in the NFL. This is a player who was a no-brainer. He was going to be a first-round pick. He had struggles with injuries last season, and then he got injured again doing the 40. What do you guys make of Caleb Banks, who clearly has first-round talent, but some quick injuries back-to-back kind of there?
Those fourth metatarsals are always tough. Right, and it's always we've seen the hamate bone's in the hand.
Correct.
We've seen these broken foot problems become big problems for a lot of players. Most of the time, though, it's receivers. DeMarcus Lawrence had a broken foot. He turned out to have a pretty good career. Could it have been better? I have no clue. I think DeMarcus Lawrence actually turned out to have a very good career. This is good news for him that he had the CT scan and it's showing positive progress. That's a very positive thing. Puts him back in line. I say, Kevin, he's still a first rounder. It's maybe a couple picks later than he expected to be or wanted to be, but this dude has that kind of talent. In my opinion, I can definitely see him being a very good steal for people in the second round, though.
All right, now I know what you've all been waiting for. Illinois state politics update.
Not one time.
Don't worry. Oh, Chicoline might. So I have an update for you. The Illinois House of Representatives has now passed a bill that allows a property tax incentive for the Bears to build their new venue in Arlington Heights, obviously, as opposed to Indiana. It allows them to skip typical property taxes and negotiate new ones.
Smart.
Which I feel like is the end goal of Ownwell, right? Because they're like, hey, we're just going to maybe kind of, but I get it. Obviously, the Bears are bigger business than everybody else who lives there, but I could see how you might get bent out of shape and be like, hold on, what the hell?
Yeah,
I have to pay my regular property taxes?
I throw it back to being at a Plano City Council meeting, and one of the mayor pro tem was like, hey, Frisco's throwing money at everybody right now. We got to start doing the same thing. And look what Frisco got out there. It's bustling. This is interesting because I thought Alec was going to be there first. But now I found out it's Highlands, which is a positive thing for him.
Yeah. So. Oh, maybe that's, you know what? Maybe that's why I keep getting it tripped up. Who's to say?
Or maybe it's the Lin-Manuel. What's his name?
Miranda.
Miranda. Maybe it's In the Heights. The musical.
I thought you were trying to make a comparison to the Mandela effect, but go with that. And so, whew, we kind
I'm
of
gonna make it through today, I promise.
Man,
but I am a little scared about tomorrow based on this.
Okay,
because I'm not gonna get much more sleep tonight. Tonight's draft's gonna be 7.5 hours long.
And Alex not going to be here, so you know what? I might have an impromptu fan phenom at the Dallas location of the Pluckers, and I don't actually know if I'm authorized to do that, but we'll see.
We need some voices tomorrow.
And then just keep another eye out on the Jaguars. The buzz is that they might be looking to get back into round one again tonight. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go back to the stars and we pitch our guy for the Dallas Cowboys to draft. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Dallas Cowboys will not work out a long-term contract extension with receiver George Pickens this offseason. They franchised Pickens earlier in the offseason. So should Dallas take a receiver tonight in the NFL draft at either pick 12 or 20 in round one? In a word, no. The Cowboys have a chance to seriously contend this year. The offense is awesome. They need to spend both of those picks, 12 and 20, on defense. I'm Nick Costos.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Did you notice that we hit 92 degrees in March? That's a full month earlier than usual, and that means most AC systems already have weeks of extra runtime, and we're not even to May yet. But here's what most homeowners don't realize. Breakdowns don't just happen. They start as small issues, like a clogged drain line that should have been caught weeks earlier with a simple tune-up, because small problems can turn into expensive repairs. So for a limited time, Reliant Air Conditioning will tune up your AC system for just $85. But here's the best part. When you join our Hero Club maintenance program, your AC tune-up is absolutely free, and you'll stay protected year-round. Our schedule is filling up fast, so call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your AC tune-up online at ReliantAirConditioning.com and see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
In Lufkin,
Midlothian. Are you ready? Midlofest is back April 25th from 1 to 8 p.m. Enjoy a full day of live music, great food, local vendors, and family-friendly fun. There's something for everyone. Plus, 105.3 The Fan brings the Fan Hang from 2:30 to 5:30. So grab the crew and score some limited edition swag. Midlofest is supported by Midlothian Community Development. Don't miss Midlofest, April 25th in downtown Midlothian. Free admission. Purchase VIP totes and get details now at midlothianchamber.org.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, Tellos, it's Chiafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $54.99 a month with auto pay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $14.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch.
For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In terms of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, let's go back and talk about the Stars for real quick, but then also want everybody listening, 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Pitch us your guy. Pitch us the person that you want above all others that you think is reasonable in the first round. And instead of doing that, Corey gave me an assignment. I have completed said assignment to get you all of the picks and potentially all of the linebackers. I want to see how much you guys hate it. Or if you love it.
Two things there. One, actually just one thing there. Actually, two things again. I love that Kevin always understands the assignment. You know, it just feels like Kevin's always like, okay, I'll do this. But then on top of that, I was the one, never forget, I was the one person that was like, sign all the shortstops. When Mike scoffed at me and said, I
remember that.
They'll get one. And I said, let's get Simeon, Seager, and Story. They got two. They got Simeon and Seager, and then all of a sudden we heard they were going after Story, and I was like, this is going to be the greatest infield ever. But guess what happened? We got two and won the damn World Series.
All right, so I don't think this will help us win the World Series, but maybe the Stanley Cup first and then the Super Bowl.
Let's go.
So, hey, you're up next, Mavs. All right, let's go back to the Stars. Go ahead and give me cut number 4, because you were talking about this player earlier, and I definitely think he requires a little bit more conversation.
2-on-1. Robertson with Duchesne. A shot. He scores! Jason Robertson blows it by Jesper Wallstedt on the short side, and Dallas has a 2-0 lead.
So just think about the things that materialized in yesterday's game. Miro played more than 43 minutes. Wyatt Johnston played 30 minutes, which is crazy for his position. And then Jason Robertson set a new franchise record with his 6th straight playoff game with a goal.
Wyatt played that many minutes because he was on 1,000 power plays last night.
He was. And the game went to double overtime. I understand that, but still, that's a long time for him to go out there.
Robertson at 29 is a big number, for sure, man.
And so then you look at this, and you're Minnesota.
Hold on. Matt Duchene's plus-minus was 1.
Feels like it should have been
15.
4.
Yeah, he was that much better last. His impact on last night's game cannot go understated.
He's your number one star, right? For last
night's game,
night.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, true. It's kind of one of those things where if you're talking about WAR and you're like, well, I just about have to give him a whole 1 WAR for stopping that potential shorthanded rebound right there. So I think that is relevant. But if you're Minnesota, and this is the phrase that Tiffin used, this is the most skilled Minnesota Wild team in history. But they're down 2-1. And they just lost a game on their home ice against a team that has traditionally owned them and against a city that obviously owns their original hockey team.
Yeah.
So that's got to be really frustrating.
Belichick said that out loud?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
No. That feels like, I know he said he doesn't really care about bulletin board material, but I probably
feel like that would be bull.
Yeah,
okay, gotcha. All right.
I probably wouldn't say that. But then again, 3 years ago, the Wild was up on the Stars 2-1, and then the Stars broke off 3 straight wins. So, because of the physical nature of this game, yesterday was just like Game 2. So, Game 1, that was clearly the anomaly in terms of mediocre physicalness, and
that was what we said coming in on Monday. On Monday, we were like, I think the one thing we can hang our hat on here is we're not used to seeing that from this team.
Sure.
That's not who they are.
Sure.
And they have shown who they are in the last 2 games, in my opinion. They really have. Game 2 played exceptional hockey, and then in Game 3 had some moments that didn't look right, but for the most part played really, really well.
And then, yesterday we talked about Heiskanen and Harley. You need more from them offensively. You still have not gotten even a secondary assist from Thomas Harley in this series. And so the fact that you're still up in this series, I think, is a positive thing. Heiskanen has been fine, I guess I would say, although he had some standout moments last night, of course. But I still think you could use more from them, especially Thomas Harley going forward. All right, now back to the NFL draft. Do you want to pitch your guy first? Do you want Alec to pitch his, or do you want me to pitch my trades?
I'd love to hear from Alec.
Alec Medford, pitch us your guy.
Oh, man. I think I've been pretty steadfast in who my guy is in this draft. And even so that I had in my written mock draft that I now hate after all the latest developments in the past week, but I had them moving up to go get him. And his name is Caleb Downs. He is the safety out of Ohio State that literally can do no wrong in my eyes. And I say that halfway joking because the other half of me is totally serious. You watch this guy's tape, he is absurd, he is smart, he is violent, but most importantly, he is so intelligent and fills every gap. You can ask him to do anything, and he will do it with a high level of success. He's just disruptive when he's at the line of scrimmage. He's disruptive when he fills run gaps, and he comes down to, that dog pile situation. He's going to get in there and get his nose dirty. He does not hesitate when it comes to supporting in run defense, but he can blitz as well because he's athletic enough. He was a converted linebacker, so he knows what it's like to just hit the trigger and go. But he's great in coverage as well. Zone coverage, man coverage. He can get any assignment that you ask him. And heck, I think if you're going to draft him, if you're the Dallas Cowboys, he could be your slot corner on most plays as well, because he can play any position on the defense. He is that good. It's not hyperbole. He literally has the IQ and the understanding schematically to play wherever you ask him to play. He is that good.
You know what's really interesting is this process goes along. Obviously, every high potential draft pick gets picked apart. I don't really feel like Caleb Downs has gotten picked apart as much as people just been like, well, positional value.
Yeah.
And I think that speaks
every
to that.
single person we talk to is like, admittedly, Caleb Downs is the dude.
Yeah.
But nobody likes safeties. Like, that's the only
Right.
thing
Yes.
that we keep hearing. Now, even when we heard measurables, Everybody was like, don't care. Watch the film.
Yeah.
Don't care. Just go look at what he does. And then it sounded like the Bears were trying to make up some BS about his health. And we were like, and it just disappeared real quick, too.
Well, yeah, because then they had to worry about their Illinois State politics. So, I mean, you think about it. He goes to Alabama. He's the SEC Freshman of the Year and second-team All-American. Then Nick Saban retires. He wanted to play for Nick Saban. Nick Saban's gone. So then he moves over to Ohio State. And what does he do in those 2 seasons? He's unanimous All-American both years. And then this past year, he was the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. And as Alec was just pointing out, he can make your cornerbacks better. He can make another safety better. I think he can even make your linebackers better. And so I'm with you, man. This is the guy. I think this is the dream coming out of this draft. Now, Corey, would you like to pitch your guy, or would you like me to tell you all of the different places you're now going to be drafting?
Let me pitch my guy first.
Okay.
And one of our great Tolos has repeatedly said Jeremiah Love.
Do you like this? That's hyperbole, Alec. He couldn't play defensive tackle. But, if
he wanted to, he
really
probably
could.
But I get
your point.
Yeah.
He would find a way, all right? He would find a way. I'm going to talk a little bit more running back at 1 o'clock today. So we'll discuss a little bit. Not that I'm saying they're going to go get Jeremiah Love, but I want to talk a little more about him at 1 o'clock today. So that Tolo, I'm pretty sure, is sticking around. If you want to stick around to enjoy that conversation, it'll be fun.
Please do.
My guy wore the green dot for Ohio State in 2025 in Matt Patricia's 4-2-5 defense. This is a guy who understands the ability to play, and again, Downs is phenomenal, but understands the ability to play a variety of defenses, can cover, is long, athletic. In my opinion, creates the most impact in the most areas that this defense is weak right now, and that's Sonny Styles. Athleticism's off the charts. You saw it. He was the highlight of the combine. But it wasn't just, oh, crap, where is this guy from? It was, now let's also see what he can do there.
Yep.
When you put on the film of this guy, you still see some areas where you're like, we can grow there. And I think with Christian Parker's defense and that linebackers coach there that they have, I think you're going to see exceptional growth. But this is a dude right here, 82 tackles, 6.5 tackles for loss, first-team All-American, graduated. He's a smart player. He can call your defense, and he can be pretty much anywhere on the defense, and his range is a big circle. The radius that he can cover is huge. Plus, I think he tackles physically and uses physical hands. I'll go with Sonny Styles. That's my guy.
Yeah, and somebody just asked, is there a way to get both of your guys? This is one of those things where I don't always envy the New York Giants, but man, I would love to be in that position tonight, because then I would look at it honestly and be like, I think maybe you could. I really think you could. Now, I'm not saying that's the direction
it'll cost you.
The Giants are going to go, but I think you could have. And unless you're willing to leverage future assets, which I do not believe this team is, I don't see it.
I want to add 2 other things.
Yeah.
When I say coverage, this dude can carry tight ends down the middle of the field. And then this is the line that I love. Historically rare size, speed, athleticism, tested 99th percentile in explosion drills. Like that,
wow.
That right there just tells me that he's a rare dude, and the more he learns, the better he's going to be.
So before the show, Corey tasks me with, and you might have been kidding about the last part, I don't know. He said, just get me all of the second-round picks, and I'll just take all of the linebackers. So maybe that's your...
We've admitted a lot of times this is a very dense draft in the middle parts of it, and starting in the middle of the second round, or maybe the quarter leg of the second round is where it starts.
So I put together a little something, see what you think. You trade pick 12 to Houston for pick 28 and pick 38. You trade pick 20 and pick 92 to the Jets for 33 and 44. So now you have picks 28, 33, 38, and 44. While it is true, it is only one first-round pick, and you no longer have your third-round pick. You have 4 picks in the top 44, and you have 3 picks in that cluster of 12 that if you were inclined to double dip positionally or whatever, you could. And I just keep thinking about what y'all have talked about leading into it is, man, there's a lot to be had in the second and maybe the third round.
Right now,
I have a more radical version of this if you care to hear it.
Right now, Shamar James is one of your inside linebackers.
Yep.
And nobody's behind him on the depth chart, Kevin. I believe Barron is behind one of your other guys. Like that's what you're dealing with your depth at the position. So I'm like, this is a very fun, fictitious scenario. I want to make sure we talk about this because I still think you need a cornerback. I still think you need a left defensive end. I still think you need a safety to add to this mix too. But in my world, you're so bad at linebacker, you got to fix that right now.
Yeah,
I'm gonna use 28, 33, 38, and 44, Kevin, probably to acquire one defensive end, probably Malachi Lawrence at 28.
Okay.
And then I'm using the rest of them to get Anthony Hill Jr., C.J. Allen, and Jacob Rodriguez. And I'm walking away from this draft saying good luck to everybody out there. Now, it's going to be a learning curve because they're a bunch of rookies. But good luck to everybody else out there because the athleticism and brain works that I just put on the field is something that you can't compete with. So, Kevin, I'll make that deal.
Yeah, my more radical plan, of course, would have been trading 12 for 33, 44, and 103, and then trading 20 for 38, 59, and 106. And now
I feel like that's too much.
I have 4 second-round picks for you and 7 picks in the top 106.
I'm also getting Cassius House some there.
Yeah, whatever player you think could exist in the second round, you now have the ammunition to go get them. But I thought that probably was too far, so I settled with you trade your 2 firsts and your third, and you walk away with 28, 33, 38, and 44. Alec, no pick 12, no pick 20, no pick 92, but instead you have 28, 33, 38, and 44. Trading with the Texans and the Jets. And I didn't just make those trades up. Those are in line. Now it depends on motivation and what the board looks like. I understand all of that.
I'm still a bumbling idiot, and I think that Caleb Downs is going to be there at 12. So I'm not giving up on it. I'm keeping 12 and 20 at this point.
Kevin, we'll have Babe Laufenberg coming on with us at 11:40, I believe.
Yep.
He's not big on mock drafts, but here's his Cowboys picks. First round pick, number 12, Omar Cooper Jr., wide receiver, Indiana.
Whoa.
First round pick at 20, D'Angelo Pons, cornerback, Indiana. Third round pick, Riley Nowakowski, tight end, Indiana. Fourth round pick, Pat Coogan, center, Indiana.
Right.
Roman Hemby, running back, Indiana. And then the 5th round at pick number 177, Fernando Mendoza. And this means that he gets to continue being the highest drafted quarterback in Indiana football history. Can't wait to talk to Babe coming up at 11:40.
Reasonable.
Yeah,
It's a championship team, dude. He's just trying to collect championship players.
And then, by the way, I did see people like, well, if you're willing to trade George Pickens, you can get both of your targets.
I'm not.
I tell you, it looks like this. Pickens, 12 and 20 for Styles and Downs.
I'll take my chances.
Okay. Just throwing it out there. Based on nothing.
I feel like I can build a good defense and have Pickens at the same time.
All right. I like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus the overachieving salmon next on the Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Kevin, we're always talking about protecting a quarterback.
Shield it!
You want to protect your home just like it's your quarterback, and you want to put Rhino Shield on it because Rhino Shield's not just colored water. You're just throwing up some water paint on the side of the house, and then all of a sudden you're like, it's fading, chipping, peeling. Don't do that right now. What you want to do is you want to make sure you put up something up there that's going to protect your home.
Hey!
That's the ceramic coating of Rhino Shield.
What if I'm a big fan of wasting time and money?
Then, yeah, go ahead and do that, I guess.
Okay, or if you'd rather get the job done the one time and it be done right and come with a 25-year warranty that is actually transferable and also get 15% off your regular price thanks to the KNC Masterpiece, then I guess, probably,
Yeah.
you should go with Rhino Shield. You can schedule your free estimate by calling 844-744-6628 or go to rhinoshielddfw.com. Remember, why just paint your house when you can shield your home?
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
If you're looking to buy a home, this is a call out to you to call TexasLending.com for your home purchase. Mortgage rates have fallen. It's a great deal right now with the number of homes that are for sale, and TexasLending.com has a free call, free application, free pre-approval letter. Get a free quote right now at TexasLending.com when you call 972-387-4600. It's TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Just a quick reminder that with the best NFL draft coverage tonight on The Fan starting at 6, you can catch the Rangers-Pirates game on our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD, with coverage beginning at 6:30.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how's it going?
It's going fantastic, babe. As the #1 Chevy dealer in the world 3 years straight, we're determined to keep winning. That means our best savings on every new Chevy Fleet and Commercial vehicle in stock. It makes a real difference for buyers.
Sounds like even more options at the price points business owners need to upgrade their fleet.
That's right, babe. During our Classic Difference sales event, you can feel it. This one's built to deliver. Upgrade to a new Chevrolet 4500 gas, low cab Ford box truck. Upfit and ready to go to work. $21,500 in combined savings.
Go see how the numbers will make a difference for your business at ClassicFleet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic, your Chevy business elite dealer. Together, let's drive. Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial. Driving business since 1978.
Based on 2023 through 2025 new Chevrolet deliveries. Stock number RS200-193. MSRP $70,147. Dealer at equipment and accessories $22,826. Classic discount $18,000. Consumer cash program $3,500. $71,473. Sales price plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer doc fee. Expires 4/30/26.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a mic.
Pluckers for killer wing and beer specials. The later it gets, the better the deal, so stick around. And hey, if you don't like their wings, they'll give you the bird. Find your spot at Pluckers.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's a busy day. We're still celebrating the Rangers, even though they alternated that win-loss out of a pattern and not in a streak for the first time since opening day. The Stars are victorious in double overtime, but maybe the biggest reason to celebrate, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, the overachieving salmon.
Oh.
And it was caused by something you won't expect.
What was that movie?
Slammin' Salmon.
With the dude that turned into a tuna fish. And
the animated movie?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, yeah, and he had glasses.
It was Barney Fife,
Son
right?
Of a gun. I don't remember. He's telling the truth.
I have no clue what the movie was about, honestly, other than it felt like an ad for tuna, and it's very distinct that I remember watching it at my grandparents' multiple times.
Yeah.
If y'all know the name of the movie,
somebody will know that.
Text it in.
Yeah, let us know.
You know the number.
Let me talk to you.
Yeah.
See you tonight in Allen at Pluckers.
I'll see you in Dallas.
I'll see you at the Arlington Highlands location, not in Illinois. Not in Illinois.
Right. It's not draft day. I saw somebody say that. That is wrong.
Oh, man. It is time for AM on the FM. I love this segment. We got the question of the day here in just a second, because I do want to mention we're going to be at the Pluckers locations all throughout DFW tonight. It's going to be an absolute party. I will not be alone. I will be accompanied by Lucius Alexander himself. So got to throw that in there as well. Very much looking forward to
hot
tonight.
Combo right there.
Oh, yeah, the Alexanders. Yeah, that is my government name.
Okay.
So, in case people try to email me, yeah, alec.medford doesn't exactly work because I'm a fraud. But today's question of the day is not going to be based around a national holiday unless you're just a massive mark. It's going to be based off of a birthday. Today is John Cena's birthday.
Oh.
The legendary WWE wrestler turns 49 years young today. So, the question of the day. Who was your childhood hero growing up? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well.
Thank you to the fan texters. No thank you to the ones who said it wrong. The incredible Mr. Limpet. To which...
You're sure it wasn't draft day?
I feel like Men's Tea Clinic is there for you.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think he needs a little help, Corey.
If I can recreate part of Corey's commercial for the, the nighttime.
The nighttime stuff.
Things. He's talking about sex.
Bedroom wellness. That's my favorite phrasing of it.
Bedroom wellness, that's a classy way.
I think Dawson says bedroom wellness.
I like it.
I like it a lot.
I will admit, when I went to Men's Tea for the first time, they asked that question, how is the libido? I was like, I have no problem, like zero problem with that at all. And I know some people may be shy about that, whether they do or don't. But I was like, I'm perfectly fine. That being said, I've never been this ramped up in my life.
Oh my God, I was really nervous. I thought you were about to say something else. Holy moly! I was like, we need to dump that.
That is a passionate effect that it does. It's a nice little bonus.
Yeah. No incredible Mr. Limpet for you.
That's a fact.
It's the name of a movie. Came out in the 60s.
I get it, Corey. Bonus.
Great bonus.
Yes. Oof. He's a winner. Except his team sucked this year. But anyways.
But he got an extension. So.
Yes, he did. He was
just
not
like
bad.
You will if you go to Men's Tea Clinic. I get what you're saying.
Man.
Yeah, let's make that money.
You know what? I can see it
It's John Cena's birthday. Stay focused, Alec.
If we're going to keep running with this, I can already see it. AM on the FM presented by Men's Tea Clinic. That should happen in the future.
Nice. Yes.
I like that idea. Just to help Corey get some extra promo. I like it. But it is John Cena's 49th birthday, so your childhood hero was blank.
As much as the Incredible Hulk Hogan was like the cartoon character, the cartoon show they had was fun and everything.
Did he actually voice himself in that?
I have no clue.
I don't remember.
I just remember it was a fun cartoon, and I had a coloring book of it, and so I did that. But that was fun back in the day. But it always was Tony Dorsett. Like, I wore the 33 jersey as a child. Like, I had the helmet. I loved Tony Dorsett. I loved everything about him. And I think the additional thing was I had this moment my parents tell me about. So I kind of relived this in my memory. Was that sitting down with him at Campese's and eating. I just walked up to his table and started talking to him and Mike Hegeman and Eugene Lockhart and just talking to him. I was like 4, and they thought I was hilarious, and they just asked me to sit down with them for a while. And my parents were like, what the hell is happening right now? And then, so that story lives with me. And then, Kevin, when we were in Arizona, I got to interview him for the first time.
That was cool.
And I just geeked out the whole time about him
with
and Earl Campbell.
Yeah.
Two of the coolest. Like, those were books that I read in elementary school all the time. So Tony Dorsett was my guy.
Yeah, for me, I think it was Wayne Gretzky. I just was like, he was the most amazing player, like, by far. And then I remember it felt like the sports world stopped when he got traded. He was like, he got traded to America and California? What the hell is going on here? And then you found out, like, how the deal got architected and everything like that. And so, man, I just thought Wayne Gretzky was and is, like, literally the great one.
I love that. And I love Corey's story because it should have told the entire Majors lineage that some sort of media career was in his future. The fact that at the bright age of, 4 years old, you could just walk up to some NFL legends and just be like, hey, what's up?
I saw you run for 99 yards.
Yeah.
You know, like, that was... Yeah, man.
If you're a kid, you can get away with those type of things.
That is true.
If an adult did it, you'd be like, that's great, buddy.
But if you're a kid, don't walk up to somebody's table and just go, Dad? That's always a little concern.
Holy moly. That feels fair.
Let's see. From the 972, it was Angel Reese until she got traded.
All right.
From the 945, Spider-Man. Which one specifically? I would like to know.
That probably would have been the Tobey Maguire one if I'm just guessing.
Or was it just comic book Spider-Man, the character himself?
Oh, yeah.
Who knows?
Man, I always liked Cyclops because in that cartoon, I thought he had a legitimate beef with Wolverine because Wolverine was always trying to steal his woman. There's no wonder he didn't like him.
I like that. From Tolo Jarvis.
Let her be happy.
Yeah, well, she was engaged. She seemed pretty happy.
Well, obviously she was questioning something.
Me when I'm talking about Diana Rossini.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
From Tolo Jarvis in the 214, Austin 316, baby.
Man.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What a moment. And the fact that moment came together just because somebody told him after he came back from the hospital to get stitches, hey, Jake was saying some Jesus-y stuff about you. And he's like, all right, got it. And, like, that's for real. If that person wouldn't have told him what he said, you might not never have gotten that.
It's true.
If I ever have to go to the hospital anytime soon, for whatever reason, I pray I don't. I just want y'all to say some Jesus-y stuff about me and then tell me, hey, by the way, on the show, we said some Jesus-y stuff about you because that's my favorite new term. Thank you. From the 817, George Brett. Let's see, David Beckham from the 214, and I'm 36 years old.
Okay.
I like that. That's a different one that you don't hear
that
very
movie,
often.
Bend It Like Beckham's not bad.
Yeah. Men's Tea Clinic.
Not
I mentioned
ding dong.
It's bent.
Jeez. Okay, I'm going to pivot back to John Cena in a weird way because... Yeah, you guys put me in these positions. But he is my answer. He is my childhood hero. And if I can use this platform to air a bit of a grievance that I have. So this is actually a interaction that I had with John Cena. My first ever pro wrestling show was in May of 2013. It was actually on Mother's Day. So Mom was not very happy that Dad and Alec were going to a pro wrestling show on Mother's Day. She was not thrilled. But my dad got an incredible deal on some front row seats. And it was my first ever show. So he was like, I got to do this for the kid. It's his entire life. So we were front row. It was a house show, so there was no cameras, but it would have been TV side, just to give you a visual. And the main event was John Cena, and I want to say it was the Big Show in a tables match.
Okay.
And Cena was the champion at the time. That era, he had the white "The Champ is Here" shirt that had the title belt printed on the waist. Really cool bit. I made a sign that said, "I'm here to see the champ," and it looked like that shirt. I intentionally designed it to look like the shirt. I drew the belt and everything. So I'm sitting there front row, all of 4 foot of me at the time, and I'm holding up the sign, trying to get him to notice me. He's doing the thing where he bounces on the ropes and he just yeets the hat into the stands. That's what he usually does. Mm-hmm. But he sees me front row and he stops. Instead of going with the momentum and launching the hat, he comes to a full stop. He points at me. He takes off his hat and he just flicks the hat instead of throwing it. Just a light little toss right to me. And then a very popular mega fan of WWE, Rick the Sign Guy.
Is that the stupid hat guy?
Yes.
Okay.
He has the red hat and the jean jacket and everything that he's been wearing forever. You can see him on WCW tapes. He's been around forever. And I'm sure he's a nice guy, but he didn't have a nice moment when he literally launches in front of me, over my lap, to catch John Cena's hat that he threw to me and just shoves it in his bag of signs.
Did you try to say anything, or you're just a kid and you're kind of shell-shocked by...
My dad stood up and security noticed he was mad, and security was just like, sit back down. It's not worth it. Sit back down. So that would have been a cool memento to have, from
that's
childhood.
Pretty sorry.
Yeah, that's kind of lame. So I would like to smooth that over, Sign Guy. If you're going to be at SmackDown tomorrow, that would be nice to get an apology, because I'm still bitter over 10 years later. But that was a cool moment, regardless of if I have nothing to show for it. But I do want to talk about the motivated salmon.
Not the new Diana Rossini photos?
No.
Right, back to you.
No, because I want more time to digest.
I just saw that. Corey just showed them to me.
Tell the truth, man. Somebody out there probably has more dirt on you than you think.
I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Scientists gave cocaine to salmon.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on. You said scientists gave the cocaine to the salmon, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
It's for science.
Yes.
Not
scientific
some guy
purposes.
Name like Bro Science or something that really has nothing to do with the community?
This is a real research project between the Griffith University in Australia and the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. Operating under the premise of, quote, how cocaine pollution affects animal behavior in the wild is thus unknown. That is the name of the study, I guess, where they exposed these salmon to cocaine to see what the actual biological effects would be. And they found out that the fish exposed to said narcotic would be swimming about 1.9 times further per week relative to the control factors here. In addition, the exposed fish dispersed up to 12.3 kilometers farther than control fish did. So, lesson learned. The fish swim a lot faster and a lot further when they're doing cocaine.
I wonder if their omega-3s are even better for you,
It feels like not, but...
Fish oil. You get some fish oil and get some of that fish oil, Kevin. You're going to be rocking, you know what I mean?
I guess so. Those omega-3s, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, make your pick already.
So the reason they're doing this is they're basically saying, look, some animals that aren't supposed to be in your area could end up in your area if you keep polluting the waters with drugs, because they're going to get amped up. And hey, they're going to get a little bit excited and they're going to swim a little bit further than usual. So you might get some invasive species in your area because of drug pollution.
Nice.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys broadcaster and the highest ever drafted Indiana quarterback for a few more hours. It is Babe Loffenberg next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we're live at Pluckers in Plano on draft day. Nick Harris is going to join us talking Cowboys from the Star-Telegram at 4:20. Nation 2 to 6 on The Fan.
As the heat makes its way to us, heck, you've even seen as the weekend's been weird, your windows are very important to your home because if they're not good, they're letting things in and out. They're inefficient windows. You don't want that in your home. You need the best windows for your home right now. Installed for just $59.50. That's 10 custom single hung windows installed for just $59.50. That price, you want to lock that in right now because if prices go up from some of those distributors out there, it's going to be a problem. But right now, you can get this price, get it taken care of before the summer hits. You're going to be good. Lifetime warranty, no extra charge, 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit. Go ahead and do this right now. Visit Dax Kirk's family-owned business. Call 469 Windows or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today.
Pre-engineered metal building made with Mueller is a smart way to expand your space. From workshops to garages and backyard getaways, Mueller buildings are durable, customizable, and made to last. Made with quality materials and backed by people who understand how it all comes together. Make it with Mueller, because what it's made with matters. Visit our team at our Waxahachie or Kaufman location today and find your nearest store by visiting MuellerInc.com.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with
Man, I'm happy to hear that because he feels very easy to root for. So I'm with you on that, babe.
Hey, and very quickly, how would you like to have Tom Brady to bounce stuff off if you're a rookie quarterback?
Yeah.
I mean,
I could be the wall he throws his cell phone at. I get you.
let your kicker do all the tough work at the end.
Sorry, babe, we gotta go.
Go, bye.
All right, there you go, Babe Loffenberg. I love Babe. We could talk to him forever right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL draft overreaction or reality next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan. driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for NFL Draft Overreaction or Reality. Dallas taking Keldrick Falk at 12 and Colton Hood at 20 would feel like a worst-case scenario for you.
There are other worst-case scenarios.
Okay.
But it would not be in my top 10 by any means of scenarios that I want to happen.
Alec?
Overreaction, because I think you could totally take a wide receiver and an offensive lineman that you...
Oh, man. If you came away with no defenders in the... Holy crap.
They just bet on their picks like they were kind of talking about yesterday, like they're comfortable with where they're at, and they end up getting totally wiped out. I could see them saying, you know what, highest player on the board, why not? But also, I don't think Falk at 12 is happening whatsoever.
So, Alec, you're responsible for this bonus question.
Oh, no!
The Keldrick Falk hate has gone too far. So you sent us this tweet that I legitimately laughed out loud at.
For a couple hours, honestly.
It says, mock draft, but I piss every fan base off. And it's Ty Simpson going number 1, and then every other pick in the first round is Keldrick Falk. And that does feel unfair, because I'm not going to lie. Keldrick Falk at pick 20 to me, not so bad. But I laughed out loud at that. So overreaction, reality. Alec, the Keldrick Falk hate has gone too far.
Reality, it has. He's not a bad player. I don't know why people are so upset and up in arms over him. Yes, he's too rich at 12. But at 20, I think you got yourself a very fine player. And I actually got into an argument in the old high school group chat over if he's good or not last night because I sent that. And it turned into he's trash, and I'm having to defend him. And I'm defending him so much at this point, I'm like, you may as well draft him, because I already have a whole notebook of reasons why I wouldn't be mad at him being a Cowboy. But yeah, again, Corey, you talked about this a lot. It felt like a lot of times when he was just this close to making the play, it was because he was getting everybody set up on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, maybe so.
His team sucked. His defense was not good. He was having to tell people what their job was.
Yeah.
And whenever you're not getting pressure from anybody around you, it's hard to be the one guy that is, because they're going to double team you.
But that also makes it very difficult to project, and also difficult, all those, and then you got to really dig and ask questions to coaching. And I will say this, I saw an interview with a lot of his teammates, and they all were like, he's the reason we were good.
Okay.
But you go watch, and you'll see a lot of times him tapping somebody on the leg like, hey, it's time for you to scoot over. I don't know how much that affected him. But he's a good player. I don't know if he's going to be a great player, but he's got a lot of the traits you want as far as measurables go.
Overreaction or reality, you would like it better if you had no idea who was going at pick number 1. What if there was no Mendoza and it was like, will it be Bailey? Will it be Reese?
Yeah, being where we are, it really doesn't matter, because we got to wait for so many things to happen. But it does eliminate one, at least for me, so I like it. But I do always love the intrigue of what the hell's about to happen.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes. Man, when I was a kid, I remember when the Cowboys drafted Russell Maryland number 1, because I still didn't understand everything that was going on with Rocket Ishmael. And I really thought they were going to say that's who we drafted. And I was like, what the crap? But I was also a little kid. Alec, overreaction or reality, you would like it better if you had no idea who was going number 1.
Reality, because I know it's not the number 1 overall pick, but just to paint the picture of the element of surprise that I love, I saw somebody tweeted out a video. It was like just a reminder that we really have no clue what's going to happen in the draft. And it was back in 2018 when the Saints traded up to 14. Everybody thought they were going quarterback, and they took Marcus Davenport out of UTSA. And everybody was like, what in the world just happened? Why?
I mean, I think about Penix. I think about just last year. If I would have told you going in, Shedeur Sanders will get drafted in the 5th round, you would have thought I was the stupidest person in the world.
Insane. I would have called you insane. Rightfully so. And then you would have been totally right in the end. Yeah, I just love the element of sometimes we really have no clue what these teams are thinking in that moment. And it goes back to, I was listening to the morning show, Xatolo, I want to say it was yesterday or the day before, Bobby was talking about these anonymous executives that right after the combine finished, like that week, they were doing a mock draft, and they had Keldrick Falk going number 4 to the Tennessee Titans.
Whoa.
Just because they're like, all the projection is there. We see it. And then the ties, because it's the San Francisco 49ers staff.
Who took Mykel Williams.
They took Mykel Williams,
Yeah.
similar player. I want those things to happen because I love the chaos.
Overreaction or reality? Trades and Ty Simpson are going to be the TV story of round 1.
That's interesting. Because Reuben Bain's potential falls and is another story, but he might not fall that much. Just weird that we had him as a top 3 pick, and now he's 6 at least lower.
Right.
I think you might be right about this. The trade possibilities. What's going to really let TV down is if no trades happen.
Oh, my goodness,
if we have this expectation and then all of a sudden it's chalk and you're like, what just happened?
Yeah.
And then all the trades happen at like 27, and then here we are at Pluckers. We're just like, guys, what are we doing here trading this late in the game?
Right.
Use these trades tomorrow.
Alec, same to you. Trades and Ty Simpson are going to be the TV story of round 1.
Yeah, we don't really have much drama outside of that. I mean, I'm sure.
I guess pick 2.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're going to talk about George Pickens a little bit, even though there's not going to be any update to that or any movement. But I think a lot of people still care about these quarterbacks being meh. So they're going to talk about that a lot. And then outside of that, I mean, I mentioned the Brian Thomas Jr. thing earlier. That was because Mike Florio put out a piece this morning saying that the Jaguars are dangling him as trade bait to get back into the first round. So that might come up. But I could see worlds where teams like the Texans get desperate for offensive line help, so they're, and everybody's trying to jump Detroit because that's one of the worst kept secrets. They need offensive line help. They're in the teens, so yeah, I think trades are going to dominate the conversation.
NFL draft overreaction or reality? You truly believe the Cowboys could actually get Downs or Styles without trading up?
I don't.
I don't think I do either. I would love it, but I don't think I do either.
Yeah, I can't. It's a smaller percentage number for me to truly believe that. The thing that I believe the most is that chalk's going to happen as far as talent and the way we've kind of designed these boards for ourselves. And so, yeah, I feel like the Cowboys are going to have to make it. Now, my fingers are crossed that a Delane Mansour thing happens.
Yeah.
Or Mansour Delane thing happens. Yeah. That he is the one that falls. I just see too many reasons for other people in front of him to pick.
Mr. Medford?
Reality, I do think one of them can, because NFL teams suck at drafting. They do. They overthink positional value. I don't care how many anonymous executives are telling the media outlets, throw away your position value in this draft. Somebody is going to. At least one team that is in front of you that would make a ton of sense for one of those players to go fill a void. They're going to think, but that kind of linebacker, that doesn't make sense.
Somebody's going to they're going to
overthink it. Two of the better players, most athletically gifted players in this draft, they're going to stare at the position and say, safety. Nope. I'm going to take an edge rusher, or I'm going to take an offensive lineman because that's a building block.
Overreaction or reality? The Eagles will be looking to select A.J. Brown's replacement at pick 23 or perhaps earlier.
The other team's head coach who they're trading with. I do think that. I mean, they have Smith. Maybe they want to invest in offensive line. Like, that's probably the smart thing. Right. But when you go from an ace player like that, and you're like, okay, what do we do? I guess the question is, with the quarterback we have, do we trust that he's going to be able to utilize it appropriately based on that hit piece written by ESPN earlier this year? So I think that they will be. The smarter decision is to absolutely get an offensive lineman. But maybe that's part of their trade with the Patriots is to acquire that lineman.
Alec, same thought. At 23 or perhaps even earlier, the Eagles are looking for A.J. Brown's replacement.
Reality, if you would have asked me last week, I would have said overreaction because I thought that they would be sitting there just waiting for an offensive lineman to fall in their lap to replace Lane Johnson, who's not getting any younger. But it seems like everybody thinks that mid to late teens area, there's going to be a run on offensive linemen. So I just don't think there's going to be somebody highly graded on their board. So they say, you know what, Denzel Boston, step right up.
Okay.
Or any of those wide receivers where they're just like, sure. Because Howie Roseman is very good at multiple things, but there's one thing he's really good at. Not letting a future problem become a today problem.
Yeah.
He likes to address problems before they are a problem.
Okay, so I'm intrigued y'all's thoughts about this. Overreaction or reality? Teams are actively looking for ways to move picks this week for 2027 picks.
Overreaction.
Okay, because I know we've talked a lot about trades inside this draft.
Now, there might be a team here and there, but I think most of the teams are trying to upgrade this year's team. A lot of GMs, too, Kevin, like they are looking long
Sure.
haul, but they want to make an impact immediately. As Broadus tells us a lot, these jobs go quickly.
Probably not the most fun thing in the world to be like, we're so stoked about next year's picks.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to think I could see a Pittsburgh when Tomlin was still around doing something like that. But right now I'm thinking a lot of teams are looking at the immediacy of this.
Mr. Medford?
I'm kind of with Corey where I think the notion is just kind of out there in the water that, hey, these picks are not valuable this year. They're just not. And we know next year's class is going to be full of talent, so you're crazy if you think we're giving up next year's picks to move up this year in this class. You're going to take something for this year, and you're going to like it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We will kick it off by talking with former NFL All-Pro and Defensive Rookie of the Year, Sean Merriman, next right here on The Fan.
It's time for our favorite party of the year, the Pluckers Draft Party on April 23rd. We're back to host the 20th annual draft party, and your favorite fan hosts will be spread throughout the 9 DFW Pluckers locations. All night, Pluckers will have specials based on the picks you get right for the draft, like specials on their delicious wings and beer. Make sure you stay the whole time because as the night gets going, the specials get better. Check them out, pluckers.com, and find a location near you.
Texas, let's talk Wagyu. Better yet, let's taste it. Booth Creek Wagyu is now open at Park Village in Southlake. Stop in and experience it for yourself with a complimentary sample of our Wagyu beef. And for the first 250 customers who spend $100, we're including a free ribeye. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit us in Southlake or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repair
be up to during the draft.
Yeah. Tomorrow I'll be announcing the Chargers' second day pick. So I'm guessing at that point they've already got a defensive player. So I might be announcing offense. Let's see.
Now, do you get I know we were just talking about this off air, but for the audience, do you get a heads up on that? Or is it just hey, here you go, 5 seconds ahead of time, go walk up there and tell them?
No, they're more gracious than that. It's 10 seconds.
Oh, great.
So it's 10 seconds. And I was just saying this before we got on there. I said the only thing you hope for is that you get a name that you can pronounce. That's
Steve
it.
Johnson or something? Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, give me a Craig Jones. Give me a Tom Wilson. Give me one of those. Because the other names can be a bit tricky.
Do they give you a phonetic guide or anything if it's maybe not one of those players?
No. I mean, you literally, as you're walking on stage, you're handed an envelope, and you're looking at it on the way. Yeah, and then you're looking at it on the way.
Man. That is
that's a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, a little bit of a terrifying thing.
Well, like I said, the nerve that's one part of it. Until you walk out on stage and there's 50,000+ people, and make it worse, 100,000 in Tennessee in 2017. So.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit earlier. I think Babe told us they're expecting 700,000. So good luck.
Holy moly!
But we were talking about it a little earlier regarding the mindset of where you are whenever you are on that stage, and whenever the players come out and they get to be part of it. You get to be part of that moment whenever the player walks out, and do you get to talk to that guy later on after the draft's been done?
Yeah, so you spend a little bit of time back in the green room and you meet a lot of the guys, mostly their families, because, a lot of these kids are getting drafted now. They were literally kids, right, when I played. So, you have the parents as more the fans. They watched me, as they were growing up. So, but I think that's the coolest part for me anyway, is just get a chance to meet everybody's family and talk to them about what's coming up. You see the young deer in the headlights. They got these, hey, man, what am I supposed to be doing, right? What's going to happen in training camp? What should I be working on? So, but it's refreshing, man. It's really cool, especially, when you got some of these guys that's going to be making a lot of money. They're going early in the draft, and they still got these questions. They're still curious on how to get better, man. Those are the guys I see that they really excel in their career.
Kevin also brought up a little bit earlier the idea that maybe Roger Goodell in this first round, the bet was 3.5 boos or something like that?
No, it's between 4 and 7 times he'll get booed. That feels low.
When you walk out there, do people start booing, and how do you respond to that?
Well, I'm fine in here in Steelers Nation. It's the Raiders that I would have a problem with going. So whenever they have it back in Vegas,
yeah,
I got my booze over. I got my booze way over 7. That's for sure.
I'm definitely with you on that.
That was always my when was it? It was Drew Pearson goes out there in front of Philadelphia fans and just starts giving the Cowboys speech, and that was just one of those glorious moments. Do you have anything like that prepared?
I got a little something cooked up, but I'm going to take it easy on it because I actually like the Steelers fan base. But yeah, I got a nice poll going whether I'm going to do the lights out dance or not. So we'll see.
Ooh.
I got to check and see if I get my knees warmed up first. I can't just jump right into it anymore.
Yeah, give us a heads up ahead of time for those prediction markets. So we obviously, people have been really focused on pick number 2, Arvell Reese, David Bailey. Do you have a strong feeling about either who's going to go there, or how do you feel about the players themselves?
It's so weird around this time, right? Because you have the last media push, either positive or negative, right? Draft week, right? We hear about Blaine, the defensive end down in Miami, right? So all of a sudden now his arms are short, right? We're bringing up the accident he had that was over about a year or so ago. So it gets weird right around this time because you got a lot of teams that's pushing for their guy. You got agents that's trying to jump the draft boards and get their guy to get drafted early. I mean, there's a lot of movement around this time.
there's always a lot of we talk about Arvell Reese. That's a good name, and he's still got this raw. He still has things to learn. And then you talk about a Bain. That guy is pretty much a complete product, ready to step into the NFL. How much of a difference from that last level of college to that next level is there? And for a Reese, is there going to be that learning curve?
Well, as far as Reese and Bain, you got to look at this. As a pass rusher in general, you can transition to the NFL faster than any other position because you're talking about explosion, pad level, using your hands, being relentless. Those things you can get it done pretty early. Now, the problem they're going to have is, they might have some games, some conferences where they played against some tackles that wasn't so good. Right? It wasn't the talent level wasn't there. You get to the NFL, everybody's good. You got some that's great, but everybody's at least good. So that's the last push you got to see if a guy can take that next step when he gets to the NFL.
I think you've shared this experience with us before, but if not, and we have new listeners all the time, can you walk us through what your draft was like in 2005? And did you think the Cowboys were taking you at 11?
Well, I'm gonna say this. I got the good Cowboy story, of course. But all the work is done for these young guys, right? So you get when you get done with your college football season, you get right into training for the combine. You go into the combine, then you go right into all your interviews, pro day, and everything else. The work is done. So now you're kind of just sitting back waiting for your name to be called. All the stress is out now. The work is going to start back up when your name is called, and you got to go back out there to the team, and you jump into OTAs, rookie minicamp. So it'll start back up again. But this is the week, man, to sit back and take it all in. And I told you it gets weird around this draft period. With my experience, I was supposed to be a Cowboy. Mm-hmm. So, me with Jerry Jones and Bill Parcells and, even to the point where I left a meeting after them telling me they were going to draft me, texting my family saying I'm going to be a Cowboy. And I got half of my family who's happy as hell, and I got the other ones who pissed off. So, because back in Maryland, you're a lot of then Redskins, now Washington Commanders fans. So I had half and half. I had half of them ready to burn a jersey. I had half of them ready to go get custom made ones.
That still feels right. That's to this day. That still feels about right.
It is too. It is. And but either way, I knew I was going to go somewhere between the 3rd and 15th pick. I was hoping that if I didn't go to the Chargers, because Chargers also told me that they were going to draft me when I went to go meet with them pre-draft, that I wanted to be a Cowboy or Charger. Those are the two teams I really wanted to go to. Cleveland was at 3. No knock against the city of Cleveland, but they just wasn't any good at that time. He had the Lions at 10. So it was some of those cities that I just didn't want to play for, teams I didn't want to play for because they wasn't really that good at the time.
Well, I'm kind of curious because we got to know DeMarcus Ware too, obviously, over all this time. Did you get to know him before the draft? Did you know him a little more, obviously, after and in the league? And did you kind of keep track of like what he was doing versus what you were doing while you were playing?
Oh, yeah. I mean, before the draft, especially when he went first, I mean, I made it a point of mine to just outplay DeMarcus. And I won in every way because I thought I was going to be a Cowboy. But all of us athletes, we all have this. We all want to kind of show people who passed up on us and things like that, right? When they did the mock draft after our rookie year, I was pick number 1 going to San Fran. But, I developed a great relationship with DeMarcus over the years, man. In fact, I actually came out there a few years back and worked out with him. Oh. He still keeps in really good shape, man. And, we developed a really good friendship along the way.
You were just talking about, like, for the prospects, this is a great time to enjoy it. Looking back, did you take the appropriate amount of time to enjoy the accomplishment of, like, being a first-round draft pick?
Well, yeah, because I held out of camp, so I had a little bit more. I had a little bit more time than anybody else. So I'll say that.
That is something that I will admit my co-host is not very good at. Whenever success happens, he's like, "Well, that should have happened," and he doesn't celebrate that. Do you have any advice for him on celebrating success?
Yeah, eat as much as you can. Find some good alcohol somewhere. Cheers it up, because that's what I did the whole time I was holding out. So, but it was good in the sense because the Chargers, they were already a pretty good team before I got there. right? So I think they were 12-4 the year I got there. You walk into a locker room with LT and Phillip Rivers, Antonio Gates, Lorenzo Neal, Donnie Edwards, Randall. The list goes on. And so you walking into a locker room full of seasoned vets and big name guys already. So I had to come prepared.
I recently just pulled a 1-of-1 LaDainian Tomlinson card.
Oh wow!
Did you love that guy playing with that dude on your team?
It's hard to put into words because a lot of people saw him on game day, but I got a chance to watch his body work during the week. I mean, some of the things he was doing in the game, he would do it on a regular Wednesday or Thursday in practice. So at that point, we were already used to seeing it. You know, the one hand catch out the backfield, the jump cut off the right foot. I mean, it was just. And he worked hard, man. And that's really, when you have guys like that setting the tone, it'll be hard to slack off any other place.
When you talk to Phillip Rivers, did you ever go, hey, do you think someday you'll have 10 kids?
I think he was already. So when Phil was at NC State, obviously I went to University of Maryland. I hated him. I hated Phil. I'll be the first one to tell you. And I think he was already working on those kids back in college, and they just kind of, spiraled out of control. I said, forget the MVP for Phil. Tiffany, his wife, she needs the MVP trophy. But it was great, man. Like I said, we had we just had such a good group of guys that we played with.
Well, and so just as an aside, talk with Sean Merriman right here on 105.3 The Fan. Over the years, we've talked to you so many times about football things, but also MMA things, and I am clearly out of the loop here. Can you tell us at all what happened with you and Lights Out?
Yeah, so we're trying to get back started now. Obviously, the business is business and trying to get that back going, but we're looking to make an announcement here probably in the next month or so. But, man, we were flying. I mean, we were the fastest growing MMA promotion in the country that wasn't UFC. We just got to deal with ESPN Latin America. And so we're trying to work this out now to get us back going because, actually 3 or 4 of my fighters are fighting on the Jake Paul card at MVP.
Oh.
And so, they can't wait to come back. And we just sent our heavyweight champion, Tyrell Fortune, to the UFC. In fact, I don't know if you guys saw that fight when Bruce Buffer accidentally called the wrong person.
The wrong winner. Yes.
So that Tyrell Fortune, the one he called, that's our heavyweight from Lights Out. Did he mess that up? And we don't see Bruce mess up too often, but he was our heavyweight champion.
Well, obviously, when you guys do get everything squared away, give us a call. We'd love to chat to you and see how we can help out in the future there, man.
You got it, man. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Sean Merriman, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Always a pleasure to have that discussion. We're the KNC Masterpiece, and in just a few minutes, we're going to bring on Ted Wynn, but I've got a few other things because obviously we've had to condense some content here today. So I wanted to maybe rapid fire a few things if that is okay with you.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man.
All right. Kalen DeBoer, he signed a new 7-year, $87.5 million deal with Alabama. So that's $12.5 million per year.
That's a lot.
It is, but, I wonder how Alabama fans feel about that. I mean, I know he's a good coach, but feels like for the last year, people have been kind of like, yeah, is he the guy?
Well, because he went from Saban.
Yeah, yes.
That.
You don't want to be, you said it, you don't want to be the guy who replaces the guy. You want to be the guy who replaces the guy who replaced the guy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, on the baseball front, we have been talking about Soriano for the Angels, and he continues to be straight up awesome. 5 innings, no runs yesterday. Per Sarah Langs of MLB.com, he is the first, or best, I should say, pitcher ERA through 6 starts in MLB history.
Wow.
Now, other people will argue it's only back to 1898. You know what? If you covered all of the 1900s, that's good enough for me in terms of that record. Right now, he's thrown 37 2/3 innings. He has an ERA of .24.
Wow.
He has 43 strikeouts, a batting average against of 143.
That better than Mason Miller?
Nobody in the universe right now is better than Mason Miller.
What about Rue Waddell?
I see. That's one of those people. I have to go back and check the facts on that.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I mean, how many pitchers, though, nowadays do you think would drop their glove on the mound and then go jump on a fire truck to go save some people?
Like, if you don't know that guy's story, we might need to bring back the history lesson because that dude's story is wild. So for now, Soriano's just pitching awesome, just like Miller is pitching awesome, but I would believe both of them could go help people in other ways if need be.
There you go.
The New York Mets, they broke their losing streak, Corey. And then Francisco Lindor left the game, in which they finally won with an injury.
Hold on, so they couldn't wait to win with an injury?
So here's the thing. Juan Soto was coming off the injured list. We'll probably talk more about him tomorrow. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to throw it out right now.
Okay.
So Juan Soto comes back to the team. When he comes back to the team, they break their losing streak. But Francisco Lindor leaves that very same game. So if you're hoping for that combination, I don't know if that's going to work. But also, Juan Soto, hey, you've been rehabbing and stuff. Have you talked to your teammates? He said, quote, they've been on the road most of the time, so I haven't talked to them.
I get that.
For the guy who got paid $765 million?
Did you...
You know they did!
Yeah.
Pay him for leadership, I'm assuming is what you were going to ask.
Yeah. You know me too well, Kevin.
But you know they did.
Yeah, some of these guys aren't good at it. You know, there are a lot of times where you're just paying for the bat and the star power and stuff like that, and some of these guys just aren't good. I understand being on the road, and you're in a different environment, different world. In the NFL, Kevin, we often talk about when you're injured, you're dead to the other guys.
I get it.
And when Jacob deGrom made an effort to be around whenever he was going through his stuff. He was going through everything, but he was making an effort to be back with the club as often as possible and help them they go and win a World Series. But you know what? That's probably part of it, Kevin. Up in New York, in that environment, you would probably want your guy to be in close contact with everybody.
And then watch out tonight. The dangerously named Cam Schlittler will pitch against the Red Sox. He grew up a Red Sox fan about 40 miles away from Fenway Park, and he said all of the people have been getting after him about now, obviously pitching for the Yankees. But right now, let's turn our attention to senior NFL writer for The Athletic, the purveyor of truth with the All-22. It is Ted Wynn. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Man, we're doing great. Happy draft day to you as well.
Ted, I told you whenever we saw you at the Super Bowl, you were about to go on with our morning show, and I said, hey, I just want to let you know that piece you wrote on the nickel cornerback has changed everything about the way I'm looking at this draft. And I think that it's it's kind of like the Bible for what everybody else is looking for, especially this Christian Parker fella when it comes to the nickelback, Caleb Downs, and all these other guys.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a big topic conversation. There's teams that have nickel coaches now. I don't know if the Cowboys have one yet, but it's definitely starting to happen in the NFL. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting to see the shift of the importance of that nickel corner.
Do you think that has changed kind of some of the risers in this draft, too, at that spot?
I do. I mean, I think part of the reason Caleb Downs is so highly coveted is his ability to play the run from the nickel. I don't think he'll play there full time, but that's part of the appeal of why you want him is because you want a guy that is able to defend the run credibly in those light boxes. A guy that we'll probably talk about more, and maybe a possible Cowboy is Trayden Stukes, who is one of the biggest risers in the draft. I mean, scouts had him as a mid-round pick, and then he started impressing coaches in the interview process, and he's flying up draft boards, and he's a guy that could play in the nickel as well.
I said the other day regarding that, I told our morning show host, I was like, that's Stukes. I said, that's your Darren Woodson. And he was like, you're saying that's the next Darren Woodson? And I said, no. It's the use factor. Would you say that Darren Woodson was kind of the first, or in that generation of guys that you were like, he can wear all these different hats, and now more coaches are utilizing players like that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think we saw those players in the past. Charles Woodson was another guy who, moved into the nickel and really made a name for himself there. So we saw a flash of it in the past, but now, I think especially after Seattle won the Super Bowl, living a nickel and dime and finding a nickel that really changed the game for them. It's just something that is a copycat league, and teams are going to try to emulate that blueprint.
Now, also want to talk to you about Keontae Scott in just a second. But first, going back to Caleb Downs, that ability to do so many things and stop the run from that position, do you think that's helping offset some of the positional value talk that normally the NFL does not, covet a safety that high?
Yeah, I do. And also because so many of these teams are running that Vic Fangio and Mike McDonald type of system, you need three safeties now.
Yeah.
That nickel is basically like a safety. So, it kind of increases the value because you need to have three of those guys on the field. You need to have two guys that can play deep credibly, and you need to have one guy that can play in the box and do a multitude of things.
Well, and one of those, Keontae Scott, I know you just had the opportunity to talk about him. He is somebody that can have some pass rush moves on you in addition to what his normal role would be in the nickel.
Yeah, he's a bbit older, 25 years old, but I did talk to him, and, I was really impressed with just his football IQ, and he even said, one of the first things he said is he wants to, revolutionize the nickel position, and he was talking about how undervalued the nickel position is, and I was like, man, you're preaching to the choir. But he's a guy that Miami blitzed a ton, so he has a lot of experience blitzing. He knows how to disguise blitzing, and he told me he pulled to the side the defensive line coach and really worked on some pass rush moves with him, and you could really see that. I mean, he has some legitimate pass rush moves. He has some bend around the corner. You can see that ankle flexion, and he has like a ghost move. You almost never see a kind of a ghost dip move from a defensive back. So that makes him kind of unique. So in a blitzing scheme, I think teams will definitely covet him.
And plus the ghost dip move just sounds awesome. Now, these are probably two different questions, and I know they can do different things, but with Reese and Bailey, who do you view maybe as the better prospect, and do you have any idea who's actually going to go number 2?
I like Reese quite a bit better than Bailey, and I know there is a bit of projection, but I think with Reese, what the floor you have with him is that even if you took him as an inside linebacker, I think his film as an inside linebacker is phenomenal. I think he's a top 10 prospect just as an inside linebacker, being able to diagnose the run and even dropping back against the pass, blitzing a little bit. I think he's a really good linebacker prospect just doing that. But I think when you look at his potential as being an edge rusher, being an outside linebacker in a 3-4. There's just so much you like from that toolbox perspective. He has more bend than people give him credit for. He's extremely explosive. He has change of direction and those heavy hands, man. He just has such power in a bull rush. So I think if you could put all those things together, you have his versatility, being able to play linebacker as well. It just makes him one really strong prospect. I think David Bailey is a safer prospect because he can do one thing, and that's rush the passer. He's explosive off the edge, but I think he struggles as a run defender at times. He's pretty light. I think last year he was pretty much a pass rush specialist. He didn't play. And I'm talking about the year before this season. He was more of a pass rush specialist. So I think with the Reese, you have a floor of a very strong run defender at the very least, and then if he could live up to his potential as a pass rusher, you have a potential elite defender on your hands. So I would go with the potential, and that's kind of me. More my preference. I like to go for the guys with the higher ceilings, even if they don't have a floor, but I do believe Reese has a floor. But I do think that it requires a defensive coordinator with a little bit of creativity in how you want to use him. So I don't know, maybe the Jets don't trust their coaching staff to use Reese in those ways. Maybe they don't trust him to develop him into being a pass rusher. But to me, I think the Reese is a much better prospect.
You know, you're a great football mind, and I'm so glad we have you. But we did talk about this story earlier today. Were you excited to see that there was an actual study done about giving salmon cocaine and the reactions to that?
I've learned since that I guess it's some sort of study that it might be humans doing cocaine, pooping in the river, and then the fish getting contaminated by cocaine, and then they're studying like how fast these salmon can swim with the cocaine in their system. I don't know. It's a whole mess, but it's like. You never know what you're going to see in the news these days, and it's just like unbelievable everything that happens in 2026.
Can you imagine getting some of those fish oil pills, though?
Yeah.
Don't encourage that. So obviously, the Cowboys were always going to be a big story going into this draft. Honestly, big story at any point. But what did you think about all of the additional information that Stephen Jones gave us yesterday about George Pickens? As obviously we'll have Stephen Jones on the show tomorrow as well. But man, it just felt like they added another dimension of information out there for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think oftentimes it's right to criticize the Cowboys with how often they just wait before giving out these contract extensions, which ends up costing them a ton more money. But I think in this case with George Pickens, I think they're right to wait and try to have him play on the franchise tag. I mean, this is a player that got drafted much lower than he was because of character concerns. You saw some of the effort issues in Pittsburgh, and then he has one huge breakout year, and it was phenomenal. But then, there's also questions of how he's going to react to having all that, having a huge contract. Like, does he deserve to get paid more than CeeDee Lamb, off of the strength of one season? So I think I do want to see a little bit more from George Pickens, before handing him a huge contract. So I think the Cowboys are right in their approach this time.
Now, moving back to the draft, but sticking with wide receivers, can you walk us through how much maybe over the past few years the importance of a wide receiver's ability to create yards after catch has been on the upswing when maybe grading the overall wide receiver prospect?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, obviously the ability to beat man coverage and to win deep is always going to be the ultimate trump card for receivers. But now that teams aren't playing that much man anymore, it's mostly zone. It's mostly a lot of soft zone. They're not letting you go deep. Having the ability to maximize those underneath catches is so important. So I think it's a huge factor now. I think back in the day, it used to be kind of like a bonus, like, oh, this receiver could create after catch. It's nice to have, but now it's almost like a prerequisite. Like, if you can't create after catch, then you're not as useful as you can be.
I'm kind of curious with Sonny Styles. Myself, one of our hosts on the afternoon show, agreed that he's just kind of scratching the surface on what he's capable of doing at the linebacker spot. What are your thoughts on what kind of projection you have for him later down the road?
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that he's like exactly what you dream of when you convert a safety into a linebacker. Like, oftentimes those guys aren't physical enough. But they have that athletic ability to cover and all those things. But then, when they're coming up against a guard or making tackles, you just don't see that physicality. But he brings that physicality, and he has athleticism in spades. Obviously, he tested one of the best linebackers we ever seen test at the combine. I also think he has untapped potential as a pass rusher. He's longer than Reese. I think he explode off the edge, and he's been working with the pass rush specialist coach with Reese as well. So I think, he could be a complete linebacker that might be able to blitz very effectively. We know he's going to be able to cover. I think the Titans are going to draft him, hoping that he could be their Fred Warner.
And then we can't figure out Keldrick Falk, and we're just hoping if you can kind of elaborate. Like
he seems like he's become a punching bag a little bit for some people.
For some people out there, and I'm like, I don't want him at 12, but I'd be cool with him at 20 for the Cowboys. Can you kind of explain what you saw with that player?
Yeah, I mean, I think with Falk, he's just a young player that, when you look at his production, you're not blown away. And I think anytime you draft a projection type of player like that early, like as soon as 12 or even late in the first round, it gets kind of scary. I mean, like I mentioned with Reese, he's kind of a projection player, but there's still a very high floor there. But with Falk, he's very young. But I think at the very least, he's stout against the run. But that's not what you draft defensive ends to do in the first round. You want them to be the rush to passer a little bit more. But I think if the Cowboys do draft him, they want to draft him because they want to play those light boxes, and they need a strong edge that could defend a run from those light boxes. So I think if they do like Falk, they see him as a system fit, and then they believe that his pass rush ability can develop over the years.
So if they came away from this draft with, say, Mansour Delane and Keldrick Falk, you consider that a win?
Yeah, I mean, I think Delane is a really good corner prospect. I think he fits the system well. I think those are two good system fits and two strong prospects.
But you can understand why we're still hoping and dreaming of Caleb Downs, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I honestly think he could be there. I mean, it's kind of the coaches I've talked to, almost every coach has him as a top 5 prospect, but there are guys out there that don't think that he should be a top 10 prospect. They just don't see the physical ability that they think that a safety should have if they're drafted in top 10. So I would say like 90% of coaches believe that he should be that top 10 draft pick, and there are a couple out there that don't. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you so much for the time, all of the film study, and all of the information. We appreciate you, good sir.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
There you go, Ted Wynn, right here on 105.3.
I have so many dreams happening in all these scenarios. He just helped kind of solidify, because Ted Wynn's fantastic. He helped solidify a lot of things we think and are hoping for.
What if we could help somebody else's dream come true?
Let's get something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Usher and Chris Brown bringing the R&B tour to AT&T Stadium on September 10th. You can buy those tickets from Live Nation, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. And coming up next, other people's dreams. It's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
How do you draft? We talk about it next on The Fan.
Rangers president of baseball operations Chris Young teams up with G-Bag Nation Mondays at 4:20. Nobody covers this team like your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Well, it's finally over after 12 games. Yes, 12 games. The Mets have won a ball game. Now, they did only play the Minnesota Twins, who are, they were sellers last year, so it's not really a team. But anyways, they still won a game, guys. But they were gracious enough to hand off their skid to the Philadelphia Phillies. Philly now drops their 8th in a row, which kind of proves, hey, we got some trouble over in the NL. I'm Addie Bates.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Turns out, talk isn't cheap. Just talking about affordability doesn't make things affordable. Straight Talk's had the same price since 2009. Plus, their Gold plan includes a Walmart Plus membership and $20 in Walmart cash when you activate. That's more than just talk.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straightforward, always. Valid through May 17, 2026. $20 in Walmart cash for Straight Talk Gold or Platinum plan customers newly enrolling in Walmart Plus. Limit 1 per enrollment and account. Same price claim applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan, beginning October 2009.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Looking to add a compact excavator to your fleet? The Hitachi ZX35 from ASCO Equipment is in stock and ready to go to work. Right now, get this powerful and versatile mini excavator for as low as $39.9, including a 12-inch bucket, 2-year 2,000-hour factory warranty, and 0% interest for 48 months. But don't wait. This offer ends April 30th, subject to credit approval. Visit ASCOEQ.com to learn more. ASCO Equipment and Hitachi, built to perform, backed by the team you trust.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Plus, you don't need an appointment for service. Come see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
Unexplained weight gain and loss of muscle mass could be related to low T or hormone imbalances. Trust my team for Men's Health, the Men's T Clinic. They're going to get you on your way to weight and muscle mass. Once your hormone levels are optimized, Men's T Clinic's proven programs work in tandem with hormone therapy to elevate your results. Making that call to Men's T is a small step for big gains. Call 972-GO-MEN'S T today or visit mensteclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-LOT.
mensteclinic.com.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp. And the leading online therapy platform, obviously BetterHelp, now accepts insurance in Texas. People always talk about, hey, it's too expensive. I can't afford it. I know therapy would help, but I can't afford it. Right now, BetterHelp is helping you out with that. With quick coverage checks, easy online matching, and average copays around $23. This removes a major barrier and helps more people get support when they need it the most. And BetterHelp is the best spot to get that support anyway, because they're the world's largest online therapy platform with more than 30,000 therapists, with more than 6 million people helped globally with an average rating of 4.9 stars out of 5. BetterHelp does the initial matching work for you via a short questionnaire that helps identify your needs. And with BetterHelp's 12-plus years of experience and industry-leading match fulfillment, they typically get it right the first time. Fill out the questionnaire and check your coverage today at BetterHelp.com/KRLD. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/KRLD. Average copay is based on eligible members. Actual cost and coverage may vary by plan.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. From the 806, you guys won't believe this. The Chiefs defensive backs coach has been arrested last night for misdemeanor domestic battery. Obviously, you won't believe it was sarcastic in that. I realize that because the Kansas City Chiefs run a garbage organization when it comes to off-the-field stuff. But Chiefs defensive back coach Dave Merritt has been arrested and charged with misdemeanor domestic battery per the police report. He's being accused of, quote, unlawfully, knowingly, or recklessly causing bodily harm to a daughter, according to the report. So we'll see how that plays out, but just the next in a seemingly unending string of off-the-field problems for the Kansas City Chiefs. And they continue to get a pass for it from most people because their head coach is likable and they win Super Bowls.
I would not pass judgment on just them.
Oh yeah,
I think
there are others. But like when people dump on the Cowboys, but I feel like people appropriately dump on the Cowboys on and off the field. I feel like the Chiefs just free and clear because they win and their friendly mustache coach. Everybody likes him.
They're in the middle of a state that nobody cares about that much. And,
oh man,
and they're also trying to move to another state that nobody cares about that much. I think there's a lot, that.
Damn, in your face, Kansas and Missouri.
Oh, I'm sorry. That being said, the Cowboys have invited that.
Sure.
Like that's
I don't dispute that whatsoever.
And also not shied away from it.
Right.
That's another thing. The Cowboys have invited it, not shied away for it. Not a lot of organizations are like the Cowboys in that they're just like, open these doors up, just look at everything.
Yeah, yesterday it was a great example.
Until it's time to be like, hey, hold on. No, let's not talk about that one.
Yeah.
But it does feel like a lot of the other organizations and their PR departments aren't really willing to do the same thing.
Right.
And so that is why, is that the Cowboys want to be that national spotlight, and the rest of them, winning obviously has become a reason that the Chiefs are in that national spotlight, and then these stories get a little bit bigger. I wonder how many of the other organizations that aren't winning have some of these things, but the spotlight just isn't there.
Yeah.
But you're right. When it comes to a bunch of these organizations, you need the appropriate, hey, this is also happening and something needs to be done and discussed.
Absolutely. Let's turn it over right now to the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate it.
Oh, no. Did you forget my name?
No, I looked over at Alec. I heard something. Is Dylan in there?
Yeah, he's in there.
This is so wild. I'm wearing headphones.
Uh-huh.
There is a wall, and I can just hear them chatting. Not clearly, but and it's nothing about, maybe it's just because you have a deep voice,
We haven't spoken in like 2 minutes.
Lies.
I'm so serious.
Lies.
Dylan just asked, what are you talking about?
See, I heard that.
Yeah.
Because I repeated
I tell Dylan to watch his tone. He's running our show tomorrow.
Yeah, you better be careful, Majors.
877-881-1053 here on the C Block. The question is, how do you draft? Because Ross Tucker hopped on with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Aiden and Peyton and all them show.
Sure.
And I'm sure they got all those reads in appropriately for him. But he said, do you remember back in the day we used to go grab a 30-pack and sit on the couch all day Saturday and just watch the draft? And I was like, man, that was the time. If I wasn't at a softball tournament, and I still always thought this was wild, being at those softball tournaments, they had one speaker at Audubon Park in Garland, Mesquite area, one speaker. And every single one of those teams that wasn't on the field was laying on their bags underneath that speaker, listening to the draft. And, it was one of those communal times, Kevin, where you really got to see how much of an impact socially the draft has.
Yeah.
And I think that the recognition of the social part of it is where the NFL said, oh, we can capitalize. And now look across America. Hell, look at this station. Tonight, we are all going to be at a different Pluckers location, having an awesome time, getting you some sweet deals. having some cold beers, drinking some other. If you're not a cold beer drinker, there's some other things there as well.
Yes.
And also having some amazing wings.
Giant cheese sticks.
The part I'm looking forward to the most, because I was alerted to last year a different flavor of wing that I'd never had before.
Oh.
And I'm not going to tell you about it. You're going to have to find out about it.
That feels rude.
I have to look at the menu to remember exactly what it is.
Okay.
Did you really like it?
But it was awesome. Gold
Rush?
Gold Rush.
Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah.
I go to this establishment a lot. I can tell you the flavors.
Yeah. That one right there, dude. I was not known to me.
Okay.
Until all of a sudden, bam, there it was. So that's kind of what I'm asking. If you're not going to Pluckers, what's wrong with you? But also, if you when you do, or back in the day, how did you draft back in the day with your friends?
So I used to, especially when I was younger, and obviously the draft started Saturday morning, is I would definitely get some donuts and have the newspaper and have another mock draft or two to kind of track along the way.
You made your own?
Oh, yeah,
did you make your own mock draft, or did you go with Mel Kiper?
It took a minute, but eventually.
Okay.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper? So... And I would progress check, be like, oh man, this mock draft's really winning the day, and have my donuts with my newspaper, and it was magical. I will tell you, I think I'm in the minority for this, and the TV ratings back that up. I do kind of miss the draft starting on Saturday morning.
Yeah, it was a very easy way to tell the rest of the world you weren't doing anything.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times, we do a lot of things every day, all of us. For me, I didn't really want to do anything on that day in particular. And Adrian, this was kind of even when we were dating, she knew, leave him alone on that Saturday.
Yeah.
Because, let him go do whatever it is with his buddies, because he's going to enjoy it.
Right.
And he's going to come back home happier.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Did you have something that you wanted to alert us to?
Weird addition I was going to make is, believe it or not, one year, and I got them for an amazing price. I bought a case of 2001 Upper Deck golf cards and opened them throughout the draft, because that was the return of golf cards because of Tiger Woods. And I was like, man, if I could hit a Tiger Woods, it was either like a game used swatch. I don't know if he had autograph in there, but you're rocking the world, and you could sell that for a crazy amount. And I was in college at the time, and I was like, And so, yeah, I opened golf cards while I watched the draft one year.
Dude, okay. Complete turn in the middle of the C block, which never happens. This is a very well planned out segment. And I think you two are perfect for this. And if Cody Cole was here, I'd invite him on, but unfortunately he's not.
What?
If you guys were going to open a whatever tonight, tomorrow and Saturday, what would you suggest to the Tolos to go out there and get? I think I'm getting a feeling like, obviously, for the first round, you kind of want something that fits that, but maybe the weekend's a little more fun.
Yeah,
what would you guys purchase? Go out today.
Okay.
Go see our friends at RJ Dukes or Worth Collecting. Go see them all.
Or Sports Collectors Hub in Allen. There's so many. If you need more help, Texas, we will help you out.
So for tonight, what would you get?
Ooh, see, and I immediately thought of the next part of it. For the weekend, something fun, I would go with 2026 Topps Baseball. But
that's a long day right there,
yes.
Right? Like a whole box?
Yeah, for sure.
Crate?
A
pallet?
It's not a crate or a pallet.
Okay.
But I would say select 2025 football is out there. Prism football from 2025 is out there. And then depending on how much you want to put into it, you can get hobby boxes, which now you're playing with some big time possibilities. Or you can get some megas, some blasters, try to combine those two words. And yeah, you can have an absolute lot of fun.
Alec, do you have any suggestions?
I would say Topps Chrome Football 2026, but it's going to cost you a mortgage to get a box of that on resale because...
Kevin's just nodding his head like, yep.
Yeah, and it's not...
We have some very rich listeners, though.
That's true, but it's not the fault of any of these local card shops or anything. It's the breakers online that, have millions of followers and they're jacking the prices. So, not cool. I would say... if you have a favorite player in recent history, go get a box from their rookie class.
Yeah.
So, like, for me, I still want a Dak rookie auto just because I like Dak Prescott. So I would rip some 2016 Prism or something.
No, hopefully the real version.
okay.
Man, by
Yes.
the way, that was a whole... I wish I could tell that story about what really happened.
Yeah. But that would be cool, like an optic rookie auto card of him, try to chase that or something. And that was just that was a fun class. There were some good names in there too.
That's why I went to you guys for this.
We did
that
it.
right there. That's a good idea. That is a really good idea. One of your favorite players trying to snag one of those. Somebody did just text in, Kevin, and they said radio is like spoken newspaper. Congrats, guys. You talk words. So look at us.
Great.
Some other people, Prism Draft Football, sell the high picks. Bowman Basketball got good pulls.
And I was going to say, and I'm pretty sure like Hit or Sage or whatever it is out there for the 2026 class. This maybe doesn't have the best resale value, but if you're just looking for something fun that has autos in it, maybe if somebody you've ever heard of.
Steven Duncanville just texted in, unfortunately not going to Pluckers tonight.
Oh, why
I'm
not?
getting ready to go to Lubbock for the George Strait concert tomorrow.
Oh.
Do both.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
If you really cared that much.
Oh, my goodness.
Now I'm putting the challenge out there.
Okay.
From the A17, hold up. I thought the Autobahn was in Germany. All right, guys.
I've been on the Autobahn.
That is true. He said he went like 88 miles an hour.
We did not drive as fast as I thought.
Van.
Yeah, but the kilometers at that point, it was like, you're going 150 kilometers per hour. Nope. Yeah. And I was like, is that fast? I don't know. And so I had to look up the conversion rate. Obviously, I'm still struggling with that.
They have internet over there?
Yes, they have internet in
Like your
Germany.
phone could connect to the 5G?
Breaking news.
That I don't know what G it was.
Okay.
But
It was
they got the Autobahn.
And then this is the question that I've kind of been pondering over the week. Jeremiah Love is a special player. I'm not going to lie. Like, watching this dude play, very excited about him. Guess who else was a special player? Ashton Genty. Ashton Genty struggled last year because that team had nothing else. And we were talking a little bit yesterday. I was listening to G-Bag on my way home because that's what I do. And they were like talking about George Pickens' effect on the running game and Javonte Williams last year. And Ashton Genty didn't have George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb to threaten. He and Jake Ferguson and everything that the Cowboys had offensively. Javonte Williams did benefit from it last year.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, as good as Jeremiah Love is, my opinion, if you're drafting that high, a lot of times you are not built as a team to take advantage of a Jeremiah Love. I
got what you're
Reggie
saying.
Bush
Yeah.
lands
Yeah.
in New Orleans because he was a high draft pick, but that team wasn't built and ready to go to take full advantage of Reggie Bush. The only guy we've ever truly seen that I can remember in history that didn't have a good offensive line and was great was Barry Sanders. Most of the other great running backs in history have had a very good offensive line or a dude they could run behind, but something set up to where they were going to be successful. And a lot of these teams that are drafting high just aren't prepared for that right now. That being said, my question to you guys is the only way that the Cowboys will have an explosive running game is Jaden Blue? I think Javonte Williams is very good. I think he's very steady. And I think occasionally they can set up a play that's going to get some yards. But we saw he can get caught. So Jaden Blue, though, is the dude that has the speed. Is that what we're counting on this offseason, is that he grows up and becomes that running back for us?
I definitely think so. I feel like the Cowboys and a lot of Cowboys Nation was pretty stoked when he got drafted, right? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think that's probably the direction that they're hoping it's going. And honestly, we all are, right? Because you already spent that asset. So you would love to be able to, like, hey, here's a new part of our team that we didn't have to use extra capital for, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Alec, you agree that Jaden Blue is like, we're hanging a lot on that?
I think so. And I think the lack of doing anything to add to that position in free agency, you can make the jokes, but I think that shows. Yeah, that's our plan. That's our hope. And honestly, the only thing that's holding him back is just a little bit of a maturity thing. You know, it's the same thing that held back Malik Davis in his first stint here with the Cowboys. Is I feel like he just gets in his own head. Once he realizes what it's like to be a pro, and once he puts his head down a little bit and just gets to work, you're going to see, oh, that's a very, like you said, the word is perfect, explosive. He's a very dynamic player.
Also, did you see Logan Gilbert catch a baseball with his jersey, Kevin?
Yes.
Awesome.
I did. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it is prediction time. Who will the Cowboys have selected when the day is done? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey there, folks. If you're looking to buy a brand new car, Platinum Chevrolet is the place to go. My family has bought 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet in the last 6 years. And while it is true, I do love GM Justin Rudd, it is not just to keep kicking him business, okay? It is the great people, the great service, the great selection, and of course, those low, low prices. They call them Platinum prices because they are the best.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you know what? There's our friend Jared Sandler recently went to Platinum Chevrolet and was like, you know what? I've heard KNC talk about this so much. Bam! Pounded his fist on the table, immediately helped by GM Justin Rudd. GM Justin Rudd reached out to me the other day to see if I needed some help with something. I appreciated that too. You got Tahoes for everyone right now, $59,995, and that's $6,000 off MSRP, plus the fuel savings headquarter that is Platinum Chevrolet, Trax, Trailblazer, Equinox, so many more discounted and ready to move. Go check them out right now online. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Saturday on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, this Saturday at 2 p.m. on CW33.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Just a quick reminder that with the best NFL draft coverage tonight on The Fan starting at 6, you can catch the Rangers-Pirates game on our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD, with coverage beginning at 6:30.
It's time for our favorite party of the year, the Pluckers Draft Party on April 23rd. We're back to host the 20th annual draft party, and your favorite fan hosts will be spread throughout the 9 DFW Pluckers locations. All night, Pluckers will have specials based on the picks you get right for the draft, like specials on their delicious wings and beer. Make sure you stay the whole time because as the night gets going, the specials get better. Check them out, pluckers.com, and find a location near you.
When it's time to replace the roof on your home or business, call Blue Nail Roofing. They'll find the damage that other roofers and the insurance companies often miss, which means you'll get a complete repair of your property and a larger claim check, too. BlueNailRoofing.com. BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhoit. Joey, how's it going?
It's going fantastic, Babe. As the #1 Chevy dealer in the world 3 years straight, we're determined to keep winning. That means our best savings on every new Chevy in stock. It makes a real difference for buyers.
Sounds like even more options at the price points buyers want. If you've been waiting to upgrade, now is the time?
That's right, babe. During our Classic Difference sales event, you can feel it. Upgrade to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 with $15,000 off MSRP. That's a winning drive. $15,000 off.
Now that's a way to win big.
Trade values are up for now. With top dollar, you can lower your payments. Come see how our numbers will make a difference for you before pricing shifts.
You heard the man. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com KRL-fm.com or go see Joey in the truck building today. This is Texas. This is classic. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025. Stock number TZ145926. Classic discount $13,000. Customer cash $1250. Bonus cash $750. Plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer dock fee. Expires 4/30/26.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Resolutions have you back in the gym again? Want to make this year a year you train for a marathon, swing a club with colleagues again, maybe even coach your son's team? If pain has slowed you down or is keeping you from an active lifestyle, trust the men's health experts with Men's T Clinic to get you moving again. It's pain-free and part of your personalized total wellness optimization. Regenerative by Men's T Clinic is the safe, natural way to long-term movement without pain, harnessing your body's own growth factors. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit menstclinic.com.
1-800-246-OT.
menstclinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First down, Klubnik in traffic, delivers a pick. He threw it over the head of the receiver, and Mansour Delane with LSU's first takeaway tonight.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A handful of things to catch up on while we've been doing our Usher and Chris Brown ticket giveaway. Apparently, it's been so popular, they've added a second show on September 12th if you want to go buy those tickets. And then also shout out to Collectible Investments in Hearst. And then, of course, all the waxed shops. And a triple play that we've been talking about, contributors to Peace-a-thon, also a great spot if you want to stock up on some card stuffs to rock with the draft.
Baker's Gold, Alec. Baker's Gold is the new flavor. It's that's the one that I was introduced to last year at Pluckers, where I'll be in Allen tonight, and I just had not had it. And all of a sudden, I was like, this is my new love, and Adrian was very jealous.
From the 214 KNC, great show as usual. I'm headed to the Pluckers in Plano right now. Who could they see while they were out there, I wonder?
I don't know. G-Bag's going to be there.
There you go.
G-Bag. Oh, the G-Bag Nation, Kevin.
I just wanted to make sure you really did know.
Yes, they are going to be out there today, and I'm very excited about this because while we're listening to the G-Bag Nation on our drive home or wherever you're going, you get to hear some great content that leads you into this draft. This is going to be an awesome night tonight.
For sure.
Yeah, Kevin, also, Caleb Downs posted 2 hours ago pictures of him, lots of different stuff going on. But the first picture he posts, Alec, is him standing in a bluebonnet field. There's a picture of him in a bluebonnet field. And then he posts some more pictures of just bluebonnets. And I'm just wondering...
Hold on, you think that means he's coming to Texas?
Are we reading too deeply into the? Are you suggesting he's going to get traded up by the Texans and that he's going to Houston?
Oh, gross!
No. Honestly, and that's probably not fair, I only think of bluebonnets up here, my Dallas-centric world.
Are there bluebonnets anywhere else in the world?
Probably. No, I'm saying, I don't even think of them in Houston. So, all right. So now is your opportunity. It is prediction time. 877-881-1053. Who will the Cowboys have selected when the day is done? While you ponder, I will tell you some of the mock drafts. Let's go to Field Yates and Mel Kiper. They're going with Mansour Delane, who we just played the highlight of, at 12 for the Cowboys, and Keldrick Falk at pick 20 for the Cowboys. Let's go to Dane Brugler. He says Mansour Delane at pick 12 for the Cowboys, and Keldrick Falk at pick 20. So the exact same picks right there. Now, let's go to Daniel Jeremiah. And I know Ted Wynn liked this mock draft. Pick 12, Caleb Downs. Pick 20, Malachi Lawrence.
See, that's there's a video out there on 105.3 The Fan's Twitter and social medias.
I try to prepare everybody for the worst tonight.
Where my prediction is a trade up. Small trade up, not too much, and that is to get Delane.
Okay.
I think as we talked with Ted Wynn, and Bobby said this morning, the Cowboys look at Delane as he's on his own tier.
Okay.
Like he's on his own tier by himself as cornerback, and everybody else falls after that.
Yeah.
But I think that he's like that effective of a player. Do not try and say the last LSU cornerback. Don't worry about that, all right? This dude is a stud. And then,
but you don't want a Michigan defensive lineman, right?
But Malachi Lawrence was my second pick for the Cowboys because I can see he fits exactly the way the Cowboys think, and they would think that they have to reach up to get him at like a 28 or wherever you would be to get him.
Well, in that scenario, I would think about the Kansas City swap of 9 and 29.
Yeah, that's 29.
Yeah, with 9 fitting there and Lawrence at 29 from the 806. They're going 12 Delane and then 28 Malachi Lawrence after a trade back with the Texans. I feel like we've talked about this. Big proponents of the trade back, and we'll talk with Stephen Jones tomorrow, but that's one of the things he said, and one of the things Jerry said yesterday is if you're the one picking up the phone, it feels like you're automatically in that disadvantageous position, and so we'll see what it looks like when they get on the clock. I think this would be a dream from the 817. Cowboys will select Caleb Downs at 12, and Reuben Bain falls to 20 because of his short arms. Holy crap. That would be awesome. Let's do that.
Okay.
Can you make that happen?
You know what, Kevin? For you and that listener right there, I will.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Hell yeah. From the 469, Caleb Downs and Jacob Rodriguez. And we'll ride with that. All right. We go to you.
Okay.
When the night's over, you've given us your prediction.
Predict I will go home.
Not
that prediction?
No, Delane and Lawrence.
Okay.
Alec, I mean, if you want to give us that information,
yeah, that's my prediction right now.
Fine.
That's my prediction right now for sure. But there are a lot. This is the one thing, Kevin, that I think is good. They have a lot of options.
They do.
It's not like they're stuck there. They have to, or they're pressured by anything. They have a lot of options if they can find somebody to dance with them to make a deal. And that's usually the most difficult part.
Alec, do you want one more mock draft before I go to you?
Why not?
Peter Schrager.
Ooh.
He says it's the Chiefs deal. Mansour Delane and Malachi Lawrence. So Delane at 9, Lawrence at 29. What say you, Mr. Medford?
I did see something interesting about Malachi Lawrence. I need to pull up what the exact odds were, but the prop bet for him to go in the first round at all was, I think it was like plus 300.
Ooh.
So you should probably take that if you're a betting person.
Yeah.
I'm going to steal a little bit from the morning show. My dream versus what I think is actually going to happen. My dream is pretty simple. Just give me Caleb Downs at 12 and Akeem Mesidor at 20, and I got myself a defense.
Ooh, okay.
I got myself a defense. What I actually think is going to happen, I think it's going to be stay put at 12, and I think Mansour Delane does get to you. I think you select him at 12. And then everybody's favorite edge rusher, Keldrick Falk. Auburn at 20. I think those are the two picks. I said it in our prediction video on socials. I think that's the most likely scenario, which is crazy because if you asked me a week ago, I would have said there was no way in hell that Mansour Delane made it past 10.
Yeah, I remember when he ran his 40 and immediately we're like, well, he's out.
And Daniel Jeremiah said it on this show even.
Yeah.
He said that's fantasy. You could go ahead and kiss that goodbye. But now, just the way that people have changed their thought process, with pick number 3 and whatnot, it's a very real possibility, and I think it happens.
From the 817, Downs and Jacob Rodriguez or C.J. Allen. From the 903, trade down at 20 so Arizona can get Ty Simpson. So you get Downs and then Rodriguez, and then that would theoretically leave you with another pick. From the 832, Pickens gets traded for 2 second-rounders, one this year, one next year. Man, what a stunning turn of events that would be.
I don't know what the value chart says, Kevin, the one written by Mike McCoy.
Right.
But yesterday, listening to Broadus and Wolchuk, and they said what I've been saying all along. I think Nick Harris may have said the same thing, but I was always like, I need 2 firsts for him.
Sure.
But everybody kept saying, a lot of people are saying, if you don't get a first, then don't even trade him.
Yeah.
Like first round is the cutoff that they would put on him, and I kind of agree with that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. And
2 seconds is nice.
Maybe, man, you gotta be locked in here from the 615. Guys, I know y'all like the big splash, but this team isn't one player away from contending. The only way you give up 2 first-round picks is for a generational player, and that's not in this draft. I don't feel like any of us have advocated for giving away your 2 first-round picks. That trade you talked about, you still have 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
And I just want to prepare everybody.
But I got a better player than I that I could have gotten at 12 if I move up a little bit.
Exactly.
And I still get a really good player to help fill out my defense at 29.
I'm going to try to prepare everybody for the worst. I'm going to say Keldrick Falk and Colton Hood is who you end up with walking away with. I just want to really set people's expectations.
I really thought you were going to say Keldrick Falk at 12 and also Keldrick Falk at 20.
No.
I was like, that right there isn't going to work.
I'll reverse it for the purposes of FCC. I'll say Hood and Falk is who you'll end up getting, and I think that would make some people sad. But that way, if you did magically get Downs and Mesidor or that one that said Bain as well, then hopefully that will lift up your spirits. So yeah, I'll say Hood and Falk is who you walk away with. Don't sleep on Chris Johnson. But that's what I'll throw out there. And so hopefully, hopefully people will be happy.
I see where you're going with that. I've kind of been steadfast about this regarding the Cowboys and Hood. And it is, I say this one thing, I've seen him play over and over outside, and he's kind of protected by the outside line. And he's able to, use that to his advantage, and that's a good thing. I don't know exactly where the Christian Parker's defense is going to look at these and go, that's what we're playing, is just be that guy. I think that Christian Parker's really we've discussed many times how much of an impact is he going to make? How much of a voice is he going to have in that room? How big is he going to make that voice? Is he going to be boisterous about it, or is he going to sit back and say, no, I trust you guys? Or has he already made his, hey, Will, I need you to get these guys? But if I feel like, based on what I've seen so far from his secondary, there's a variety of what he wants out of his guys. And he has to make sure that in the film sessions he's had with Will McClay, that those guys can do a lot of different things.
Somebody said trade Pickens to Baltimore for a first, and another person said, hey, doesn't Baltimore have 2 first-round picks, one this year and one next year, that they're willing to trade? Because, that one thing didn't work out, and trade that for George Pickens.
Maybe that's what happened.
Would do that.
Maybe that's what happened. Jerry was like, guys, we totally would give you this receiver if you just give those picks to us, and then we'll get Crosby, and you guys get Trey Hendrickson.
Playing
Puppet Master.
That would be
That's how I'd do it.
That would be something to see, and then
we'll be all in.
I promise.
Never again, please.
I see every single one of your texts that talks about a trade involving Angel Reese.
What?
We're just going to compile them all together and saying, I see them. I thought we were done with this. We're almost through 3 weeks of this.
And
a couple more things I want to tell you real quick. When I was telling you about Schlittler earlier, he kind of went after some people when he talked about he's pitching for obviously the Yankees now, and he grew up around Boston. And he goes, most normal fans could care less, right? Couldn't. It's just those diehards that just have nothing else in their lives other than baseball or sports that really care about this. And the fact that I play for the Yankees makes it worse for them. Damn. And then also, I did the math so you don't have to. Since the Mavericks the other day lost the coin flip with the Pelicans, they are 28.9% to get a pick in the top 4. So it's not exactly 7-7-7-7. But yeah, 28.9% top 4, 32.9% 8, and 31.1% pick 9. There's a tiny chance for pick 11 and a 6% chance for pick 10. But the odds say you'll either be probably 9th, 8th, or top 4. But then again, last year you had very little chance to get pick 1, and you did. So, there's that. We're the K&C masterpiece right
Fortune
here.
favors the bold.
Hey, there you go, except for you, I guess, Nico. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, what did the Cowboys do in round 1? And we get you set for day 2. It's a Football Friday on The Fan.
If you're looking for a place to go and people to help you because, you know what, you got in that car, truck, or accident and it wasn't your fault, I want you to go with the Frankels. The Frankels are the go-to experienced attorneys here in the DFW when it comes to handling situations just like that. Been doing this for almost 30 years, so they've got the trust already. They've got the trust of the Tolos as well. They're experienced. They're also family-owned, local, highly awarded. People call the Frankels first because the Frankels put the clients first and get them the resolution that they deserve. If you're worried about money, it all starts with a free consultation with the Frankels, and you're not going to pay anything until they win your case. Guess what? Frankels haven't been here for 30 years by not making money, and so when they say there's never an out-of-pocket cost, they only get paid when you win. That feels like a pretty good line of thinking right there to me. So if you or a loved one unfortunately get injured in that car or truck wreck, maybe a reckless Uber, Lyft, rideshare driver, I want you to go to frankelfirm.com or pick up the phone. Call the Frankels at 817 or 214-323-3333. That's Frankel and Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books on Westwood One Sports. Knicks Hawks game 3 tonight as the series shifts to Atlanta, and I like the Knicks to bounce back in this one. New York had a 14-point lead last game heading into the fourth quarter before they collapsed, but they've controlled most of the first 2 games. Knicks have shot better from the field, from 3, and they've out-rebounded the Hawks in this series by a heavy margin. Plus, the Knicks only lost back-to-back games once all of last postseason. Knicks are a 1-point favorite. I think they get the job done tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sean and RJ here with the greatest of base power. Peak storm season is right around the corner. And for the first time in over a year, base power can install in weeks, not months. Thousands of Texans are switching to base power to get a whole home backup battery that automatically keeps your home running.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/the fan. Take advantage of being a Tolo at Base Power.
Zach Wolchuk and Brian Broaddus of the G-Bag Nation here, and our talent evaluation continues even after the draft because thanks to East Dallas Diesel, we're giving you some insight on some amazing dogs that need to find forever homes from Dallas Animal Shelter. What a beauty we have in Rocco, Brian.
Zach, he's your forever adventure snuggle buddy. Great at fetch and tug of war, will go on runs with you, and he loves both adults and kids. A great find for your home.
Let's clear our shelters together. Go check out pictures and more information at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. Did you know that even a small roof leak can lead to costly water damage, dangerous mold, or even structural issues? With more than 20 years of trusted experience across DFW, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Scheduling your free no-obligation inspection is easy at kpostcompany.com. Don't let a minor problem become a major disaster. Book your free roof inspection today at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
Hello, Dallas. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America, N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
If opening your windows feels like a full-body workout, or worse, they don't open at all, we've got a problem. And that's where Window Nation comes in. Right now, it's their more you buy, the more you save sale. Save up to 50% off your windows plus 0% financing for 5 years. These are custom-built, energy-efficient windows measured 3 times, installed in a day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. Over 3 million windows installed, 45,000 plus 5-star reviews. You can trust them. Don't deal with bad windows another day. Schedule your free consultation now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
At Jack, my $4.99 jumbo sausage breakfast platter has grilled sausage, cage-free scrambled eggs, a crispy hash brown, and French toast sticks. That's a whole lot of food for $4.99. Guys, it broke the table again. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhoit. Joey, how's it going?
It's going fantastic, babe. As the #1 Chevy dealer in the world 3 years straight, we're determined to keep winning. That means our best savings on every new Chevy in stock. It makes a real difference for buyers.
Sounds like even more options at the price points buyers want. If you've been waiting to upgrade, now is the time?
That's right, babe. During our Classic Different Sales event, you can feel it. Upgrade to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 with $15,000 off MSRP. MSRP. That's a winning drive, $15,000 off.
Now that's a way to win big.
Trade values are up for now. With Top Dollar, you can lower your payments. Come see how our numbers will make a difference for you before pricing shifts.
You heard the man. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com or go see Joey in the truck building today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025. Stock number TZ145926. Classic discount $13,000. Customer cash $1250. Bonus cash $750. Plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer dock fee. Expires 4/30/26.
Rangers manager Skip Schumacher with the KNC Masterpiece. Wednesdays at 12:20. Coverage you deserve on your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Simmons over the middle, and that ball is intercepted. Picked off by Sonny Styles off a deflection.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time, courtesy of D&M Leasing, to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today, and where are you all right now?
Doing terrific. Pluckers, Plano, enjoying the finest mott stick in the game.
Agreed.
How are you?
That mozzarella stick, I'm with you, man. That thing is magical. It really, really is.
Yeah, and we'll be here for the next 4 hours before we hand it off to the Cowboys draft show. I will be heading to the Pluckers in Addison. Chief is going to be at Pluckers in Grapevine, and Lucius is going to be at Pluckers in Club Pluckers in Arlington with Alec Medford. So that's your assignments as far as we're concerned.
How often do you think a child is named after their father?
Ooh. All the time.
Yeah.
12%?
The juniors, the seconds?
Sure. Yeah.
8%?
Yeah.
So like Mike Bassick, Michael Bassick, if you will, and Michael Bassick Sr.
So like, let's say if somebody had a kid named Michael,
yeah,
it could possibly be named after
a man named Mike or Michael.
A man named Mike.
Y'all's thoughts?
You know? Yeah, your thoughts?
Yeah. No, I think what you guys are saying is true. It's the reality for a lot of people, and some people are fortunate enough to where it's like my original dad, his name was Mike, and I'm named after him. And then later on down the line, all of a sudden, I get a stepdad, and his name is Mike. And now it's like two birds, one stone.
Sure,
we're keeping this family thing together, dude.
Yeah.
If you were that kid, don't you think that'd be a big dub? You know, just as far as bone structure. Competitive greatness, yes.
Not having the
Muscle
mom think
mass.
you're a piece of trash. Yeah.
Woo. Could have been built like an investment banker. With no disrespect to investment bankers, some of those guys are in great shape, you know. But NFL legend right there,
proper legend.
We're going to be tracking that yearbook picture for many years.
Man,
trying to decipher.
I'm saying, I was just, that thought had just crossed my mind for no particular reason. Now, obviously, you guys are excited about the NFL draft. Can you balance it out with your excitement for the Stars double overtime victory?
Boys, I didn't know if I was going to make it. I was fighting so hard, not just passing out as this thing went till about 1 a.m., but thank goodness they got that thing just in the nick of time. What a tremendous game. I mean, it was nerve-wracking. You get up 2-0, all of a sudden here comes back Minnesota. But, I mean, again, Jason Robertson, you know, he has just been absolutely brilliant this
franchise
postseason.
record, 6 straight playoff games with a goal.
And they're kind of wounded in this Minnesota team. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be healthy enough to finish the series the way this is going. So, tremendous. I mean, you got to be crotch first. I mean, there was a moment there where the Stars are up 2-0, and then you've got the rally in the bottom of the 8th for the Rangers, and it's tied at 4. And it's like, this is just Metroplex bliss. Unfortunately, it didn't go great for the Rangers, but they'll get back in the win column tonight.
Yeah, Minnesota, they badly outplayed Dallas in the third period, and to be honest with you, in overtime. I mean,
yeah, that first overtime was poor.
Yeah, fortunately for the Stars that they were able to get on the power play, and you know, and that was going to be the way they were going to win that game. I mean, the fact that the special teams, they were able to kill the Wild's opportunities, but I felt like in the third period in overtime, man, Dallas was just struggling. It seemed like the puck was in their end of the into the ice the majority of the time, and fortunately they caught a call that was able to help them win that game.
Do you guys think that will propel them going forward? I know Broadus had already said
he's very confident. They're going to win 2 more games, Heggie.
Yeah.
They're going to end this thing. Thank you very much.
Good.
It's going to come down to Game 5, Heggie.
Okay. All right.
It's going to be real difficult to win Game 4. You're looking at an emotionally charged Wild team basically facing elimination at home is what that comes down to.
And they're not as good as the Stars are, so they're going to get eliminated. And
Close enough, Brian.
Yeah, screw them. Yeah.
Pride is on the line for them. You have respect for your opponent.
Our team has pride. Their team has little pride. I think that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, they're just a bunch of losers.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel, though, about having a 7 o'clock puck drop on that Game 5 rather than potentially 10:30?
Oh, my gosh, it's so much better. I mean, it's just glorious. It's just having these 9 o'clock puck drops. It's just ridiculous for 2 central time zone teams. I mean, what do they think? We're on the West Coast?
They do.
Just the lack of respect. It's annoying.
Southwest is what they call it. We're in the Southwest.
You start those East Coast games at 5 o'clock. Screw these people.
Yeah, we're in the South Middle, Kevin, is kind of where I always like to think we are.
We're getting shafted pretty good. Ooh.
And we don't like it. That's a fact.
Came back strong with that one. I like it. What's the early vibe thoughts about pick 12 or trading up or trading down?
What are we doing,
and all
guys?
of that?
Well, I'm rocking with Mansour Delane. I think I like your combo there, Hagee or Corey. Excuse me, Kevin. You might have done a similar thing there. I was trying to drive in. I parked right as you guys were giving your predictions, but I like Delane. I mean, I'm hoping it's Caleb Downs. I want to will that into existence. I just think there's too many teams that could possibly snipe him. And if New Orleans is a team that gets aggressive, Detroit's a team that could move up. I just think Delane, just law of averages, might be the most likely to move to 12. And then I'm going to predict, and this is just me. I've not been told a darn thing about this. Cowboys slide back with Houston. They pick up an extra pick on day 2, and then they take Malachi Lawrence, and the Texans are moving up to 20 to get one of the remaining offensive tackles as we get a run on tackles.
Yeah, I kind of feel like there's going to be a couple of teams potentially that can get up there ahead of Dallas. I think there's something with the Saints going up. I think you're absolutely right about that. And I think Detroit and Miami are going to swing some kind of deal. Ooh. Keep an eye on that one.
All right, I like it. Spicy. Now, tomorrow for everyone, we will have Stephen Jones on around noon to dissect hopefully a draft that we all enjoyed, but who the hell knows? Guys, I mean, look.
We don't know.
Yeah, we've talked about it for a long time.
Let's get there fast, guys.
Exactly. All right, tell everybody where you are again, and then where can they find you either online, listening, or working Pluckers tonight?
We are live at Pluckers in Plano here off Preston Road. And, again, I'm going to be at the Pluckers location in Addison.
Yeah, let's go!
In Grapevine. Lucius will be in Arlington. IndyCar Tim just got here, which brightens my day.
IndyCar.
Wow. So he's hanging out. We have Baron Davis coming up at 3 o'clock. Okay, so that's going to be cool. He's actually in town for the International Dallas Film Festival. He's an actor, and their movie opens tonight. But he's also the host of a Raiders podcast. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
So we'll talk NFL draft, NBA playoffs, and movies with Baron Davis coming up at 3 o'clock. Nick Harris is going to join us at 4:20 from the Star Telegram for his insider reports.
Okay, love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Once again, where can everybody find y'all Pluckers tonight? I'll be at the Pluckers in Dallas.
Come see me in the A. I'll be in Allen.
In the H at the Arlington Highlands.
And Kevin will be in the D and Dallas.
My goodness. All right. And we'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say draft well, Kevin.
Please, Caleb Downs.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score.
for draft day. Thank you for making us part of your day, and salute to you, sir. Thank you for your enthusiasm here for the G-Bag Nation and the NFL Draft. As we're off and running at Pluckers, we'd love it if you can come by and fellowship. Got a Tolo back window decal for you if you could use it. General at your service. Let's talk about the very latest. There's Broadus in his bow tie, ready to dominate the coverage as only he can. You have Dylan Moore in for Lucius Alexander back there at the Pimp Cup, Master Control 75 and 635. He'll attempt to go 4 flawless. I like his chances. I like his chances pretty good if I'm handicapping it, probably minus 350 at the time. Wolchuk and Chiafalo here, of course, your nosebleed brothers. You have Ross Lebensky, Remote Engineering, live Pluckers in Plano. Boys, how are we doing? The pick's about to go down tonight about 8:36 and 9:40. If you're setting your evening sked, around that, you probably want to be in front of a TV at 7 o'clock if you can help it. Be at a Pluckers, watching with us if you can help it. Be tuned in to 105.3 The Fan by then at the very latest, because that's when the action is going to start. But specifically right now, 12 and 20 should be hitting at about 8:36 and 9:40. How you guys feeling?
Wonderful, man. This is such a special day. I do feel like a little bit of a loser because Brian has brought the coolest tie I think I've ever seen. And I can't wear it right now because I can't do my own ties. I'm just
I told you I'd help you.
I know you will. When we get there, I had to out myself because it is something that I've never been. I've tried. I've watched the YouTube videos and I just F it up continuously. So I've just my buddy's an idiot. I am that guy that I can't tie a tie. It's really bad.
I kind of like this casual look though, where it's you're suited up, you're ready for business, but also you might have a beer at the bar. You kind of got both vibes going right now. But I do want to get a glimpse of that Warlock. That is the coolest tie you've ever seen.
I'll break out
Where
the tie.
is it?
I'll break it out. It's in my bag right now.
You bagged that thing?
I believe that tie is older than you.
Really?
Yeah.
You had to blow the dust off that thing this morning?
No, watch this thing. It's pretty interesting.
Here we go. I'm pulling it out of the bag. Brian, it's got every single NFL team helmet on it.
All 32, baby.
It's absolutely gorgeous. And it's got the old school Tampa Bay Buccaneer helmet on it.
That might be pre-Jags, though. That's pre-Jags and Panthers.
Here's what I'll do. I'll put it around the neck just so it's there. You can kind of see it. But I'm loving it.
Oh, that is sexy,
It's just an absolutely...
brings the look together. That's presidential.
I thank you.
Yeah.
I might run for office.
And with the chest hair coming out the top, you're right.
This is
a good look for him.
It's freaking.
You got to look like our guy Biz last night was throwing down on the down at the hockey.
That's true.
Everybody else has got the ties on and stuff, and Biz going open shirt he's going to Vegas or something.
He does it right. There's some sex appeal when it comes to Biz.
I got a first-round grade on you right now, looking at you, just eyeballing it.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Hey, now get in the, don't worry. I'll get into this Zoom here. I know he's probably guys, nobody can see this on the Twitch or the YouTube. I'm sorry. But, fellas, we've got a Ricky Scoops draft dump happening
what the
right
hell?
now.
What the hell is this?
He's got a couple of things. He starts off by saying, and Brian, when I tell you this, you tell me, is this true or fart?
Okay.
Barking rumor. The Cowboys are trying to move up in the first round so they can draft a wide receiver.
I think the moving up part of it is true. I don't believe the wide receiver is the true part of this.
Okay.
Now, depending on what happens with Tyson, could the Giants take Tyson at 5? There's 2 spots, I kind of think. You look at Tyson at the 5th spot there with the Giants. I kind of think that's going to be Downs myself. But he could go to that spot. We'll see what happens with Cleveland. I think that's kind of with Tate. The Commanders are also a possibility. I kind of feel like that Styles right there with what they're doing. The whispers are talking about this, and this is something that Daniel Jeremiah put out in his mock draft where Arizona was backing out and then the Saints going up.
And that's for one of the edges?
That's
whoever the Jets don't take?
Yeah, whoever the Jets don't take. I believe that the Jets, you could go either way, Reese or Bailey, and then I think that maybe the Saints are in that mode of taking the other one there, whoever's available.
Okay. There's a handful of pretty sexy things happening right now. A couple of hot things smoking, Wolchuk.
Yeah, because he adds in, to your point, Arizona's trying to move back.
Yeah.
It sounds like they will be selecting Love if they got to stay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're out of 3. They want to move back from 3.
Man, that whole thing, if you talk to people in Arizona, they're like, listen, everybody's talking about butts in the seats and all that stuff like that if you draft Love. But the people in Arizona will tell you, listen, we need offensive line, defensive line help.
Yeah.
And I think there's people in that building that are hoping that the decision is made either with Bailey or with Mauanoa there. I think of the two names. But if it's Love, man, that would be the Love can go to one of the three spots. He could go to potentially with Arizona at 3 if they stay there. He could surely end up with Tennessee at 4, and then he could also go to the Giants at 5.
Okay, well,
I think all those spots, wherever he goes, and like I said, now then the others will pivot off that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, 4 could happen because the other Ricky Scoops news dump, and then he's got one more after this. He might just keep unloading the clip here. Over the past few days, Sonny Styles has been mocked to the Titans at 4. Ricky Scoops. I don't think Styles will be the Titans pick.
No.
Despite the recent connections between the two.
I don't think so either. I think that Dan Quinn really covets Sonny Styles with the Commanders.
Makes a lot of sense.
But the problem is the Commanders don't have a lot of picks.
So they have a lot of needs.
Yeah, and the Commanders could be. I got 3 teams on bail watch ahead of Dallas. Of course you've got Arizona as a. I think that's a done. I think when this thing opens, we're going to start to talk about. Potentially, because I think Daniel Jeremiah was on this first.
They got a deal in place ready to rock.
I think people, just like I'm saying, there's a lot of conversation about this. Arizona, Cleveland, Washington is a potential bail because of needing picks, and then Eric Chiafalo's, the Chiafalo family's Miami Dolphins as another team looking to bail at number 11.
And you're thinking maybe the Lions moving up to 11?
I got the Lions. If the Saints go up, Lions go up. I could see the Lions go from 17 to 11 ahead of the Cowboys, but I think it's going to go get an offensive lineman.
Okay.
I don't think it's to go get. Now that would help Dallas, man. You would hold your breath.
Yeah.
But if Detroit were to go up there, that sounds like it's going to be for an offensive player. So that would be good for Dallas sitting there waiting on players, defensive players.
Yeah, I was seeing last night they really like Caden Proctor from Alabama.
Yeah.
So that would be amazing. I feel like everybody's saying Mansour Delane at 12. That's fun. To me, that's difficult to imagine. Somebody has to reach for an offensive player ahead of you, I think, to get one of these impact defensive players. That's what my gut's telling me here as we sit about 4 hours from the beginning of our draft coverage. The other, possibility out there that has a lot of discussion happening is the possibility of trading George Pickens tonight. Very robust social media conversation, national talk show conversation. Is it realistic? Could GP be dealt tonight?
Wow. Tonight, I think the only way that it happens is if indeed they land one of these receivers. I don't think they have any plan of moving him unless they secure a Jordan Tyson or a Carnell Tate. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Otherwise, yeah, I think for them to just go ahead and say, hey, we want you to play on the tag, we've made up our decision when you still have months to negotiate with him, is very bizarre. I totally get why they'd have that stance, and it doesn't sound like, as we've talked about a ton over the last week or in months, really, that there's a market for him. So maybe you do settle, and it's like, I'll take a second rounder for him in that scenario. Maybe you're able to trade him. Maybe you call Vegas and you're able to work a deal to get a Crosby. Maybe he's part of a Jordan Brooks type of deal. Miami needs some wide receiver help, right? So maybe that helps you get a veteran player back or a day 2 draft pick. But I'd lean no, he does not get moved tonight. They'll wait and see what happens over the course of the draft.
Yeah, let me ask you guys a question. And again, talking about moving, there's a lot of people in the world, of the NFL world, that are thinking that Dallas is in a situation right now at linebacker, the way they're treating the position, that they already have a deal in place for one of these linebackers.
Okay. That's what it seems like.
That everybody is like, everybody's like, well, they need a linebacker. We're all rushing to the front talking about linebackers, and Dallas is kind of like, we're good.
Yeah.
We're good. That's kind of the whispers of what's going on. Now, will Dallas get maybe that deal with the linebacker is if, okay, we don't get Sonny Styles.
Right.
Or we don't get one of these linebackers early.
I would hope it's both.
Yeah.
I think they need linebackers so bad that they need to trade for one. But, yeah, the last couple of times Jerry and Steven have talked, they have really gone into great detail on how much they've been trying hard to make trades for veteran players, and it's so exciting that they're going to do it after all of this draft capital is used up.
Yeah.
So they're gonna take from 2027 to make this team better, and if they nail the picks and make the right trades, I'm ready to talk about this team taking a massive step forward in year 2 of the Schottenheimer era. But it starts. With getting these decisions right tonight. Like, no team makes a big push in the NFL without having successful drafts. Especially this organization, which has done less than anybody in free agency over the last decade plus. All right, Ian Rappaport said on TV this morning the Cowboys still want George Pickens long-term. They just want to see a larger sample size. And, to me, that's weird. If you think you're good at scouting football and you watch George Pickens play last year and you say, well, got to see more.
Yeah.
I would say, who are your football people?
Yeah.
You're obviously pulling my leg. There's no way. This is the same organization that famously says about draft prospects, well, if you see them do it once, they can do it all the time.
Oh, never.
Yeah, I wonder if it's see him do it on the field again, or if it's see how he is off the field and how much more of a maturation you can get from him off the field.
Yeah.
But also you're allowing the number to continue to climb.
I just
right?
I just wonder. This is me. I don't think they want to pay 2 receivers.
Yeah.
I think if you talk to people in the organization, they will tell you so many positive things about George Pickens as far as a player and a person. Love the guy, all that kind of stuff. But when you hear the words pay 2 receivers, difficult. Now, I know Cowboy fans and all of us here on our show are saying that's BS. Teams do it. They pay 2 guys. They figure it out. But that's what they'll tell you. The word is it is difficult to pay 2 receivers. Don't kill the messenger. A lot of positivity about the guy as a person, all that as a teammate. But their excuse will be given, that, hey, we won't pay 2 receivers.
They never have. A lot of teams don't. A lot of teams wouldn't. Some teams have, but not a lot of them. It's difficult to even get 2 players that good on your roster at the same time. I would also say a complicating factor here is you've been pushing money back on Dak Prescott's contract for close to a decade now. And it's now collected into there's this snowball effect as it's grown and grown and grown.
Right.
And on top of that, he's the top paid at his position by 15 or 20% still. So there's a lot of reasons why their cap space is a scarce commodity for them right now. And if they decide to do this, it's fascinating because they've spent the entire offseason repeatedly saying they can and intend to do a long-term deal with George Pickens.
Yeah.
So if you can do it, why would you seemingly put such a roadblock up yesterday? Bizarre.
It is. But I think you're right, Brian, because Steven did, unprovoked, acknowledge it's tough to have 2 receivers making that amount of money. So that very likely could be their thinking. And then Todd Archer this morning with Sean and RJ alluding to he doesn't think that George Pickens will be the guy that gets the long-term deal past this season in Dallas. So, if that's your play, I'd like to try and get something for him. If he's not in your long-term future, it'd be awesome to have him this year, and let's play the season out, have your best chance to go win a championship if you can. But also, that's a tremendous asset, I would think, at your disposal to try and get something for.
Okay, tell me why Caleb Downs would be posting a picture of blue bonnets on his Instagram.
I like that, dude.
What's going on?
I don't know. He goes scataboo last night, flirting with the Giants. Then all of a sudden, the state flower of the great state of Texas on the Instagram as well. Is he dropping tea leaves? Is he just screwing with us 100%? Does he know or does he not know and he's just dancing around?
Don't do this to me.
I don't know, man.
Does he think it's an Easter egg for the Giants because they're blue? You can't rule that out.
Oh, that's a good call. That's a good call.
That could be.
But so are the Cowboys. Smart. So are the Cowboys.
Yeah. It's just fun stuff, and we'll be talking about all the fun stuff and all the Easter eggs we possibly can here in the build-up to this draft show coming up here at 6 o'clock tonight. Is Mike Vrabel cooked? Kalshi odds give it a 37% chance that he's out as Patriots coach before September. I don't think it's been that high. He's going to go get counseling and miss day 3 of the draft.
It's so weird. You could get counseling on Monday.
Yeah, it is weird.
It is strange.
You don't have to get the counseling during the draft. It's like they wanted to draw super attention to it all.
Yeah, he's willing to forego the final day of the draft. This is so important to him. It is weird, which makes me feel like it's reactionary and chaotic, and behind the scenes maybe they are getting ready to have to move on from him, especially if the latest round of rumorooskies are true out there.
Well, yeah, those are the new pictures that have surfaced from back in 2020 when they're sitting at a bar together, Rossini and Vrabel, and their knees are interlocked, they're rubbing on each other, they're kissing on each other. That's from 6 years ago. I mean, my gosh, that's not.
It's been going on for a while, huh?
And then you have that tweet from Rossini, where she's like, she's talking about her husband's name, but also her son's name. She's like, I keep looking at my almost 4-day-old son, Michael, while trying to figure out who are the best Michaels to ever play and coach at the NFL.
Wow. That's just
Mike Vrabel played and coached in the NFL. She tweeted
that would
that
be super scandalous
in 2021.
If Vrabes is that boy's dad, the Patriots are going to let him go, right? You don't survive that level of a scandal.
That could be the ultimate nail in the coffin.
Is Bob Kraft done worse?
Yeah, like
Probably.
the owner here kind of makes me think no. Like, what leg does he have to stand on?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah. Man, they finally found a coach. They're gonna run some other guy out there and they went from picking second or third to picking 31st. Come on, man.
I hear you. I hear you.
There's people in the NFL.
He's a special coach. I'd be arguing we can get through this.
I'm just saying.
Bring in a good crisis
I'm
management
not yelling
guy.
at you about this.
We can get through this, guys.
Yeah, we can do this.
I'm telling you, man. It's time to wag the dog. Let's go.
Let's wag the dog.
Let's go wag the dog. Let's create a diversion. Let's go attack somebody or whatever. That's what we do.
Attack.
It's like
just set off a new bomb somewhere else to focus the attention.
I'm telling you, totally making the big diversion here. We're in New England. We're like, guys, we finally found a damn coach since that guy we ran off.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Let's diversion.
I think it's a good idea,
I
Brian.
like that, Broadus.
Get that Mike Reese on the phone. We'll create a diversion here on ESPN.
All right.
Have him stand in front of the stadium.
Nick Harris is coming up at 4:20. Baron Davis is coming up at 3 o'clock. We're here at Pluckers in Plano. We're coming back with the champ, and then Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking it?
All right, we got bold first-round predictions, but it's also National Picnic Day.
Picnic.
Have you ever been on a picnic, and what are the top 10 picnic foods? I don't believe picnics even exist. Prove me wrong. That's next in the nation.
But first, I have some great news for my people in the 817. That is in my backyard, and it's awesome to get that new view.
105.3 The Fan. I don't know all the accounts you can find this video with Broadus that's Bobby Belt's latest creation, but I did retweet it at GBagNation. Follow us all when you get there to help celebrate the draft, commemorate this this draft, an AI Broadus creation that takes the cake.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
So good.
That is simply amazing how they put that together.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
So check that out. We'll play the song for you probably a little bit later on in the show, but it is draft day. We're live at Pluckers in Plano. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Top 10 here in just a moment. Let's go back into the Pimp Cup. Dylan Moore in for Lucius. Send Lucius some love on social. Let him know he's missed. He's at his second funeral in the last week. Okay,
that's tough.
So send some love to Lucius. He'll be back tomorrow. Here's Dylan with the chant.
Here we go. It is G-Bag of the Day replay. We do it every weekday around this time. It's the first time one-day champ going to go for 2 today. We go to the airport. This dude decides he wants to hold up the airport shuttle because he thinks he's entitled and he just can. So, yeah, here we go.
Who's your boss?
Hey, buddy, we've all had a long day. So
am I, man.
I'll tell you what, if you don't get off the motherfucking bus, you will be fucking sorry, dude.
No,
I'll be right behind you.
You'll be sorry.
Dude, get off the bus.
Wait off the bus. There'll be another one by.
The owner of the bus has asked you nicely. You're holding us all up now.
There's a seat right there, man.
He told you to get off.
Don't even
What, you come in here screaming profanity at us? No, dude. Take it outside. I've about had it, man.
All right.
Get outside now, dude.
There's a seat right there.
You know what? It's up to him, and he said you're off.
There's a seat right there.
You're not going to sit next to me, jackass.
I'll stand.
Get off the damn bus.
Oh, here we go. Holy fucking shit, dude. I'm about ready to fucking go.
Relax, man.
You come screaming profanity at us as you walk in the bus.
Yeah, dude, just come on.
Go.
We all want to go home. It'll be faster if you get off so that another shuttle can get
I mean, there's literally one right behind us.
There's a seat right there.
And there's a shuttle right behind us.
Bye-bye.
You're lucky.
I'm lucky, you ass.
Yes.
Now we got that.
Jesus. Dude, I would refuse to take him to his car. He can fucking walk. Pardon my language.
That's it. You're out of here.
All right. The champ faces challengers every night at 5:30 here in the G-Bag Nation. And you can join us live here today, live from Pluckers in Addison. Join us at all the Pluckers locations tonight for our annual draft day party here. Round 1 will be underway shortly after 7 o'clock. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20 here.
All righty, let's get into the top 10 picnic foods in just a moment. 877-881-1053. Have you ever been on a picnic? I don't know.
Yes.
I never. You have. You
Yes.
have. You've actually done a picnic.
Isn't it basically just
Yes.
simply eating outside?
It's like tailgating.
You know, you put your
Yeah, a
blanket
tailgate is a
down.
picnic, right?
Yeah.
You got to find a park
That's a
or something
tailgate.
or a lake.
We've
you
got to
know?
put some kind of. That's a tailgate.
What's the real qualifier for it being a picnic?
I think you're bringing the little wooden stick bag.
Okay, now I got to have a wooden stick bag.
And now we were laying out the blankie on the,
That's a picnic
we're at
basket?
a park. We're a
Yeah.
picnic basket. Thank you. We're putting out a blanket. We're at a park and we're sitting there and we're unfolding.
Stick bag?
Yeah, I mean,
Stick
I was
bag.
thinking the brown bag,
like a hobo?
No, the brown, yeah, like a hobo. I was thinking the brown. Yep, the picnic bag, and that's your picnic right there.
Picnic
awesome.
basket, huh?
Full on. Yep, the picnic
Yeah.
basket with the blankie, and,
Yeah.
and you're at a
Thermos.
I think it was a pretty big deal back in the day because it's like, what are we going to do? You know, we don't have cable TV. Video games aren't out yet. You know, we're going to the lake today, kids, and we're going to have a picnic.
972 said, ever been on a picnic? Are you kidding me? I've been married for over 37 years, and we had plenty of picnics the first 20 years.
But that he just told.
Mainly on Mother's Day.
Yeah.
He told
This
on
is an
himself.
older generation
It's an
thing.
older, yeah. The guys like to meet.
You guys don't know.
62-year-old Brian Broadus has been on a couple of picnics.
The thing though is like you really got to have a perfect weather day.
That's true.
You get like wind and rain. totally nuke a picnic.
It'll ruin it.
Like, how many days on the 365-day calendar can you actually perform a picnic without it just everything getting blown away or getting soaked in the rain?
About 20, I'd guess.
You got probably 20 days out of the year where you can capitalize on a picnic opportunity that's actually going to be pleasant.
That's true. There's a lot of factors that you got to go in here.
The number one picnic food has to just be simply a sandwich of any kind, right?
Probably.
Like the sandwich leads the league as the most eaten picnic item.
Yeah, number one is pre-cut sandwiches.
They travel well. They're going to hold for multiple hours.
It's like we're taking the crusts off for you, Brad.
Yeah,
we're doing that with the sandwiches. You also have pasta salad at number 2.
My mom would always go to like the grocery store and get a giant bag of fried chicken.
Okay, fried chicken.
That's what I was saying. You could go out and get like a bucket of KFC and have a picnic.
You can, and that's number 8.
Yeah.
And maybe cold fried chicken was texted in.
Hell yes.
That's your favorite kind,
My
Brian.
favorite kind.
Do homeless people only have picnics?
I think in 2026, yes. It's called the Hobo Picnic.
They're eating outside every day.
Yeah. Well, that's just because they don't have a house. They're homeless, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What if
every meal's a picnic if you're unhoused?
That's true. That's true.
Very
but they don't have the picnic basket.
But it's not a picnic being
Where's
homeless.
the basket? I need the basket.
It's really not.
10 is your brownies or cookies.
It's not a walk in the park either.
Yeah,
You gotta,
it's not a walk in the park.
You got to have some delicious dessert at the picnic. 9 is chips and dip. Like pretzels, or tortilla chips. We're dipping
I don't
them.
know about that one.
That could get messy.
I don't know because, like, with the ground being kind of uneven, and you put how do you keep the chip, or excuse me, the dip level so it's not like
I don't like that one.
Yeah, out of whack.
Fried chicken was 8. 7 is
that's
like
way low for fried chicken.
A veggie tray.
Let me tell you what. You're
just
bringing
eat the grass.
It's true. You're outside.
Listen,
Pick some mushrooms.
You know, you guys hate my take on the cheesecake. Mm-hmm. If you show up to my house and you go and get one of those Tom Thumb veggie tray things and the raw vegetables, you can just turn your ass back around and go home.
Yeah.
That's one of your best takes.
If you walk in with that, you're really not giving it any thought.
Like, I'd like some cold broccoli to dip in some ranch here. Yes, please.
That is the.
What are we doing?
While I'm fighting flies.
Screw this.
See, that's the biggest problem with the picnic is the damn flies.
Okay, so it's wind, rain, unlevel ground.
Flies are worse than the weather. Flies are worse than the weather.
To me, it's like, why are we doing picnics? We don't need one.
You're probably looking at ants too.
Too much crap.
I can hear the overrated chants right now as Picnic walks across the stage.
Suck. 6 is deviled eggs. Blah. At your picnic. 5 is fresh fruit, or you could do a fruit skewer, like kebabs for fruit.
But see, once again, you got to have, and they're not a sponsors of mine. I wish they were. Yeti coolers.
Yeti.
Those kind of things. Those things they keep things cold.
They do.
You can't show up with a picnic with like warm fruit.
They do.
And it's mushy and no, absolutely.
Potato salad comes in at 4.
Got to have a little mustard to it.
A charcuterie cheese board is at 3.
That works all the time.
That sounds good. But your top 2 was the pasta salad. Number 1 was your sandwiches. So that's your top 10 when it comes to the picnic.
I think you want to go get your burgers and set up at a park that's got those little charcoal grill stands you can use.
Do you trust those?
Make some burgers and dogs.
Do you trust that park?
I do.
Do you really?
Yeah. What could be? I mean, it's just rain. You're gonna light it up to 500 degrees. Everything will be carterized.
I don't know, Dawson.
Everything's carterized. We're all good.
I can kind of see you looking at that thing and like going, no.
This is a guy who ate chicken wings after he found a rodent in the back of his grill. Okay, he's scared of nothing.
No, I mean it's just things from the world.
Here, kids.
We've been surviving here for about 100,000 years.
Yeah, here, kids. Make sure you get the tetanus shot for the rust that we're about to.
We chased off Neanderthals. I'm sure it'll be fine.
405 is going with the cold deli meats is a must.
It's got to be cold.
And then canned ice cold sodas or beer.
Yeah. Okay.
Picnics walk across the stage from the 214. We've got
they're getting booed.
A lot of people. Some people are calling us children.
Overrated. Picnic's just trying to go accept its award for being a lifelong staple in the human life, and everybody's just booing the hell out of Picnic. They can't even accept their award in peace.
All the old people like me.
Yeah, Picnic. Yeah. Shut up, clown.
And we're like, boo, Picnic suck.
Here's the most annoying bold prediction I saw on Sports Illustrated today for the first round of the draft tonight.
That the Raiders are going to trade out of one.
They're just going to take all 8 minutes to select who we know they're taking in Fernando Mendoza.
Please don't.
Hey, get
That's
the show
the
on
most
the road.
annoying thing. Why are you going to let the clock go to 8 minutes?
You know why?
We know who you're taking.
It's the Raiders, and the league wants them to be able to talk about all
the Raiders.
things. Yeah, well, they want us to talk about the player, and they have to bounce around to all the people, and get.
We'll talk Al Davis for a second and his memory.
And we got Jeff Darlington in our backyard today.
Jeff's the man.
He's the one who had the best angle of Jerry tripping on his way to shake the president's hand yesterday.
Think about Jerry with like a busted up shoulder or collarbone.
I like the idea of him in a neck brace. At the post round one presser tonight.
What'd you say?
Like McAfee the other night at WrestleMania.
Snap around.
Kid's ass.
Number 2, though, bold prediction, and then we can get to your football fix. This is fascinating to me. Sports Illustrated's going with the Jets are not taking Reese or Bailey. They're going to shock everybody and take Sonny Styles.
Oh, my gosh.
That would be great.
That would be wild.
That would be hilarious.
Absolutely bananas.
I'm
if
for
that
the
were to
chaos.
happen. I'm here for it, too, man.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We're live at Pluckers in Plano. Baron Davis coming up here at the top of the hour. We'll talk to him about his movie that's opening tonight at the Dallas International Film Festival, the NBA playoffs, and other stuff. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Football Fix coming up next. Chief, what's in store?
All right, what does Chad Johnson know about George Pickens? Plus your final mocks and some more buzz from James Palmer. NFL Draft Intel next in the nation.
Well, my number 1 draft pick in the all North Texas roof draft is, of course, Greystone Roofing and Construction. Tolos, be careful.
years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Dylan Moore in for Lucius Alexander. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and our draft coverage will start at 6 o'clock tonight here on your home of the Cowboys. We're just 3 hours and 15 minutes away. And to continue the build-up, the anticipation, you can cut it with a knife. Here's Wolchuk with your football fix.
All right, let's do it. Let's hit our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
What does Chad Ochocinco know? As he just went ahead, put out a tweet roughly an hour ago. George Pickens will be happy tonight with a smiley face emoji. What could that mean?
Oh, wow.
I don't know.
If I was reading this, that would lend me to think that he's predicting a trade and George gets his bag.
Trade in a bag? Yeah, I mean, that's what I would think as well. Now, a lot of people have reached out.
I don't know if it'd be one of those wooden handbag things or whatever that you take to the picnic.
No, you need that.
It'll be a better bag.
It's weird to me. I don't know why the Cowboys would just trade him. To trade him, I feel like they would need to get their receiver tonight. Maybe they do. But very interesting that Chad Johnson said George Pickens will be happy today. And then James Palmer put out a few notes on George Pickens. He said, if you ask around, he's as talented as any wide receiver in the NFL. Third in receiving last year. The tag's going to pay him $27.3 million. Cowboys have had players play on the tag in the past. Part of the Micah discussion was paying 3 players top of the market at premium positions. It played a role in the trade. Paying Pickens top of wide receiver money market, which he could deserve, would put them right back in the spot that they avoided last year. Dallas understands that Pickens will be frustrated and can choose to skip some portions of the offseason, but the distractions don't bother the Cowboys. Was Pickens perfect off the field last year? No. But nothing major happened, and Dallas really thinks highly of Dak's impact on Pickens in that area. It was a great trade. Could they get more back than they gave up to get Pickens? Of course, and they know it. Dallas has 2 first-round picks, but no second-round pick this year. The conversations, or at least the curiosity, of moving Pickens has been at least discussed by some in the building, as it should be.
Yeah, and it's fascinating that apparently they're talking about it while all along saying, we love him, we got a plan for it, the coach, the front office, everybody is saying we want George around here long term. If they actually end up dealing him tonight, and what else would make Ocho happy? What else would make Ocho happy?
I don't know what else that could mean.
So if they end up dealing him tonight, I think it's the end of believing anything they say about a prospective contract, because it would be back-to-back off seasons where they insisted they wouldn't deal Micah, and then they spent months talking about how much George is in their long-term plans, and they end up dealing him. And if that's the case, I love it. Get out there and play chess. Send signals to the market that are 180 degrees from what you actually intend to do. I have no problem with it, Be aggressive that building this thing out, and if it means lying to everybody for months that you plan to keep George Pickens because you're trying to get better offers, I'm for it.
Does anybody care at all about the reaction from within the team where it seems like guys like Dak and Lamb absolutely love Pickens? Does that really matter to you at all?
The people in the front office will tell you that George Pickens is a good guy.
And he loves football.
Yeah.
Shoddy just bangs the he loves football drum constantly.
Yeah. I would say that every year 10 people, 20 people leave the team, and they had friends too. This is the NFL. Our entire roster, everybody on the roster deals with losing a friend every year. Mm-hmm. So just because he's good doesn't change it that much. Did you see the moment with Shoddy following up the answer Steven gave, talking about we like players that we gave up picks to get to, with Quinnen Williams and George Pickens, and Steven kind of laughing about it?
Yes.
I think that just shows you how much of a dog Steven is for managing the bottom line,
Yes.
He's been dealing with his dad for 3.5 decades on it. Now Shoddy's dealing with it. The fans have been crushing him for talking about the pie and all this for years, and he doesn't care. You know, he's like, well, I guess I got to be the bad guy to make sure that we extract the maximum value from our football team every calendar year.
Let me ask you this, guys.
Sure.
Just this question. Could you see Dallas, and we're talking about the Cleveland deal at 6. Could you see Dallas trading George Pickens to Cleveland to move from 12 to 6?
Yeah, absolutely.
And not have to use any draft compensation to do it?
Oh, like just straight up George for 6?
George for
take Tyson if he's there.
You're moving up 6 spots and you're giving them the player. Instead of giving up a draft pick, instead of giving up like 20 or whatever else you have to, you just say, listen, for the right to come up 6 spots, we're trading you. I was just thinking about teams that need wide receiver help.
Yeah.
Cleveland was one of these teams. Miami was a team.
Definitely.
The Commanders, we've talked about them. The Saints, Titans. These are all teams in front of you picking.
And then you take that $28 million and you trade for Jordan Brooks and Patrick Queen and fixed linebacker.
Or Crosby and Brooks, something like that. Yeah, you could reignite the Crosby conversation.
I mean, all of that. And hey, maybe it ends up being Cornell Tate. I mean, maybe it's not Tyson as the receiver. Who knows? But, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Brian.
I just wonder if with all those teams ahead of you that could use, if Dallas was trying to go up, instead of using that draft capital, use a player to get there. And a player that's a highly accomplished player and a player that's better at wide receiver, Zach Dawson, than anybody at wide receiver on your board.
It would be a surprise based on everything we've heard about the way the league feels about George, where it's like you're getting a second-round pick for this guy. Now all of a sudden a team's willing to give up the 6th pick in the draft.
Right.
Not to say that it wouldn't happen.
I know, but I'm just trying to think of how, if in fact, how would you use George Pickens in a trade? I mean, we weren't armed with the information that they weren't going to sign him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now we know this, and now teams know. Maybe they just wait. Maybe they just wait it out. But if you're a team that you're a general manager with one foot in the parking lot because your team's not very good.
Yeah.
I mean, I need a wide receiver, and I get a guy that's kind of already ready to go, ready to play, all pro type receiver.
And he's still so young too. You're not even talking about like a Waddle who gets traded and he's like 28 years old or whatever. Talk about a 25-year-old player,
same age as Akeem Mesidor, who could be drafted tonight, right? Which is pretty crazy. I mean, that's absolutely nuts. Now we did have a lot of mock drafts, finals that were dropped, and Albert Breer has an interesting one that I kind of tossed out yesterday in the morning, and I do think that it makes sense. Like, let's say the Cowboys do get wiped out in a scenario. I think Dylan Thieneman would be their pick. Now, he does add.
At 12?
Yeah, well, he takes him at 12.
Okay, I mean, that's understandable.
But he specifically does say that the Cowboys know just what they're getting and reaching a little for the Duck Star, knowing they probably won't get him at 20. And yes, the Cowboys have explored moving up for Styles, but they've also looked at moving down, which could set this pick up if they can stay in front of the Vikings and Panthers. Because what I've heard is, like, we've seen the mocks of Thieneman going to Minnesota.
Right.
But I also had heard that Carolina's got Thieneman as their top safety. And that's just based on how they play their safeties. It's nothing against Caleb Downs. It's just they view him as like a true hash-free safety.
Yeah.
So I don't think he'd make it past Carolina at 19 if that's who the Cowboys wanted. So maybe it's a trade down from 12 anywhere to 17 to just stay in front of Minnesota and Carolina. But Thieneman, I do think, would be one of the names that is a wipeout consideration.
I can see it. And it would make a lot of sense for sure. But you're right. I think ideally you do trade down a few picks
to
grab something else and then select them. And you're just, I guess, hoping that the Vikings or the Panthers don't try and then jump ahead of you.
Yeah. On Tuesday we had Dave Campo on with us at Crown Global Media and with me and Vach, and Dave was talking about how he thought that Thieneman. He likes both players, Thieneman and Downs. Mm-hmm. I think he said you could do more with Thieneman than you can Downs. That was his like, listen, he goes, hey, don't get me wrong. I love Downs, but if you start to talk about scheme-wise what you can do with Thieneman, maybe there's things he does better and more of than Downs.
Well, we also had Daniel Jeremiah. He did go Downs 12 to Dallas, which he's been standing on. He's like, I think he's going to make it there. And then he goes Malachi Lawrence at 20. I would love that if that were able to happen. Let's will Caleb Downs into existence. The thing in Vegas, though, is fascinating that bettors are just still so divided on Bailey and Reese at number 2 to the Jets. So I'm ready for the chaos. I hope we have a ton of surprises tonight. I'm interested what happens with Tyke Simpson. Like, is Glazer right? Does he go in the first round? Is there a trade back up to go and get him? And I love what Coach Cignetti is doing, where he has the Indiana Pro Game tonight during the draft.
The spring game.
And their quarterback's going to be, it's the highest they've ever, Dave Loffenberg right now, highest quarterback in Indiana history that's been drafted. They've got the number 1 overall pick that's going to go tonight in Fernando Mendoza. And maybe they'll still show it in the stadium, but that's just Coach Cignetti. Like, this is business, baby. That's in the past. I know our guys going number 1 overall, but we're doing our spring game tonight.
A lot of big things happening tonight, Wolchuk. Looking forward to our
big
NFL
DeGrom night.
Draft,
big day.
Draft coverage starting at 6 o'clock right here on your home of the Cowboys. We're going to go to the top of the draft. The host of the official Raiders podcast, Talk of the Nation, with Baron Davis. Yes, that Baron Davis.
That Baron Davis.
He is a Raiders podcaster. And he's also acting in a movie that opens tonight at the Dallas International Film Festival. He'll join us live from Pluckers in Plano coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
But, Tolos, I know as parents we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is draft day, and we are live at Pluckers in Plano. And we'd love it if you could join us at one of the Pluckers locations nearest you tonight for our annual Round 1 draft party here at Pluckers. I will be at the Addison location. Christy Scales is hosting this one. Lucius Alexander, who is not producing today, but he is going to link up with Alec Medford, and they are going to be at the Arlington location, Club Pluckers in Arlington, starting at about 7 o'clock. Chief, Grapevine?
Yes, sir.
I'll be in Addison, basically Toll Road and Beltline. So we'll see you over there. And for the next 3 hours, we'll be broadcasting here. Got Tolo back window decals for you. Broadus and Wolchuk are going to take off at 5 o'clock and head up the Toll, get to the Star, and get set up for the official Cowboys draft show, which will be underway at 6 o'clock. Guys, it's almost surreal, though, that we're living in a world right now that is considering the possibility that the Cowboys could end up trading George Pickens. At 877-881-1053, I think Wolchuk has the text open. Chief, do you have the text open?
I sure do.
Okay, leave your name and city you're texting from. What do you think? Is this? Do you think this is going to happen? How horrible of an idea is this? I think kind of what it comes down to is the Cowboys believe their roster has become too top-heavy, and the same dynamics that convinced them it was time to trade Micah Parsons last year, because instead of one guy, it could be 3 or 4 guys. I think that's going to push them in the same direction with George Pickens. I don't think George is going to be a Cowboy anymore. You know, whether it's tonight or at some point this summer, you know, and I have a feeling Cowboys fans are going to be absolutely livid about this, not only because you're trying to get closer to the Super Bowl while taking away all pro level players. It's just really difficult to do that. Now, I will tell you, Brian, I was a Mariners board op.
Yeah.
And my last year as Mariners board op, Alex Rodriguez left the Mariners, came to the Rangers. That next year, the Mariners won 116 games. Get rid of A-Rod, win 116 games. So it is possible, you know, and maybe in this NFL, it's, you know, it's even somewhat realistic, you know, depending on what you're going to do with that cap space and that money and what you get for them. But, you know, how do you guys react to that? Number one, do you think it's going to happen?
Yeah, how do you react when, do you really trust Flournoy that much that you would say that
he's a 3. I love him as a 3.
And now if you were to make this trade, I don't think you could trade George Pickens until you figure out what are you really considering, and I think they are you going to take a wide receiver at 12?
Yeah.
Now you're going to replace the wide receiver you're trading away with a highly touted wide receiver that you covet in the draft. And this is where I wonder if they're sitting on Tyson and they're thinking that maybe Tyson could get to them. Are they looking at this right now and saying, okay, well, that's who we will take and we'll make this trade? Or are they willing to, if Tyson were to go to the Giants at 10, are they willing to take Tate potentially? Because I was kind of working through just a little bit of a mock draft of where, and I played it with a couple of trades just in the top 10 just to see how it might look. You know, I couldn't. I had Tyson going, but I had Tate as the one that was getting to you, not Tyson. So if you're coveting that type of player and you don't get him, are you still making that trade? Does it mean that much to you? Like, yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine without George. We'll use that second round pick that we get or whatever to address it.
Yeah, I mean, my guess would be they already have things lined up, and it's that they're confident that they're going to move up to go get a receiver and make damn sure that they're getting a guy that they love, whether it's Tate or Tyson. I think they like Tyson more, but they're confident they're going to go up and make that move, and then they have the trade. Maybe it's George Pickens to the team that they're trading up with, or it's a separate trade that they know they have something in the works right now with another team where we're going to trade up and make sure we get our receiver replacement, and then we're going to flip George to another team for whatever pick.
I think there is...
Because that's what Ricky Scoops is alleging, that they're trading up to go get a receiver.
Right.
That's the only way it would make sense. If you know you're trading George Pickens tonight, it's because you know you have his replacement, and you know that because you're about to trade up and just go make sure you get him.
Which is why the 6 to Cleveland makes a lot of sense, because now you're getting ahead of Washington that could want a receiver possibly. If New Orleans doesn't make that jump to 3, they're a team that's been rumored to be interested in a wide receiver. The Giants at 10, you know for sure if they don't take one at 5.
If I gave you a choice at the Commanders, guys, I could give you Styles or I can give you Tate. Or I could give you Tyson. Because I have him going to New York at 10. Yeah. But if I gave you a choice of Styles, Tate, Tyson, which direction you think that the Commanders would go?
I mean, I would think they spent a lot of money on defense in free agency.
Sure.
And they still have holes there. You still need like a Sonny Styles. That makes sense. But I'm looking at their offense right now going, man, Jaden Daniels off an injury only has Terry McLaurin to throw to right now.
Yeah.
So I would think I would want to get something around my franchise quarterback that can help him here. So I would be going receiver. Now, do you like Tyson? Do you like Tate? You guys tell me, but I would be going receiver.
I have Tyson over Tate, on my stack, the way it is. So I would take Tyson. They may well take Tate.
Yeah, they might. And I still am not. I still wonder if the Giants would just pull the trigger if they start to think we're not going to have Tyson fall to 10 and they want him. You might have to take him at 5. Which means
that's the
he's
thing
off
about
the board.
So, okay, then the down situation now is interesting. If you're the Giants at 5, who do you pick first?
Tyson.
You pick Tyson over.
Yeah, I think Downs is more likely to make it to 10 than Tyson, especially if Washington could possibly want a receiver. Dallas may be moving up. We'll see what happens with New Orleans, right?
I'm just stunned that there's this sudden demand for these wide receivers.
I am too.
I thought this entire way through the process we were talking about how they were limited or injury prone. I mean, you're talking about a hamstrings and a catastrophic knee injury.
We're not even talking about Lemon in it.
I know, and Lemon's my top guy. That'd be the dude that I'd be fighting for in a room.
Yeah, and just so you guys are aware, and I'll keep refreshing it, but DraftKings right now has Caleb Downs as the favorite to be the Cowboys pick at 12. That's who DraftKings has as
credit
the
to Daniel Jeremiah. He's had that. I mean, he has had him falling to 12. I think the league is crazy if they let Caleb Downs fall to 12, but we've seen it happen with safeties.
That would be a lot of fun. Shouldn't we also talk about what the wide receiver options could be for the Cowboys at 20? Didn't they have some meetings with Omar Cooper Jr.
From Indiana.
From Indiana.
Casey Concepcion from A&M.
Could those guys step in and give you a rookie level of impact that's good for 750 yards? Would you feel confident about that? You know, would you feel even better about it?
I love Omar Cooper Jr. I've got him as my wide receiver 3. And again, I mean, I've talked about this a bunch. I like Jordan Tyson. Again, I got to it's like you with the Styles thing. It's not like I hate the player.
Yeah.
I'm just nervous about the injury history.
Right.
I mean, if you're talking about a guy who missed 35% of his games in college, I've got to take that into account. Is that going to carry over to the NFL? And I can't draft a guy in the top 10 that I've got availability concerns with. But the tape's undeniable. He's a phenomenal football player, and he's a local star.
The thing is, they'll give him a clean bill of health now. You know, there's no reason to be concerned with where Jordan Tyson is right now compared to a Jermod McCoy who, apparently had the microfracture surgery and is compromised for the future. And I don't know how the Cowboys are going to look at that, because that's not a medical redshirt type of situation. That is hey, yes, this guy has been injured in his past. I mean, you know how I feel about injured guys, so I would have a healthy amount of anxiety about that if I was inside that building, and that's what we're getting ready to do. Our plan to replace George Pickens is to take a guy that's missed 35-40% of the games. That's pretty tough. If they do wide receiver at 12 or 20, will you consider that, oh my goodness, we now have the best wide receiver trio in the NFL, or oh my goodness, they're laying the groundwork to move on from George Pickens. Now it's official.
I would go B there in terms of they're laying the groundwork to move on from Pickens. And I think the ultimate insane scenario in all of this is they just rescind the tag on Pickens and say, go enjoy the market, and we'll get our comp pick for you next offseason. Yeah. That's the most insane. Instead of even getting immediate, like we're trading you right now, we're just cutting you loose. We're going to save the money. You go sign with who you want to sign, and we'll take the comp pick next offseason.
And we're getting a lot of texts like, well, Pickens has to sign the tag before he can trade him. I think that goes without saying. And it's not to take a shot at anybody who's texting that, and you're right, and that's important clarification. But I would assume if George Pickens knows, like I think all of this would have to be kind of predetermined. Yeah. David Mulligeta's got to kind of like the Micah deal. Like he knows he's getting the contract that he wants to get from said team the Cowboys are trading him to. So obviously you would sign that, and then it'd be like the sign and trade that you get in the NBA type of thing. So I think any trade conversation is already knowing that George is aware of what's going on, and he's cool with it.
Man, this is one of the most intriguing, I think, adrenalizing buildups to a draft I've covered. This is
so much unknown.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those draft classes where teams are going to see these players so differently. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be it's going to be crazy. It's a very unique type of draft.
And maybe the boring scenario or the non-trade scenario is what's in the team's best long-term interest, which is this belief that Mansour Delane is going to make it past all of these teams, and a lot of them need corner. And, you know, be a guy that's going to step in and be your best cover guy next year for you right out of the box and be available there without having to trade up for him at all at 12. How are we doing with the idea of moving up to Kansas City at 9? Is that still on the table from yesterday?
I think it's still in play, because it makes a lot of sense for them to maybe go up and get a defensive guy. Maybe now it's to go get a wide receiver if that's the case, to try and get ahead of what's going on with the Giants. But yeah, it does, because 29 though on the back end of the round, that gives you the flexibility to. We were talking about guys like the Lawrences. I don't know, Zach. I don't think they like these linebackers like you and I like them. I'm saying maybe
to take one in the first.
Yeah, maybe it's a situation where C.J. Allen to them makes sense because you've got a guy on staff.
Yeah,
you got a former Georgia coach that will be cheerleading for. Like, listen, this guy's going to come, and they're going to watch the film and all that. But
do you ever see it the opposite? Do you ever see a college coach that's like, hey, listen, I know this guy, and you don't want him? Or is it just sort of a foregone conclusion?
No. It is. There's a lot of times where coaches are very honest about that, because this is a first-year NFL coach, and you don't want to be the guy that's cheerleading for your players, and he comes in and he's nothing but a problem.
Right.
If there's legitimately a guy there that is like, hey, listen, we don't need to be dealing with this guy.
Yeah.
We don't need to be. And I think that's where maybe that because like I say, these coaches. This is some of them. This is the first rodeo in the NFL.
You're putting your ass on the line.
You don't want to be the guy that's standing up there in front of Jerry and Stephen Jones and Will McClay and say, "Oh, this is a great guy," and all of a sudden it's nothing but problems.
Right.
And he doesn't play well. That's what you don't want.
If it's Delane, does that factor at all into their desire to address nickel?
I think we got some gold yesterday from Muhammad.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think Delane can be that guy, can be the nickel guy, but the fact that Muhammad, they're talking to him like, hey, listen, when you come in, we're going to probably have to play at the nickel spot.
Is if they can get a second for Pickens, and let's say it's not even this trade-up stuff. If a Tate falls into their lap at 12 and they like Tate, and I think they do.
Yeah.
I think it's very possible, listening to Todd and everybody, that Tyson's their top guy. I think they probably like Tate. Maybe he's their number 2 option. Maybe they'd be fine with him at 12.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of good nickel options in that second round. Keontae Scott out of Miami, who they visited with.
Yeah.
Maybe Malik Muhammad is a guy they've got higher than we do. I've got him in the 3rd. I wouldn't mind him in the 2nd. I don't think that's a reach at all. We talked a lot about Rivers. Pons is a player that they've had in from Indiana for a 30 visit. So if they could get a second-round pick, that really does open up a lot of options in the secondary if they don't get a Thieneman or whatever these guys fall to them at 20.
Depending on how early in the second round that pick is, you might be looking at Abney or one of those guys from Arizona State. 8, something like that.
About an hour and 30 minutes ago, Chad Ochocinco tweeting that George Pickens is going to be happy tonight. There are some trickles, I would say, not from big, credible national insiders, but there's quite a bit of traffic that maybe we could see something with GP tonight. How shocking would that be, considering everything they've said about how much they like George Pickens since they acquired him? Rangers came back to tie it in the 8th last night after Jack Leiter had a disastrous 5th inning to put the Rangers in a hole again for his 3rd straight start. Then in the 9th, game tied, Pirates pushed across 4 more against Wynn and Beeks. And so we got a rubber match on our hands tonight. It's DeGrom against Chandler with the pregame at 6:30 over on KRLD AM 1080. We'll have the draft coverage here.
Fear the Beards in the
with
building.
you on the fan. Look at this.
There
Baron
he is.
Davis.
Oh, my Lord.
Has just entered the building here at Pluckers in Plano. Good afternoon, sir. It's a pleasure to have you. Can we just hold it right here? We're gonna hold it right here, Dylan, and get a headset on Baron. We're gonna step aside. We'll take a break. We'll come back with Baron Davis, talk about his movie tonight at the Dallas International Film Fest, his career in basketball, and his Raiders podcast as well next here on the Fan. Let's chat D&M Leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle, call D&M right now, 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Go to
convenient delivery. High-quality meat and seafood where frozen is fresher. Wild Force, savings that satisfy.
All right, welcome back. We're live at Pluckers in Plano, and joining us now, one of the most electrifying point guards of his era in the NBA, All-American out of UCLA, third pick in 1999 to the Hornets, two-time All-Star over a brilliant 13-year career, led the league in steals twice. NBA's playoff career steals leader at 2.28 per game. Does an official Raiders podcast for the team called Talk of the Nation. Okay, and he's also a film entrepreneur and actor in a movie called Last Shot, which opens tonight at the Dallas International Film Festival. It's Baron Davis with you here on The Fan, and a good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks for having me. I'm happy to be on The Fan.
Well, it's great to have you. I know there's a lot of Dallas people out there that are thinking immediately about 2007. So let's just I got the championship. You're right.
After we did that, I should probably be thanked. You know what I mean? The League Warriors should be thanked. Yeah.
They made him get right. We made
him go reload, right? You know, I would say Steven Jackson and I were talking about this. It was like, this kind of helped. In a sense, it helped when you watch Dirk go on his run. Mm-hmm. Like there was nobody that he faced in his run that played the defense on him like we did.
Yeah.
So he went back in the lab. He adjusted, made adjustments, and you saw the run he went on. And he was always an incredible player, and I think that was our whole focus is, make Dirk. Don't let Dirk. Play one-on-one. Don't let him get to his spots. And I think the next year they reloaded the squad and really start to build what they needed to build around them to win. So,
that's a therapeutic way to look at it for me now. I like that. I'm going to look at that 07 series totally differently. If it's not for you and Golden State, which was a fun team to watch. You guys were fun as hell. But if it's not for that, we don't win 2011. Yep. So, meant to be.
Yeah.
Did Nelly give up all the secrets, or were you guys just destined to be a matchup nightmare for them?
He did give up secrets. We knew that, if Dirk dribbled 2 dribbles to his left, he wanted to spin back to his right. If he dribbled 1 dribble to his right, he wanted to spin back to his left, get to his fadeaway. And so we had a mandate that as soon as Dirk put the ball on the ground, whoever the next person was, the person who was guarding him, jump on that side, make him spin back so we always see a defender. So it's really about disrupting, for a scorer like that, you want to disrupt their timing, right? You're not going to be able to stop them, but you do want to let them know that they don't know when the double team is coming, but if you can keep them kind of out of their comfort zone and guessing, then you got a better chance. And so I think for us, it was, if we could do that to Dirk, then we don't think that anybody else on the team can actually beat us there's not a one-on-one player on their team that we're worried about.
Oh, well, speaking of coaches, I guess that's a good segue into your movie. As Last Shot opening tonight, you're playing the coach.
Yeah, I'm playing the coach. This is a fun movie. We shot this in Birmingham, Alabama. It's a great movie about a kid who loses his dad, discovers a new relationship with his mom that he hadn't had. And it's fun. It's for AAU kids. It's for parents. It's a fun, heartfelt movie. Jamie Presley, she's incredible in the movie. Dylan, who plays the kid star, he's a great lead. And it was just a good script. I like being a part of creative projects. And this one to play a coach, I was like, all right, I'm pretty cool. I'm down. I'm down to play a coach. Yeah. I know a few coaches I can channel.
Who were you channeling?
A little bit of Paul Silas.
Oh, wow, okay.
A little bit of, let's say, like a Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, a little motivation, a little sternness. Yeah, that was my. And I would say Doc Rivers is my coach. There
we go. Did you ever try the Doc Rivers voice?
No.
We're doing
I would have to lose my voice to have the Doc Rivers voice. Yeah.
What goes into producing?
Really, it's like putting everything together. You put the finance together, which I didn't.
That's a win.
I think, it's everything from, putting all the pieces. You think of a film like a puzzle, right? And so before you even start, you got to have, your script, your talent, your director, and then you have everybody else, coming around hustling. So I became an executive producer after the movie. Okay. And so you can still come on, and like part of my role is to help market, promote, bring attention and awareness, and figure out like little pockets and audiences that this movie can resonate with. And so, on the production side, you're doing most of the hiring, you're doing most of the day-to-day operations and managing, and then also you're sitting at the table trying to figure out how to sell this movie. I have none of those responsibilities because I'm an actor in the movie. Perfect. But this is a fun project.
Did you go to film school at UCLA?
I had a minor in film and TV. I did some courses in film school, but I left. I left early, went to the NBA. Sure. So I had acting coach, directing coach. I took a lot of classes. I still take classes and random classes. But for me, it's like I learned by being there. Right. And so when I play in the NBA, I would always say yes to like random movies or random commercials. And sort of like a gym rat, you just stay around production. Yeah. You hang around the directors, and it's like, oh man, like I want to do this. Like, you know what I mean? It's fascinating.
If you had to do it over, I know if you had to do it over, would you? I know USC, UCLA, both outstanding film schools. Hell of a basketball player, hell of an athlete. Is there ever a side of you that says, man, I could have done this acting thing if I would have maybe UCLA the full go?
Yeah, I always, it was always in the back of my mind.
Because I think I could go to culinary school.
No, you can't.
I think I could still do it. I missed out on a restaurant in London. I missed out. I'm too old, Baron.
No, you're not.
I can't do that.
No, it's just called the reinvention. It'd take you a year to get it done. Okay. To cook the best meal you've ever cooked for yourself.
There you go.
I would say for me, just staying at UCLA, acting was something that I always wanted to do. I like to write. Okay. So I'm a writer, whether it's scripts, documentaries, just writing, thesis, all kind of stuff. I just feel like my best power is in, the pen, whether it's music, whatever it is, it's my best way of expressing myself. So, I definitely, if I would have done it over, would not have gone to USC. Yeah. Just let y'all know that I would have not gone to USC. That is a myth. UCLA has incredible producers, filmmakers.
Right. The USC Mafia is what they call that thing. The Mafia.
Yeah.
Hey, since I think 1972, I read this, 1972, USC has had an alum, be nominated for an Oscar. Since 1972.
Every year?
Every year since they.
Go check for UCLA, too.
It's one of the top ones. It is one of the top ones.
No, SC is a great school, man. Being from LA. Right. Growing up, I rooted for players on SC team. Everybody wants to play basketball at UCLA. Right. But USC, not to take no credit away from them, but they're a great institution. Yeah. they down the street from where I grew up in the neighborhood. And, now a lot of my young boys are going there to play basketball, which is making me highly, highly upset. Right, I'm watching a lot of our young talent go to SC. Yeah. And, it's just like, I hope they went to UCLA. But, we got to give SC some credit because they do have great professors, academics. Sure. I speak over there, at classes and different things like that. So, it's they're like the little brother, little sister. You know what I mean? We got to,
We do love your basketball coach at UCLA.
Mick Cronin.
We love him. We play audio of him all the time, going off on the media and stuff.
Mick. I have never met Mick Cronin.
Really?
Yeah, I've never met Mick Cronin. I don't think I don't believe I have. Have I? No, I haven't.
Baron Davis here with you on 105 through the Fan. The movie's called Last Shot. Speaking of UCLA basketball, since he brought it up, your thoughts on the women winning the national championship?
Let's go.
Congratulations.
The women, yes. Shout out to Coach Corey Close. I've been watching her build this program, I would say over the last 10 years since in my retirement. And she's always thought about doing it. She's always done it the right way. Yeah. She's always been inclusive of the community. She's always asked for the Bruin alum and society to pour into women's basketball, and you see the results of it, right? And just shout out to her for being, getting those girls to come back for a fifth year, to want to play, to want to do it. And I don't think that they didn't take any shortcuts, right? The year before, major loss to UConn. They knew that they had to come back to either see UConn in the finals, right, to redeem themselves. And, the type of game that they played in that championship game was, it's like that's what you want for your seniors going out, in the last game. And so, shout out to Gab, shout out to Kiki, shout out to Lauren, shout out to Duke, they really put in that work, and it's incredible to watch them come in as freshmen and then as seniors get drafted. I think it's a record six of our women drafted in the WNBA draft. So, it's great to be a Bruin right now.
Cool story for
women's sports are, it's on an all-time high.
Did you tell us your documentary got nominated for an Oscar, or it was part of the Oscar program?
So back in the day, I did a documentary with Stacey Peralta called Crips and Blood, Bloods and Crips Made in America. And that was my first time actually going to a film festival, Sundance, during the season, by the way. I got in big trouble for that.
You and Dennis Rodman kind of taking that turn.
I mean, come on, dude. It was like our flight on the day off.
Get over it.
They just made a big stink out of it when I was, making films and things like that. But it was fun. We got shortlisted for an Oscar. Almost made it. I think nominated for an Emmy, maybe.
Okay.
But it's been fun being.
Is that nerve-wracking a little bit? I mean, you're putting it out there, but it's got to be exciting to be.
Super.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is nerve-wracking because different than basketball, right? Because basketball, you can pretty much, you have a view of the outcome,
right?
In film, like it's your taste, right, and being comfortable with your art being judged, right, and how people receive it. So it's like you have a lot of anxiety,
right?
In the theater until it's over, and then it's like, hey, you got a nice ovation.
Yeah,
people saying good job. The validation comes after, right? It's never happening while you're making, while you're cooking the stew.
Sure. I think for most people, like just the anxiety of getting in front of a camera, in front of just a small group of people who are directing and producing the film would be too much.
Yeah.
Like, no, thank you. That seems bizarre. Was that more difficult to get beyond than like maybe walking into an arena with 20,000 fans?
Different. Way different. I think it's just it's like a different preparation. It's like preparing for a speech or a fireside chat, right? You just want to make sure you hit your lines. And, I think the thing about acting is, like, who are you in the character? Right? You're not, like, it's not like I'm acting like a coach. I'm coaching.
Right.
And so you just kind of fall into the character. And, like, the studying part, it's really just, like, knowing your lines, rehearsing your lines. But in film and in movies, like, when you have a great director like Andy, they give you grace, right? They give you grace. And so, it's a lot more patience when it comes to filmmaking than a basketball game.
I bet.
Or even a commercial.
Final subject here with you, Baron Davis, with you on The Fan. This is awesome. You do a Raiders podcast as well.
Talk of
It's the NFL draft. Fernando Mendoza. I'm sure you're excited about getting him, right? Excited
Raiders,
about getting a new quarterback.
Mendoza.
Let's go. There he is.
Look, my boy Walt over here. He turning. He knew I was. Come on, man. We got the talk show going.
Yeah.
Shout out to Raiders Talk of the Nation. Shout out to the Raiders. Shout out to, upper management, the new hire, Coach Klubiak.
Yeah. A lot of good stuff going on.
Do you feel like you say that every year, Baron?
The new coach.
You know what?
Shout out to Coach Carroll.
As a fan,
do you feel like as a Raider guy? Hey, congratulations to Coach.
Of course.
Fill in the blank.
As a fan, yes. As a fan,
that's got to be tough.
Every year you have to be optimistic. Every year you have to love your guys, right? And then you have to figure out, like, who is your guy, right? Who is my person?
Who's my guy?
And I think for me as a fan, it's like every year you're optimistic, right? Because everybody is starting on a level playing field. After week one, I thought we was about to do it up. You know what I mean?
Go to New England, get a
good win on the road.
Oh yeah.
And that's just like sports. You never really know, who you are until you figure out if I can get off to a good start, then I got some space.
Mm-hmm.
But you're watching, you're rooting, you're losing, and you're like, yo, man, I just maybe one thing. Yeah. Then you start looking for other things, right? Potential and hope. And so now having the number one pick, having Coach Kubiak, incredible. Spytek doing his thing. With the free agencies, I just, for some strange reason,
there we go.
For some strange reason, I would say there's an incredible frequency and energy happening in Las Vegas.
All right.
Wow.
I'll
in
take your
Southern
word for
California.
That is
in Northern
ultimate
California.
fan-hopium.
In New York. In Dallas.
Yeah.
In Houston. In London. In Australia. In China. The nation. Raider Nation is everywhere. And that frequency is, it's starting to vibrate. And there's an unspoken positive energy that is not relying on optimism or like this unknown vision. It's like, okay, here we are. Let's go. We're starting to move and start taking the steps, right? And so as a fan, no matter what, right?
It's always the autumn wind.
As a host,
the autumn wind.
I think same thing. No matter what, and my job, on the show is really just get to know Raider fans. Yeah. So
cool.
I have the best. I always say I have the best job
There you go.
in the world. I see Walt over there with his Dallas shirt. You knew this was coming, man. You know I was coming to Dallas to talk about the nation. Raiders talk of the nation.
And the movie Last Shot opens tonight at the Dallas International Film Festival. NBA legend, entrepreneur, filmmaker, creative, Baron Davis. Thank you so much for joining us here on the
you,
Fan,
guys.
man.
Appreciate
that was
it.
terrific. Great stories, great perspective.
And good luck
on
in the
life.
draft. Good luck in the
Thank
draft.
you too. Thanks, dude.
Yeah. We got the number one pick. So.
We'll be watching.
You'll be all
first
right.
out. Give him hell. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we've got some. I'm going to walk you through a mock draft. We'll do that next.
All right, I want to chat with you about my friends at Perma-Pure Foundation Repair of Texas, though, because if you have any concerns about your foundation, look, it's the spring, We got a lot of moisture on the ground. It's moving around a lot. The soil is shifting. And when that happens, very complicating factors can happen with your foundation, no matter what kind of foundation you have. Perma-Pure Foundation Repair has a level of expertise that's going to help you fix it, right? Pier and beam, slab, whatever it is. Perma-Pure Foundation Repair of Texas. These guys are the best. They're Tolos as well. And, they understand what it's like as a homeowner. We want our foundation to be perfect. And if it's not, if we have any concerns about it, cracks in the wall, sticky doors, uneven floors, something like that, we have an amount of anxiety, right? Because we know that it could cost quite a bit of money to get it fixed. But check this out. If you wait, if you...
3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Dylan, in for Lucius Alexander. It's the G-Bag Nation. Time for Krusty's Corner. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. The Corner brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here he is, the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Dylan. Appreciate you playing that for me. Thank you to Greystone as well. Wolchuk, did Rappaport have something that we need to know about? Did he post?
Yeah, there's just so much stuff going on.
This is a George
now.
Pickens story, huh?
Yeah, so Rappaport said that the Cowboys extended an olive branch to David Mulugheta, George Pickens' representation earlier today. And, it's just the timing of this is very interesting after yesterday's comments, the draft being today. We've got all the rumors that are swirling regarding a possible trade. I mean, what could they end up doing here? But Rap Sheet, basically that they've Stephen Jones announced this week that Pickens will play on the franchise tag, delivering the news to his agent and the player before telling the media. Mulugheta, of course, was a popular subject of discussion. They did the Micah trade last year, but the call was professional and cordial between Jerry, Stephen, and Mulugheta about the future of Pickens.
Wow.
It's just vague because it's like, is this the same call they were talking about at the press conference? Is this like the last week call, or is this a new, fresh call?
Yeah, did this happen last night after the Stephen bomb on the presser?
Right, exactly.
I just wonder if the number was so high it completely turned Dallas off.
Yes, that's what they're signaling. You're asking for so much, we have nothing more to talk about. Yeah. This is impossible.
We're not going to be able to negotiate from where you are down. We're never going to get that to where we need to be.
I look at this as a continuation of the Micah Parsons negotiation more than a fresh set of dynamics. But I think what Chief asked is very important. When I saw the tweet at the break, I assumed this was them getting on the horn in the last 24 hours to try to do damage control, to try to save George Pickens playing for them, or maybe to try to get a gauge of how they're going to react to it.
Yeah.
The ball is very much in their court, but I think if they believe that George Pickens is going to play on a franchise tag with David Mulugheta as his agent, they're going to have to do a lot of work behind the scenes to get to even have a prayer of that happening. I just don't think Mulugheta is going to allow him or his client to be put into a corner ever. And the stronger you push, the stronger their response is going to be. Get ready for a nuke coming back.
Well, it doesn't seem like the Max Crosby, Trey Wingo stuff's going away either.
No.
Is it
Wingo's just kind of floated that out again this morning, that he thinks the Raiders and Cowboys behind the scenes could still be talking about a potential Crosby move.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that looks like. I highly doubt it's both ones. Maybe it's just pick 20.
You just straight send him pick 20 and call it a day, right?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I don't know if you're the Raiders how you could do better than that.
If you want to throw George Pickens in on that deal too, right?
And then could I get back the Raiders 3 maybe, which would be at the top of the third round?
Yeah, I would think I would try and
maybe that would be a win for both.
Get something back. Yeah. I think you would absolutely try and do that. All right. Interesting. It's
does George for Max make sense then to you guys?
Just straight up?
Yeah.
It could. I mean, especially if you've got a rookie quarterback, you've got a star runner in Genty. You've worked to build your offensive line. You need a legit wide receiver one. When you have Pickens, Genty, Bowers, and now your rookie quarterback, you got some weapons on offense to cook with if you're the Raiders. That looks pretty good on paper.
I mean, Pickens is going to make life a lot easier for Mendoza. I just wonder because the trade value for Crosby was 2 ones, and the trade value for George isn't even a 1.
Right.
So
I remember this. I had one of my Gang of 7 general manager guys tell me, listen, if you're getting less than a 1 for George Pickens, don't trade.
Yeah.
That was.
But also, the market for Crosby's probably changed with the injury stuff that has occurred. It's like it was 2 first-round picks, but now all of a sudden we'll just be happy to take what we can get.
Yeah. All right, the couple minutes I've got left here, I'm just going to walk you through what I think. Ready?
Okay.
Mendoza with the Raiders, of course. Reese with the Jets.
Okay.
That's what I think. Just kind of hearing, listening. Bailey, I think there's some legitimacy to the Saints going up.
Yeah.
I think there is from 8 to 3. I think we're gonna see that. I like what Daniel Jeremiah did. I'll put the Saints there. I'll give them Bailey there at 3. I think Tennessee now takes Love at 4. I think the Giants take Downs at 5.
Okay.
I think they take Downs here. This is where I think this is now where Arizona has bailed. I think this is the next team that could bail. That's Cleveland. But I have them staying in there. I have them taking Fano.
All right.
Is who I have them
Makes sense. They
taking
need a
there.
lineman.
Here's another team that could bail. The Commanders. We've talked about them. I've got them taking Styles.
Okay.
Tyson, I think, could go here too. I think a wide receiver is in play. Tate, Tyson, something like that. I think Dan Quinn gets his wish. I think he gets his guy. I'm taking Styles. Arizona's now in the hole on the clock. Arizona, to me, could be a double trade down team.
Okay.
Arizona could be a team. Now, if they might be hunting a spot, if they really do like Simpson, if they might be hunting, just keep going down, and collecting picks. I'm going to let them stay there, and I'm going to have them take Malinois there at that spot.
Good.
Kansas City's going to take Bain. Giants are going to take Tyson ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit now coming up. Detroit's going to come up with Miami.
Wow.
This is where they take Proctor right here. So I think we're okay right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're all right with this whole thing. Okay, the way I have this running out, you've got Delane and you've got Tate on the board.
Okay.
Are we in a situation now where this is automatically going to be, or is there some thought that if you do something with George Pickens and is Tate or Tyson, a wide receiver, higher on their board than Delane?
It's possible that Tate could be. I mean, listening to Bobby this morning, he said Delane for them is in a tier by himself.
Okay.
That's their cornerback 1. So with that being said, I'd assume Delane would be higher.
Okay.
Especially if Tate's not their first receiver.
If you assume Pickens is gone, they're right back in the situation they were last year with needing Ted McMillan to fall to them. And I think if those tags are anywhere near each other, they're going to go with the need for wide receiver.
Well, I mean, yeah, if the tiers are, he's got Delane than everybody else, like maybe it's Delane than Hood, maybe you then are like, okay, I'll take Hood at 20 and I'll take Tate at 12. Or you take Delane at 12, and now I'm looking at 20. There's Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana. There's Denzel Boston from Washington.
And they brought in Omar Cooper Jr. for a 30 visit. Wasn't he the only wide receiver they brought in on a 30 visit?
To my knowledge. Other than, Dallas Days, I think Malik Benson from Oregon's the guy they talked to.
Sure.
Did they show interest in Concepcion?
Concepcion, they might be interested in. I don't know if they actually had a visit with him, though.
Yeah, I think that you clearly with the wide receiver from Indiana.
There's a lot of options there at 20 if you want a receiver.
Yeah, I think that's more to me. If you're talking about maybe not at 12, I wouldn't circle back. I would take Delane over Tate myself, and then if you want to address wide receiver, try and address it at 20 because that's where I think that in the nickel corner spot is going to be where maybe they're now. If you've already taken Delane, that takes you out of that whole thing right there, but. I could see a couple of trade-ups ahead of Dallas. Maybe if Dallas is going to go up maybe to Kansas City, that's something that's on the table, and then find a way to get that pick 29 and kind of work from there.
We got 2 down, 2 to go. Our official Cowboys draft show starts at 6 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan. Chief, what's in store next?
Let's go ahead and unveil the 2026 NFL Draft AI broadest song that has shaken the internet to its core. That is next here in the nation. But Tolos, I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future. But some kids need a helping hand to get there. And that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your old car
Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are ready for the NFL draft. 100%, 10 out of 10. But if it's possible to get any more ready, I think it would be with Eric Chiafalo's NFL Draft edition of Sounds of the Sports Day, considering everything that's happened and built to this moment. Here he is, the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. This is one of my favorite annual traditions here as we relive some of the greatest moments in NFL Draft history. Probably hit some of these again at 5 o'clock if we can't get to all of them. But I first want to come out of the gates with the AI Broadus song that has shaken the internet to its core after the AI Broadus Firehouse Sean and RJ song. Bobby was
Unbelievable.
like, dude, we need to write up a draft day song for Broadus. I said, all right, let me write something up a little bit. I'll float it to you. And then he's the AI wizard. He got in the lab and he put together quite the masterpiece. We do have a music video to go along with this. Now, Broadus, you've only seen the video. You haven't heard the song, right?
I've only seen the video. I haven't heard the song. Hang on, I got to help.
The video's hilarious.
Video's hilarious. Bobby did the video. Bobby did all the production. I just sent him the lyrics, and he spit out some gold. So here it is, the 2026 AI Broadus NFL Draft song.
Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, and Will McClay. I hope they pick a motherfucker that can really play. I'd give him my stack just to keep him alive, but they haven't listened to me since 2005. I'm all about the film, don't give a about stat. You've never seen me take boss man fat.
It's so simple. Watch the tape, no Rich Dalrymple. If a combine, if a pro day, I just wanna know. What the tape say.
What the tape
if
say.
A combine, if a pro day, I just wanna know. What the tape say.
It's the 26th draft.
Cowboys need a happy ending.
Shout out Robert Kraft. If you see a TJ, please don't take a taco. In 2026, that is Keldrick Falco. The draft is my domain. I snort it up, it's my cocaine. I put the work in since November. Did I draft Tony Dixon? Can't remember. I was born to study guys. Sit back and watch I'll cry. Cause Krusty looking fly in his round 1 draft. Oh, tie.
If a combine, if a pro day, I just wanna know what the tape say. If a combine, if a pro day, I just wanna know what the tape say.
There it is, boy.
Very good, man. Very good.
I'd say that's a top 10 piece of Cowboys content ever.
It's amazing.
It is.
I would encourage you to go to Twitter and check out the video that accompanies.
Yeah.
Because you see Broadus in a way that you never imagined.
Yeah. I can't believe they gave you access to AT&T to film that, Brian.
Yeah, I was, Jerry and Steven still like me.
On the field?
Yeah, they like me, so yeah, they were going to give me the access to do all that on the field. For sure.
It's awesome.
There it is, boys and girls.
Great. It's so great.
Okay, now we go ahead and dip into our favorite sounds from NFL drafts past, and we start with just the very simple, greatest jingle of all time. Here we go, Dylan Moore. When you hear that,
you think it's a pick's in.
The pick is in.
Yeah.
And Goodell is right there, and he's either going to make your night or he's going to break your heart with the next words that come out of his mouth.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I am not a fan of, when we have the guest picker on there. I hear the sound.
Unless it's Drew Pearson.
Yeah, I love Drew, but I'm generally not the fan of, let's go to Wolfsburg, Germany, where some about growing.
They got some weird bit going on.
Yeah, they got some bit going on.
Guy's a little nervous.
The mascot is up there doing some bit,
Usually doesn't go as well as it did for Drew Pearson.
Yeah. just give me the pick. Let's move on to the next pick. I think the draft goes longer now because we do have those. We do have those extracurricular things. We have to give a speech when we stand up there, and
Well, I would like to disagree with you.
I will say this though. I appreciate what Art Rooney did for the Steelers. The president of the Steelers, the owner of the Steelers,
telling them they won't take a quarterback.
No, he told the NFL, "Hey, this draft's in Pittsburgh. I'm not having the Steeler fans sit behind the Ravens fans."
Yeah,
and the NFL said, "You're right." So they moved Steeler fans ahead of the Raven fans in the sitting order. So
probably would have put them on opposite sides of the ground.
That's
as well.
an owner looking out for his guys.
Definitely.
Well, I do. I get what you're saying about the guest pickers, but if it wasn't for the guest pickers, you wouldn't have had this Jamal Charles moment from just a few years ago.
I'm happy to be here with a back-to-back Kansas City Chief. It's a trade. The San Francisco 49ers have traded a 63 pick to Kansas City Chief. With the 63 pick in the 24 draft, Kansas City select Kinsley Suamaiya from BYU tackle. Let's go, Chief!
Let's go, Chief! And
are we allergic to the letter S?
San Francisco. The San Francisco 49ers are traded.
Did he nail that name, though?
That's the whole thing. He's stumbling the whole way, and then he gets to the finish line, and he finishes in first place.
I think it's phonetically done for you on that card.
I hope so, because that was a tough one.
Did the whole sentence.
Yeah.
He he nailed what might have been the most difficult name in that draft. And maybe he was leaking confidence because he saw what the name was, and it short-circuited everything else in lead up to the big crescendo of the name.
See that? Yeah, he was thinking too much about the name.
No question, and I get that.
Not just being in the moment.
That's a lot of pressure right there. Okay, now we take you back quite a while when Blake Bortles was going on the prospect tour of interviews, and he's trying to show that he could be a leader of men. He could be the face of a franchise. He could be that guy that hoists that Lombardi for the lucky team that drafts him. And then he spit out this random response to the question, if he wasn't playing football, what would he be doing?
What would you do if you weren't playing football?
If I wasn't playing football, working construction, ripping cigs.
Which he ended up doing.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
He fulfilled that lifelong dream he had of standing on a construction site and ripping heaters.
Like as a bet payoff, or
no, like as a life after football.
After
football.
As a construction worker, right?
Yeah,
working construction.
Did he sign like a $20 million a year contract?
Yeah, he got a lot of money. He did.
Wow.
Do you remember what he was asked right before that one? What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? He just goes, I don't know. Piss.
Jaguars were like, we got our guy. Let's go. Oh, my gosh, Blake Bortles. Okay, now we go back into the way back where the godfather of national media
Didn't Bortles
scouts
get his team to the AFC title game? That
sure
happened.
did.
Yeah, well, Barry Church did. Barry Church got them there.
That's right.
Despite Blake Bortles.
This was Mel Kiper ripping the Colts for passing on a QB not once but twice in the top 10 of a long ago draft.
Here's a team that needed a franchise quarterback. There were two out there. They have a chance at two. They don't take it. They end up coming back into the picture to get Trent Dilfer. They take an outside linebacker, not even a true outside linebacker. Somebody has to learn coverage in Trev Alberts. But to pass up a Trent Dilfer when all you have is Jim Harbaugh, give me a break. That's why the Colts are picking second every year in the draft, not battling for the Super Bowl like other clubs in the National Football League.
Okay.
Wow.
So that sets the table. That sets the table here.
They were pretty pathetic for a while.
No question. Then you get the Colts GM, Bill Tobin.
Bill Tobin.
Yeah,
he's in Cincinnati now.
Billy T, baby.
Billy T fires back at Mel Kiper. This is part one of the clapback.
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper, in a way? I mean, here's a guy that criticizes everybody, whoever they take. He's got the answers to who you should take and who you shouldn't take. In my knowledge of him, he's never ever put on a jockstrap. He's never been a coach. He's never been a scout. He's never been an administrator. And all of a sudden, he's an expert. He's in our papers 2 days ago telling us who we have to take. We don't have to take anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to take. Mel Kiper has no more credentials to do what he's doing than my neighbor, and my neighbor's a postman, and he doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
Okay, so
he doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
He's pretty fired up, but he continues. Here's part 2 of the Bill Tobin clapback.
Mel Kiper lives in Baltimore, and I found all this out about the last 3 days. He lives in Baltimore. He tried to hang around the practices up there, I think when Teddy was a coach earlier. And this didn't come from Teddy. This came from another guy. But he always wanted to work in the NFL. He has no credentials to work in the NFL. He always just hung around. Nobody ever hired him. He's never been hired by anyone. When the Colts moved here, he was very, very upset. So every chance that Mel Kiper gets to shoot at the Colts in Indianapolis, he's going to do it. He reaches out to everyone. I got a sister in Burlington Junction, Missouri, that when we took William Perry back in 84 or 85, I talked to her 2 days later, and she said, "Why'd you take the fat kid?" And I said, "You just have to believe me, he was the best available." And he was the best available. But, I mean, Mel Kiper gets to your sister. He gets to your mother. He gets to everybody.
He's even loving it. Why'd you take the fat kid? Man, you know that was just eating at him, because that's like he doubles back, and now he's done homework on Kiper. So he can unload.
Yeah. Oh, I got this figured out.
To your mother.
Yeah, his motive. He's a bitter Baltimore
He's so
fan.
ticked off.
He used the same private investigator to get the background checks of the prospects. He threw that at Mel Kiper. It's like, give me all the dirt on Mr. Mel Kiper.
He reaches out to everybody. I think that's pretty much the insider's job description.
Yeah, he gets to your mother.
Different
he gets
time,
to
though.
your sister.
This was pre-insider.
Yeah,
you know,
dude. He was scratching and clawing.
Like,
man.
what? You can't just be reaching out to people to try to get anonymous quotes.
It's so inappropriate.
Getting to my sister.
Mel Kiper ahead of his time. Still getting it done at a high level. Okay, we'll close it down here. And I don't know how this got in here. Wolchuk, did you put this back in here? We'd say every year we're going to take this out, but here it is. It pops up again.
Crap, not
this
Jim.
is now the late, great Jim Brown.
Oh, no. I
Sort
thought
of
we got rid of this.
living in the past. But keep in mind, this is the 2019 NFL Draft. And here he is at the podium.
Dylan.
With the 46th picks in 2013 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Greedy Williams.
Man.
2013, 2019. What's really the difference right there?
It doesn't matter.
It's one of the greatest of all time.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
He pulled a rabbit out of his head.
The only thing that could have been more off would have Witten announcing that thing.
Could you imagine?
Elbow on his elbow, shoulder on his blade. It doesn't matter.
We are live at Pluckers in Plano. Our draft night is here, and you can join us at the Pluckers nearest you for the ultimate draft night party starting at 7 o'clock. Our Cowboys draft show is coming up at 6. Nick Harris Star Telegram is part of it.
Yes, Nick is.
And he'll join you next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another to feel ready for it, like Eric and I now, thanks to Trajan Wealth. They helped us build a real plan with less guesswork and way more peace of mind. They explained everything clearly. They gave us choices, and they never pushed anything, and that's what I really appreciate about them. I didn't need, and they just didn't push. I'm a client now, and I couldn't be happier. Call Trajan Wealth today. Set up that free consultation. The number to call for that, 469-890-0098. That's 469-890-0098. I love the Frisco location. It's actually just up the road over by the Star in Frisco. Say what's up to my guy, Steve Shelby. They're also in Arlington. They're in Fort Worth. They're in McKinney. How about that South Lake spot, Eric?
Yeah, that's my spot. Shout out to Trajan Wealth. Get me taken care of at the highest level. Now, I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement is actually a possibility for me, and I would encourage you to check them out at TRAJANwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule schedule that free, no-obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-890-0098. That's 469-890-0098. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Texas, let's talk Wagyu. Better yet, let's taste it. Booth Creek Wagyu is now open at Park Village in Southlake. Stop in and experience it for yourself with a complimentary sample of our Wagyu beef. And for the first 250 customers who spend $100, we're including a free ribeye. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit us in Southlake or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Dallas Cowboys Draft Weekend is almost here. It kicks off Thursday, April 23rd with the legendary Draft Party inside Ford Center, presented by Miller Lite. Watch first-round picks live, meet players, enjoy music, and more. Saturday, lace up for the Draft Day 5K presented by Baylor Scott and White Health. Then, bring your pup for tails and touchdowns presented by The Farmer's Dog. Don't miss Draft Weekend at the Star in Frisco. Visit DallasCowboys.com/draft. That's DallasCowboys.com/draft.
Just a quick reminder that with the best NFL draft coverage tonight on The Fan starting at 6, you can catch the Rangers-Pirates game on our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD, with coverage beginning at 6:30.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Come and see us today in person or visit us online at AllianceHyundai.net.
Sean and RJ here with Base Power. Don't wait for peak storm season to prepare for it. That's why thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power. With Base Power, you get automatic whole home backup for up to 95% less than a generator.
For a limited time, get $100 off with The Fan while install slots are open. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan and take advantage of the $100 off offer by being a Tolo with Sean and RJ at Base Power.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all way day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
When a metal building is made by Mueller, you know what it's made of. Quality steel, proven strength, and people who help you design it right. From metal buildings to roofing and pole barns, Mueller has helped homeowners and contractors build with confidence for decades. With expert guidance, reliable service, and materials that hold up. Make it with Mueller. Because what it's made with matters. Visit our team at our Waxahachie or Kaufman location or find your nearest store by visiting MuellerInc.com.
Hey, Tolo's Choppy here. When you think about barcodes, the first thing to hit you is labels. You see them everywhere. Every box, every pallet, every product in the warehouse. So who do you call for the labels and ribbons that actually work? Texas Barcode Systems. Picking the right combo of labels and ribbons can be confusing, but don't sweat it. With over 30 years as the industry leader, these guys are the barcode experts. They've got over 80,000 rolls of labels and ribbons in stock right now, so they got you covered for any application. Reach out. Texas Barcode Systems. TexasBarcode.com. That's TexasBarcode.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Hi, Telos, it's Chiafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $54.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $14.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In terms of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This segment is brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic.
Feel stronger than you've ever been with Men's Tea Clinic. Melt visceral fat, get your energy levels back, and become the version of yourself you've always wanted to be with a complete program catered to your body. Call 972-GO-MEN'S Tea today or visit mensteaclinic.com. That's mensteaclinic.com.
Yeah, buddy, we're back, and we are live at Pluckers in Plano. It's the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, set to join us. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. They'll be part of the coverage tonight with the guys. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, joining us now here on the Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Well, fellas, I have tried 4 times today to just try to get a half an hour of sleep in. I'm a big believer in the 27-minute nap. I think it's a perfect amount of time to just kind of recharge a little bit without being too drowsy afterward. I have not been able to get 8 minutes into any of my 3 attempts so far. So other than that and the Broadus AI song being stuck in my head, I'm doing fantastic.
I love it, man. What's the number one thing that's keeping you up, that's preventing the sleep?
Just phone calls from a million people, and then realizing that I forgot to do that thing, and I forgot to do that thing, and I just want to be 100% prepared going into the night. I'm kind of a perfectionist. I do it to myself.
Are you having any luck hunting down what's going on with the George Pickens deal and where this thing might go next?
Yeah, it's weird that, in my opinion, I don't feel like the name George Pickens is going to be brought up too much tonight. For me, if I look at it and I see that, okay, let's theorize for a second that he was on the market tonight and that he could potentially get traded. He would not only have to sign the franchise tag tonight, but also a team wanting to take him on would most likely not do it unless an extension was already in place. And so unless there's been a deal that's been in the works for 3, 4, 5 days to allow that type of time for something like that to happen, then I don't see it coming together in the span of a team being on the clock, and so that's where I am a little bit hesitant on seeing anything maneuver with Pickens tonight. However, if a receiver is taken in this first round, we are going to be talking about George Pickens quite a bit from tonight all the way until through the rest of the offseason. If that happens, man, I think there's a good chance George Pickens has played his last snap here.
Hey, Nick, okay, you mentioned receiver. Do you have an idea, or is it just kind of a guess between Tate and Tyson who they would have up there? Or is it maybe Cooper, the Indiana receiver, maybe higher than either one of those guys?
Yeah, there could be a nightmare scenario, or I don't even know if you'd call it a nightmare, really, where they trade back in the 20s and they maybe get a little too cute and they lose most of the defenders that they like in that range. And then Omar Cooper is there. And so maybe that makes, we put it right back into the same situation as Tyson and Tate. But, yeah, I think if Tyson or Tate are there at 12, all of those premier defenders are off the board. Mansour, Delane, Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles. I would even still throw Ruben Bain's name in there. I think it's still going to be a topic of discussion if he's on the board. If those guys are gone, then I think it makes sense to go ahead and take the BPA and take the best player available, and which would be one of those two receivers.
Who do you think is the most likely, if you had to guess right now, based on the 11 teams ahead, of those defenders to be on the board at 12?
Man, I said Sonny Styles earlier this week, so I'm going to stick with that, although I think there's a compelling argument to be made for Mansour Delane as well. The one I feel least confident about is Caleb Downs. I just don't see how John Harbaugh looks at Caleb Downs and passes on him twice. He was the guy who took Kyle Hamilton, back in 2022 with the 14th pick. I just don't see him looking at Caleb Downs and saying no twice.
Do you think that's the Cowboys' dream scenario, though, is that it would be Downs there at 12 for him?
I honestly think they're okay. They have multiple dream scenarios tonight. It would be Downs, Styles, or Delane. I think if you're looking at it from a positional need standpoint, the dream scenario could be Styles, where he comes in and he plays that middle linebacker. You don't have to go trade for one after the draft and sacrifice future capital. You can get an edge rusher at 20 or in the third round to still help build that defense. Get a nickel with whichever spot you don't use. And, hey, man, this defense is looking pretty good going into Saturday, And so I think that would probably be the dream scenario if you look at it there. But I think there's multiple possibilities where things work out for the Cowboys tonight, but there's also multiple possibilities where it doesn't.
We talked quite a bit throughout the week about that list that you put on Twitter. Was that Monday of 9 players that you felt like could be the pick at 12 and 20? What went into that, and do you think that list still is in play?
Yeah, over the course of the last 10 to 14 days, I guess the names that I have heard the most pinned around those 2 picks. And, there would maybe be a couple of names I would add to that list for no other reason other than, they're just kind of been bubbling on the edge of that territory throughout time. So Ruben Bain, I don't think I put on that list. Maybe I did. I honestly don't remember. And then D'Angelo Pons, the corner of Indiana. Again, I feel like that's more of a wipeout scenario like we talked about if they trade back into the 20s and a lot of those defenders come off the board type situation. But even then, I feel like there would be other players on the board at different positions that could make more sense. But I don't know, man. We're going into this draft, and of those 10 names, I'm somewhat confident that, the 2 picks will come from those names. But this draft could go a lot of different ways. We didn't really have a good pulse on Tyler Booker until a couple hours out. And so, anything could happen between now and when they're scheduled to pick around 8:15, I think.
Hey, Nick, maybe a little bit of an unfair question, though, but what are you hearing about Ruben Bain? Because it's like – half the room is okay with him, the other half maybe not. I was, talking to people that said they brought his name up, Howell's name up at the same time. The short arms, the measurables, stuff like that. Where do you think they stand? Is it really half and half with him right now?
There would have to be a conversation had if Ruben Bain is on the board there at 12. It doesn't or who else is on the board with him. There's going to have to be a conversation had, and he will have supporters in the room. They will have to debate that out and see if, the perceived risk of taking him for the short arm length that I don't necessarily see as a perceived risk, but some do, and rightfully so, I would say, in their own right. They would have to work that out, and they would have to, encourage the entire room to be able to make that selection. They only have 8 minutes to do that tonight, so it would have to be a quick conversation. But, I think Ruben Bain would definitely still be discussed. I've been asked, oh, my gosh, is Ruben Bain off the board like Jermon McCoy? No, it's not that situation. But it definitely is a situation where if you're looking at those premier defenders, they prioritize the others.
Is Mesidor's age take him out of the mix too?
Say that one more time.
Mesidor's age take him out of the possibilities too? Maybe 20 or something like that?
Yeah, and, it's weird because some teams view him as, a guy that they would want to bulk up and move inside. And so that kind of messes with the positional versatility as well, perceived of Akeem Mesidor. I don't necessarily see Mesidor as an option for the Cowboys tonight unless somehow they end up in the 30s, I would imagine, and he's the best pass rusher on the board. But, based on the guys that they have prioritized during the process, I could even see them look at a guy like a Gabe Yakis or somebody in that type of range anyway, and, more of the power rusher if they were looking for that style of rusher.
Nick, you mentioned Tyler Booker and that name not really popping up until a couple hours before. I've kind of thought about Dylan Thieneman as maybe that guy. I think Albert Breer had him mocked to Dallas at 12, but that would be maybe they'd look to move down from 12, but you got to stay ahead of Minnesota and Carolina. Is that a name there's been much buzz about for you?
Yeah, I've heard more buzz about Dylan Thieneman and C.J. Allen specifically today. And, it's definitely something to take into account. But, Zach, we were texting earlier, man, there's been so much smoke around this entire draft just because there's so much parity that can happen from pick 2 all the way on. And so it's really difficult to discern and sift through that smoke at the moment. But, it's worth noting that Thieneman and Allen's name have been two that have come up, at least in my conversations today. And, we'll see how much that ends up manifesting at the end of the night.
It's Nick Harris of the Star-Telegram here with you on The Fan. If the pick is Mansour Delane, I mean, I would be thrilled, if a corner that good could make it to you at 12. How good is he year one, and where are you lining him up? What's his immediate future look like on this football team?
Man, I'm super bullish on Mansour Delane. I have him as, I believe, my 4th best overall player in the draft. I think he would step in and be a top 10 to top 12 corner in the entire league in year one. I am that confident in Mansour Delane. Does he have the longest arms in the world? No. But I think fitting into this scheme with Christian Parker, he could be kind of pigeoned into what Christian Parker made Quinyon Mitchell into in Philadelphia. There's very similar instincts. There's very similar physicality, zone instincts, man instincts. I like what Delane brings in every facet of his game, and even though he is the 5'11", 190, he can still step up and lay a hat in the run game. I'm a fan of Delane. I think it would be a fantastic pick, but just as I would with Downs or Styles.
It seems like Delane is kind of in a tier by himself in terms of the way they look at these corners. If they aren't able to get him and they go with a corner maybe at 20, do you think they want a guy that has a little bit more flex and ability to play inside?
Yeah, maybe so. And who's to say that Delane maybe wouldn't? And they view him that way, right? And right. Maybe you look at the measurement disadvantages that he might have. 30 and 6/8 arm length and 5'11". Maybe that's better suited in the slot, and he can still step up and play the run. He has played well closer to the line of scrimmage, throughout his career. So maybe that's a perceived thing on their end. We don't know that, but I do think when we look at the totality of this draft on Saturday, when all the picks are made, I think you're going to see a consistent theme of versatility. There's going to be guys that can play in multiple spots. They are going to try to hunt that down for sure.
Offensive line is a position the Cowboys have attacked a lot in the first round with. I don't know how they feel about Tyler Guyton. Maybe you've got a better idea than I do, but is there a world where a lineman like a Francis Malinois could slide to 12 or a Vega Ioane, the guard from Penn State, at 20, that'd be a consideration? Another position we haven't spent a lot of time on, at least on our show.
Yeah, I did a beat writer mock draft yesterday with a radio station out in Jacksonville, and when they called me, all the defenders were off the board, all 6 of them. Tate was off the board and Tyson was off the board. And I was like, my goodness, this is a real wipeout scenario. And I told them, I was like, probably in this scenario they would trade out, but it would not surprise me if they looked at Spencer Fano and took him as well. Just because he has the tackle versatility, he could probably step in and provide competition on the left side, even though his experience comes from the right. But it would be fascinating, and I think you would at least have to have the discussion, and I've seen a couple respected mocks with Oliva Vega Ioane, and that would be fascinating as well. I'm not sure how that would factor into the Tyler Smith left tackle conversation, but I'm hoping we don't have to cover another offensive lineman. Nothing against those big boys in the trenches, but we've just had so many to cover lately. They're not exciting out in Oxnard. They just come out, lunch pail guys, they do their job, and they get off. There's nothing exciting about that.
Nick, you think the Cowboys genuinely want Max to play on the tag, or are they trying to blow up this relationship with them and get certainty going into the offseason?
With Pickens?
With Pickens, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's an intention to blow up any relationship. I think with this specifically, they just want a larger sample size. They got 1 year. It was a great year. Don't get me wrong. But they want to see a larger sample size out of George Pickens, both on and off the field. They want to see if it's a consistent thing, not necessarily a fluke thing as far as on-field performance. And then off the field, it's very public that he missed some meetings. He was late to some meetings. He had the curfew issue in Las Vegas. And so, clean up some maturity things off the field. Nothing major, but, some things that are definitely worrisome if you're paying him that kind of money or talking about paying him that kind of money. And, let's say they don't walk away with a premium receiver tonight and they have to walk into this George Pickens situation for the rest of the offseason. I think it would be approached in the sense of like, hey, we want you to play on the tag. And, the ball's in Pickens' court at that point, and they would be more than willing to hope that he does play on the tag with an opportunity to potentially revisit things next offseason.
Is that naive? Is that wishful thinking to think there's a chance that George Pickens, represented by David Mulligetta, would be okay with that?
I'm honestly not sure. I will say from Mulligetta's clients in the past, that has not been the case. But one person we have not heard from throughout this saga, I guess you could say, over the course of the last couple of months is George Pickens. And that's ultimately who it's going to fall upon. I have friends and other beat writers from other teams kind of ask me, what they think, what I think that Pickens will necessarily do. And I was like, hey, Pickens, I from a Pickens standpoint, I mean this complimentary. He kind of wakes up and decides what he's going to do that day. And he could very well just show up one day. And that's that, and I'm very curious to see how things specifically shake out with Pickens. He's a different type of person than Micah Parsons, and Micah, had his specific incident with the Cowboys last offseason that led to the trade. But, this is going to be a completely different scenario, I think, and one that has, I think some interesting layers because of the franchise tag and only playing one season and the history he brings from Pittsburgh. It's pretty convoluted. It's not as easy as just like, hey, we're doing this because of that. There's going to be multiple layers to it, and that's ultimately the situation we're sitting in.
Can't wait, Nick. Terrific work as always. Have fun with the draft, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, thanks, fellas. Y'all have a good one.
Salute. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Yeah, that's the amazing thing about George Pickens is his personality is so different. It's a little bit quirky. He might be totally okay with it, and I guess we can keep our fingers crossed that he's like, yeah, Dave, we got no problem. Looks like I'm playing football for $27 million, and we'll see what happens next year. We got Max Crosby stuff out there, reignited from Trey Wingo, football's finest, coming up here at the top of the hour. We got more draft content, including the all jokes mock. Let's see if we can get some traction going with that one. When we return live from Pluckers in Plano, we're back here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. But hey, spring is here. It's a great time to open your windows. But what if your windows aren't opening easily? Maybe they're
dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Pluckers in Plano. Have some Tolo back window decals if you want to grab them. Salute to Skip in Sunnyvale for getting these made up for us. Still have a handful if you want to swing by. Wolchuk and Broadus are going to head up the toll and get to the Star here at the top of the hour, because at 6 o'clock it'll be time for the official Cowboys draft show to get underway. It's very exciting. We'll get final thoughts on what they expect here, the Cowboys to do at 12 and 20 before we get out of here. The draft in Pittsburgh tonight, my podcast partner, New Bear, said the city has been in total gridlock for an entire week. All the schools have been out and remote learning.
Wow.
Because the city has 250,000 people living inside of it already, and it's already significantly over capacity because it's surrounded by rivers and mountains. And there's like a series of tunnels and bridges that people take to sort of move around. I don't know, Wolchuk, you've been there. You might have a point of reference on that more than I do. But they're expecting 500,000 people. So you have 250,000 Pittsburgh people plus 500,000, and it's already gridlock every rush hour with just the normal amount of people in it. So, yeah.
That's wild. I mean, I remember the parking was a nightmare there. I mean, even just for us to park at the Airbnb we stayed at, we rented a car, and I mean, we ended up having to park a mile away and then walk to and from to the Airbnb. So that makes a ton of sense, and that was just a normal weekend, Cowboys-Steelers.
Yeah, he said it would take 2 hours to go 3 miles right now for him. It's just like they're going to stay home and watch the draft and hope for the best. You want the all-joke mock draft. Other than number 1, Fernando Mendoza to the Raiders. Number 2 for the Jets, a guy that won't ever win a playoff game. For Arizona at number 3, an elite talent that will become irrelevant. Wow. Did they nail it or what?
They're getting close, yeah.
Number 4, the Titans, generational running back that won't win anything in Tennessee. You got, of course, CJ2K and Derek as well, Derrick Henry. Number 5, the Giants, good player Joe Shane eventually gets rid of. Number 6, the Browns, some help for their Pro Bowl quarterback, Shedeur Sanders. Number 7, Washington, someone that'll be on IR by week 5. They have taken the mantle from the Cowboys of the most injured team inside the division. Number 9, the Kansas City Chiefs. Hagee will like this one, a criminal.
Wow.
They can't get right there at wide receiver. I tried to tell Fred last year.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't think you guys are going to do it, man. Kelsey's too old to carry that group of pass catchers. Number 11, the Dolphins, another season with no January win. Yeah, of course. Unfortunately, probably applies to the Cowboys as well. But number 12, the Cowboys, hopefully some bleeping defense. Number 13, the Rams, a new brain for Puka.
Oh, yeah.
He probably had the biggest crash out in the NFL since T.O.
Yeah.
Or Antonio Brown, maybe?
Yeah,
Antonio Brown definitely had a big one.
No one will ever unseat Antonio Brown stripping down and waving goodbye to the crowd as he walked through the tunnel for the last time.
One of one.
Yeah. I mean, the only way to do worse than that, I imagine, be the Ray Rice expulsion from the league. Touching off a domestic violence awareness era in all of sports worldwide. Number 14, the Ravens, someone to help blow more leads. Man, that's crazy. You got to be able to win from the pocket, the 2-minute drill. I still think it's a Lamar Jackson problem. Call me crazy. Number 15, Tampa, clock management instructions for Todd Bowles. Number 17, the Lions, a new OC to carry Dan Campbell. That's the pick for them tonight.
Oh, to carry Dan.
I thought he kind of saved that thing last year, didn't he? Yeah. He kind of pulled it out of the fire for a while around the Cowboys game.
Yeah, he had a couple of weeks stretch there when he took over play calling and things got settled a little bit, but overall the Ben Johnson loss,
they missed him,
loomed large.
Yeah.
Number 18, Call of Duty DLC pack for Kyler Murray, their new quarterback. That's the downloadable content. Very annoying. You buy the game for $60 every 3 months. They make you spend another $10, $20 on it, something like that. the DLC. Do you think Kevin O'Connell will ever be blamed for anything in Minnesota?
He'll have his day.
Yeah,
he'll absolutely have his day, and it won't be too long if they can't get this quarterback situation figured out, because he's got his fingerprints all over J.J. McCarthy, and now you have the Kyler Murray era, and if you see a worse version of Kyler next season, it'll get loud.
Kind of an interim general manager there too, right?
Yeah, they do have the weird thing going on there.
Yeah, or maybe is it Jeff Diamond or something like that? Maybe I'm wrong about that, but they've got a guy.
They didn't hire a permanent guy.
They haven't heard of a permanent guy. They just elevated somebody from like the business office or something like that. I mean,
that's weird.
Seriously, I need to look it up.
He's running point for the draft tonight.
Exactly, but that's it's maybe a contract guy or something like that. But yeah, they're new general manager comes in or maybe wants his own coach.
Number 21, Pittsburgh, a punching bag for DK Metcalf. Yeah, he almost cost him the playoffs last year. Gets suspended for shaking that fan against the Lions, and
I kind of like that.
Lost to Cleveland.
I like that idea of having like a crash out bag there on the sidelines for when one of your guys inevitably kind of blows a gasket. Just send him right over here and let him kick the ass of a punching bag.
Man, I love punching bags as a kid. Those inflatable ones.
They're wonderful.
Fly back and then pop back up. There's something therapeutic. I think maybe it's just as men.
Do you like the ones with the where it looks like a person? It's like a rubber person. And you're actually like punching it in the face.
Yes,
you know those.
Yes,
like
those are cool. I see those at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Makes it feel real, man.
Yeah. Okay, number 23 is the Bird Turds, the Eagles of Philadelphia, a Georgia Bulldog. It tends to work out for them. Number 24, the Browns, another terrible quarterback.
Cue Ty Simpson.
Okay, we're just a few minutes from Wolchuk and Broadus departing for the Star in Frisco. What are you guys expecting to happen tonight? Last year at this time, weren't we pretty sure it was going to be Tyler Booker?
I think we started getting whispers around this time that, like, okay, Tyler Booker's definitely an option.
I think the Gray Zabel stuff was a little bit loud at this point.
Gray Zabel was loud. Yep, Gray Zabel was very loud. That's one. I know Bobby's been sticking it to me that Jacob Rodriguez won't go in the first round, and he could be right. I did win that one on him last year with Gray Zabel, so I just got to throw that one out there. I'm ready to expect the unexpected, dude. I think everything's on the table, whether it's a move up. I think the move back from 20, if I had to bet on a trade, is what I would go with. I think they're going to stay and pick at 12. I think they trade back from 20, add an extra day 2 pick, and I still think Malachi Lawrence, or maybe it's C.J. Allen, ends up being the pick there. But this is going to be fun, boys. I'm excited for it. I think all options are on the table.
Brian?
I think they're at the mercy of the board, guys, and I think what happens in front of them, I'm predicting a couple of trades inside the top 10. Is Dallas going to sit there? Are they going to have the patience tonight to be able to get their player at 12? But there could be some stormy weather ahead of them.
I like it, man, and I think that's good news. Because in previous year, they could predetermine it and they could tell you who they were going to pick because they knew there was no way in HE double hockey sticks somebody else was going to take a Leighton Vander Esch or a Tyler Guyton or something like that. Okay, we got 3 down. 1 more hour to go before we hand it off to the Cowboys draft show. And in addition to the finest coming up next, buddy, where are you taking it?
Yes, sir. We have some up-to-the-minute draft rumors as well as some more sounds of drafts past. That's next here in the nation. But first, Tolos, I want to tell you about my number 1 most favorite local family-owned roofing company here in North Texas. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction.
the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, holy cow, here we go. More Cowboys breaking news as the NFL draft is 2 hours away. Our official draft coverage is coming up at 6 o'clock. Wolchuk and Broadus have departed. Our current broadcast location is Pluckers in Plano. But about 5 minutes ago, Adam Schefter put out the tweet, George Pickens is signing his franchise tag. And a few minutes after that, clarified for anybody that was wondering, once you've signed your franchise tag, you can then be traded at any time. So what does this mean is the big question here, Cowboys fans. The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open. I said yesterday after Stephen Jones made the announcement that he did at the Cowboys presser that I feel like there's a pretty good chance George Pickens has played his final down with the Cowboys. And, I suppose when you sign the franchise tag, in his mind, he could be thinking, this is my commitment to the Cowboys. I'm signing. Can't wait to do this 1 year for $27.3 million. A lot of Cowboys Twitter is currently interpreting it as this is step one. It actually increases the chances he's going to be traded coming up this draft weekend. So that's where we are, Chief. Finest or Pickens?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Let's do it all. Let's hop into the finest and keep breaking this thing down. Dylan, hit that space bar.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, so this is a lot. I mean, all the momentum since yesterday when Stephen Jones dropped that nuke there in the presser we've been on George Pickens alert, right? And then we also had, and Wolchuk mentioned this earlier in the show, but you had Chad Johnson just a few hours ago, Ocho Cinco, and maybe that wide receiver fraternity is pretty tight. Maybe they're all in a little group chat together. And Chad Johnson was saying George Pickens will be happy today, with a smiley face. And so I was reading that like, okay, maybe that means the Cowboys are getting ready to flip him, and the reason why George Pickens is going to be happy is because he's going to get the big money long-term deal with another team, financial security for the rest of his life. And now when you get George Pickens signing his franchise tag and Adam Schefter clarifying with a second tweet saying what you just said, Dawson, once the Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens signs his franchise tag, he can be traded at any time. I think that is a nice little olive branch of, hey, get ready for something. Get ready for something. You've had Jay Glazer and other people saying there's going to be a whoa moment during the draft tonight, and it was a little bit vague. What does that involve? We know how close Jay Glazer is with the Cowboys and knowing what's going on. So maybe we are rapidly approaching the George Pickens trade bombshell that maybe goes down tonight in the middle of this draft. We saw A.J. Brown get traded in the middle of the draft a handful of years ago, Tennessee to Philadelphia. It happens. I think that's where we're headed here.
You know, as I'm processing all of this stuff, it's breaking news here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys. You have to ask yourself, why would you sign this tag now if you're George Pickens? You know, you give up all of the potential leverage that you have. You know, now that you're signed, you better come to training camp or you're getting fined every day for you miss training camp. As long as you haven't signed the tag, you can just stay away and use that as leverage. And I can't imagine a David Mulugheta client would give away that leverage.
No, I can't either. I think this is David Mulugheta probably hustling his balls off, especially over maybe the last week since the Joneses told us yesterday, hey, we got on the phone with David. We talked to him, let him know where we stood here. It's franchise tag or nothing when it comes to us and George Pickens and the Cowboys. So I think that is kind of what is taking place now is David Mulugheta saying, I don't play those games. I don't have guys that play on the franchise tag. That's not my MO as an agent. That is not why George Pickens hired me specifically to be his agent. My job is to get him the long-term security. And so they're trying to figure it out. I think the main thing is trying to figure out the compensation factor. What does this look like? Is this a one-for-one for Pickens and Max Crosby and the Raiders are saying, hey, we'll take them? Or is this a draft pick situation which team's willing to give up what pick. It's all happening in real time, so it's hard to figure out exactly. But I do think this is David Mulligeta saying, no, we're not playing on the franchise tag, and I'm going to go ahead and get proactive about making sure we get my client a long-term deal with somebody.
Yeah, I think that's where we're headed. And I right now for the Cowboys and their fans, I think this is a tremendous punch to the gut because you've been under the impression that they were going to bring back George Pickens, one of the most electrifying, entertaining, and productive players, you've had. And I believe this could easily blow up your chances of winning. Like, your offensive identity hinges on the threat of CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. And, I just wonder how this could have devolved because, just as recently as the Combine, Stephen Jones rolled it out there, we're not doing much of anything on offense, and at the time, the idea was we're not looking to add anything with free agency coming up, but we're also not subtracting anything. We're bringing these guys back. Did this start to transpire last week? Because through the entire offseason, and even at the press conference, Shoddy and the Joneses, talking about how we want George back. We love George. I don't know how you could arrive here, from everything that they've said. And it's really sickening because I can't see a path to playoff success next year with this roster. Even if I tell you that they're getting Max Crosby and they're going to take a Jordan Tyson or a Carnell Tate, whether that player falls to them at 12, or they're going to get proactive and move up and secure themselves whoever they believe to be the best wide receiver in this draft. Does that change your mind on this? And I do think they're kind of talking out of both sides of their mouth yesterday. It's, we love George. He's awesome. He's great. But also, he's playing on the franchise tag. We don't want to get married to him today. Yeah.
So, and Bobby and Archer and these guys, Nick Harris, have been saying for weeks, this is one of those deals where they're very comfortable. The Cowboys very comfortable just playing out the 1 year, and then George Pickens walks in free agency.
And there's no way you could imagine Mulligeta is going to be okay with that. It's totally believable to think the Cowboys, that sounds good to them,
right?
But I don't think you could say that on the other end have David Mulligeta being like, oh, okay, that's cool. Could you even say that with a straight face if you're the Cowboys to a David Mulligeta client? We're not even going to negotiate with you the rest of this time. So yeah, I do think. It's very difficult to imagine their tackles, are going to be good enough with a regular wide receiver core. Like, you need a superhuman wide receiver core to win with these tackles. I think your run game takes a hit. So your offense, that wasn't the best offense. It wasn't even a top 3 offense. It was closer to number 6 or 7. I think that comes back to average, and you're fighting just to make your defense average right now. That's like best case scenario. Even if you would add Max Crosby, your corners and your linebackers aren't good enough.
Yeah, I get what you're saying for sure. And now we're living in a hypothetical land where I'm trying to figure out with Cleveland. Everything we're talking about with Max Crosby, could we be talking about it with Myles Garrett and the Cleveland Browns? And now we're trading George Pickens, and it's going to be more than just George Pickens. It's probably George and number 12 and maybe number 20. But you try and get Myles Garrett from Cleveland. I don't know. That's just me throwing crap against the wall right now, but that is one of those needle movers in a Myles Garrett that you say, okay, we're losing the offensive firepower, but now we're getting the best player in the NFL defensively. Like, that could be something that I think would, because listen, the text is reflecting it, and all season and all off season, Cowboys fans, the large majority, pro George Pickens.
Yeah.
When they see him get traded tonight, they are going to raise hell.
Yeah.
And now if you're getting a Myles Garrett in return, I think that calms you down quite a bit. Max Crosby somewhat calms you down, but Myles Garrett would take it to the next level and be like, okay, we're giving up a super beast offensively, but we're getting the best defensive player in the draft. Or in the
How good do you
league.
think that Cowboys defense is? Let's say you can get Myles Garrett, and what are you giving up? You're giving up George Pickens in 20 in this scenario?
I think you're probably giving up George Pickens in 12. If you're getting Myles Garrett, it'd be hard-pressed to imagine it would be anything less than that. And so how good are you going to be? You still got to figure out the linebacker spot, right, for sure. and you probably need another corner. So I don't know. That's a good question. You feel like your defensive line is the best in the NFL. You have Quinnen Williams and you have Myles Garrett. And even with Quinnen Williams and Max Crosby, assuming Crosby is his normal self after this injury, you're still probably talking about having the best D-line, or one of them, at least from a starting standpoint, maybe not the depth, but from a starting standpoint, the best D-line in the NFL. Would you rather have the best wide receivers or the best D-line? I'll take the best D-line.
Yeah. This is crazy. It's back-to-back off seasons. The Cowboys appear to be ready to trade an all-pro, as 15 minutes ago, now 16 minutes ago, Adam Schefter reporting George Pickens is signing his franchise tag, and then following that up by saying once George Pickens signs that, he can be traded at any time. And you know, it's going to be really tough, I think, to get excitement and belief going. You know, I think this is, you know, Stephen Jones in his miserly ways, but this is, you know, this is also the mistakes of the past, giving Dak Prescott the contract that they did, and now trying to live in this world where we're constantly pushing more and more of his contract into the future, but it's having a bearing on our salary cap. And it's almost like they've drawn a line in the sand and said, we can't afford any more superstar players. That's what this means. Like, we can't add any more players who are at the top of their game with the dynamics that where we're at right now. We got to flip all of the switches just to get under the cap to go spend $50 million on a bunch of average free agents. You know, we have essentially shopped with a credit card through our entire 20s and kept pushing it back and getting bigger and bigger lines of credit. And now we're in our 30s, and, you know, we've managed to hit a decent time in our life, but the debt from our past is, you know, soaking up all of our resources that we have today.
Yeah.
You know, and if that's the case, it's gonna be tough to add difference-making players to push this team over the top. And I wonder if we're just, you know, surviving until you get finally beyond Dak Prescott's contract, eat all of that dead money, and do a hard reset.
Yeah, and I hate the idea of just punting on this particular window that you're in right now. Like, why have the highest paid quarterback in the league if you're just going to skimp around everywhere else and maybe make the playoffs or miss it once again? So I think that's why, if you are moving on from Pickens right now, you got to get a ready-made veteran player in return. Is that Garrett? Is that Max Crosby? Something to where it's like, we're not saying we can't pay and we don't want big money players. We just want to balance our roster a little bit, and you can get wide receivers. Now, you're not going to get a George Pickens level talent, right?
No.
But you can get a quality guy. Let's not forget, you still have CeeDee Lamb. So can you still come away from this draft with a quality prospect to go ahead and be wide receiver 2, but you've also added a star caliber player defensively? I think that's something that needs to happen here, unless you're getting a haul of picks for George Pickens, but we've been given no indication that that's the case. What we've understood is that Pickens is worth a second-round pick. And if that's what this comes to tonight, where you're losing George Pickens and you're getting a second-round pick for him and that's it, I understand the frustration, and I will be absolutely frustrated as well. I think you need, if I'm moving on from a ready-made, all-pro caliber talent right now, I need something in return right now, because we're trying to win in the next 2-3 years. That needs to happen.
Yeah, it does. And, you know, maybe this is balancing the resources to say it's not realistic to have 2 wide receivers at the top of the market. Christian Parker needs more resources. So, you know, when Jerry talked at the Combine, it was like the best possible place we could make our defense would be around league average. Maybe they're pivoting and saying, we're going to bring our offense back to league average. We're going to sink that $28 million into a couple of linebackers. We're going to trade George Pickens for a ready-made star to solve our edge needs. Maybe, maybe try to push this defense into top 5.
Yeah.
We'll lead with defense and then have a pretty good offense with, you know, I mean, CeeDee Lamb could go out there and have a 2,000-yard season with 140 catches.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and I do think they are very aware of the idea that they need pass rush help.
Yeah.
Like, all the guys that are super in the know with this team are like, yeah, they're not trading up, but if they did, they would want to go get a Bailey, right? The best pass rusher who could step in day one and get after the quarterback. They know they need a pass rusher. So maybe that's what they're trying to do, balance out the roster and go get a certified edge rusher right now today, because that's definitely, I know choppy and a lot of people, it's the linebacker, it's the corners, the secondary. No, you need somebody that can get after the damn quarterback.
Borderline irresponsible thing I got to bring up before we hit the break and get to G-Bag of the day, and Cowboys draft show's coming up at 6 o'clock. If you could get a 1+ for CeeDee Lamb, that's the move to make tonight. Trade CeeDee Lamb for better draft capital. Keep George Pickens, who's just as good as CeeDee Lamb. In a perfect world, in a vacuum. You can't do that because he wears 88. CeeDee Lamb has been here a long time, and he's more established. But I think if you want to get closer to winning and maximize your assets, that's what I would want to know right now if I was up there in that Cowboys war room. Just call around, see what the offers would be for CeeDee Lamb, too.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes down to just, I guess they trust CeeDee Lamb more than they trust George Pickens.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is.
And maybe you don't want to sacrifice what Shoddy's trying to build here as far as the culture and the rah-rah and the enthusiasm, and everybody's a professional, and we have a commitment to each other as brothers. And maybe, doing a long deal with a guy who doesn't want to show up on time for your meetings is kind of a deal breaker. I would make exceptions for guys. Everybody as good as George Pickens. Let us know when you'll be at the meetings, because we need you on game day. But I do wonder about that as well, because for the on the field stuff, you can't make a case that you got to see more from George Pickens to me. Did he produce big time in Pittsburgh? No. Their offense was pathetic, and their quarterback was even worse than their scheme. With the Kenny Pickett's and the Russell Wilsons and the Justin Fields and all that.
And he still put up respectable numbers.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was just a useless player.
Led the league in yards per catch once or twice.
Yeah.
All right, we got to run. We're live at Pluckers in Plano. What a news bomb here at the top of the hour. If you missed it, George Pickens is signing his franchise tag, which makes it logistically possible for now him to be traded at any time. Where's this thing going? Of course, the entire team of 105 through the Fan Insiders and DallasCowboys.com crew is going to come together once again at the top of the hour for the best draft coverage you'll be able to get anywhere in the world. We're coming back to hit the expressway. Jared Sandler will join you, get you set for this Rangers-Pirates finale, and then we'll be back into these draft storylines coming up next in the nation. I want to chat Men's T Clinic with you before we do anything else, though, because, man, if you're running on empty, if you're stuck in low gear and you want to get supercharged, you want to be that younger, more alpha, more energized version of yourself, you can do it. Just go to menstclinic.com, 5 DFW locations, and schedule your initial appointment. Your free assessment it's not free, but the B12 shot will be free if you mention me, plus
quality meat and seafood, where frozen is fresher. Wild Fork, savings that satisfy.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll give you what Broadus has to say about the latest George Pickens report as he's going to sign his franchise tag. And we'll give you more reaction to that here coming up in just a moment. G-Bag of the Day as well. And then we'll talk more about the draft and then hand it off to the Cowboys draft show, which is coming up at 6 o'clock with Wolchuk and Broadus, who are already on their way up to the Star and set to hit this thing. It's going to be an amazing 3 days as always. But Jared Sandler joins you now here to kick off the Expressway, brought to you by the On Time Experts. You'll have Rangers baseball over on KRLD-AM coming up at 6:30 with the pregame 7:05 first pitch. And a good evening, Jared. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. I'm curious, like, memorable draft pick, whether for the Cowboys growing up, like, what is the most memorable NFL draft pick that you can recall for whatever reason?
Man, I would have to say either Des Bryant or CeeDee Lamb. Just the electricity of that. Yeah, the surprise of the Des Bryant thing, and then the build-up, the anticipation, and the euphoria of the CeeDee Lamb, and that was an incredible moment on our draft show that night. How about you?
Me? I'm trying to think, like, I mean, I do remember the CeeDee Lamb euphoria. Obviously as a Packers fan, I remember being, like, totally weirded out by them drafting Aaron Rodgers and be like, what's going on here? Like, why this guy's falling for a reason? And then he ended up being the best quarterback I've ever seen. But I'm trying to think, like, from a Cowboys standpoint, the one that really stood out the most. I don't know if there's like a Cowboys one other than the CeeDee Lamb falling to them.
I mean, the Jalen Smith one,
something, right?
The Jalen Smith one was horrifying because we knew the extent of his knee injury, and it was just surreal. We were thinking maybe this guy's going to go undrafted or be a day 3 pick, and you had the other linebacker on the board there that ended up going to Jacksonville. What was it, Mack? What was that guy's name? Yeah, there was another linebacker.
Miles Jack,
UCLA.
Yeah. And we loved him, but they ended up going with Jalen Smith. That one was memorable for the wrong reasons. All right, Sands, pregame coming up at 6:30 here. Disappointing last night after the great comeback in the 8th there, and then to give it up at the bullpen in the 9th. But I guess I'd like to go back to the 5th inning there for Jack Leiter, and 12 earned over his last 3 starts. Is he scuffling a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, that it's crazy because he was so good through 4. And I think, what's most regrettable about the 5th inning is walking Henry Davis, the number 9 hitter for the Pirates. And he did it. It's not just the walk, right? Like, stuff happens. It's not like Jack was up there trying to walk Henry Davis. But I think, I'd be curious, like, from a learning moment, you got a guy 0-2, you throw 2 fastballs by him. It doesn't look like he can catch up to it. And then he went to, the off-speed stuff and, try to finish him off that way. To me, that learning moment's more of and it's really easy for me to say, however many feet away from the action I am. But that learning moment's hey, this is the number 9 guy. He hasn't shown that he can touch my fastball. If he can beat me on my fastball, it's in my cap. But, like, I don't need to get cute here. And then that walk really kind of set the inning in motion for the Pirates. So, it's a learning moment. Obviously the last few starts haven't been great for Jack, based on the expectations we've set, and the expectations deservedly are high. But I don't know that there's any, big time concern or anything. But, that was if you look back at yesterday's game, people are going to think about the throw from Brandon Nimmo and all that stuff. But, I think it all starts with walking Henry Davis, the number 9 hitter, and that's the one you want to have back.
Is Jack okay after that awkward fall? Have you ever seen a player trip like that on whatever that apparatus was?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I have at some point, but not – actually, I know I have, but not a pitcher. I've seen a catcher in foul territory trying to make a play, maybe trip on that. As far as Jack, guys, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I got here – I had a funeral. I got here about an hour ago. We celebrated the life of the great Bennett Glazer, who was a big-time listener of the fan. He used to be a part of the intro for Ben and Skin when they were on the fan. I hope it's okay I mentioned their names. They're whatever.
Cheers.
Yeah, so I did not make it to the clubhouse. Let me ask Hixie quickly. Matt, is there any update on Jack Leiter? Do we know anything? No, okay, no update that we know of, at least that I've seen. I'm playing catch-up, though, guys, so I apologize for coming up short for you on that one right here.
When's Corey Seager going to get hot?
Man, hopefully today. They need it, right? Jake Berger really picked him up yesterday with that 2-run base hit. Corey's not a guy you worry about. But I think, you're just anxious for him to get going, right? He's gone up to a slow start. He does have the 5 homers, and he's drawing walks, but the chase rate for Corey is higher than normal. And probably a little bit of, just like for a lot of hitters in this spot, trying to swing your way out of it. He's, already an aggressive hitter, but, he's usually aggressive but disciplined, which is part of what makes him so special. But, yeah, the Rangers obviously got a little bit out of Wyatt Langford before he got hurt. But, not so much from the power standpoint. And I think, the Rangers, obviously, for them to be the team that, we think they can be, they need to get those 2 horses going. And, again, with Corey, because of the track record, I think the question's more when than if. But, we'd obviously love for that question to be answered ASAP.
Fair to assume we'll see more than 4 innings from DeGrom tonight?
I would hope so, yeah. The last starts against the Mariners, right? They did such a great job of wearing him down. But the Rangers need that. We're in that stretch right now where no off day until next Thursday, a week from now. You're down Robert Garcia in the bullpen. Peyton Gray is up. Garcia placed on the IL. You had to place Chris Martin on the IL. A few days ago, whatnot. So, you'd like your bullpen to maybe get a little bit of the DeGrom Eovaldi breather here. That doesn't mean they're going to go the distance, but I think you need 6. I think you'd love to get 6 innings from these guys the next 2 days to really help kind of get things back going and let guys get caught up on rest, and it also just allows the pieces to fall into place.
Big game here, Sands. I actually haven't been that impressed with the Pirates. I think they're kind of sloppy. I think the Rangers should get this win here tonight and show everybody they're going to be an above 500 ball club. What do you think?
I'm in. Yeah, I'm in. I mean, you absolutely want to win a series at home against this team. I know the Pirates record is better than the Rangers record, but that doesn't really mean a whole lot to me at this stage of the season. You're at home. This is a great opportunity after all those games on the road to put your foot down this homestand. You got the Athletics coming to town this weekend. That's not an easy series, but again, a series you should win. And guys, I'll even say this. I know, the big bad Yankees, whatever, you should win that series. You're at home, and the Rangers need to establish, a presence at home. That this is not an easy place for teams to come and play. And obviously getting a win today, you win a series, you feel good about these 3 games, and you get ready for the Athletics.
Well, have fun. Probably won't have a hard time being that locked, considering the Packers don't have a first-round pick, right?
Yeah, no first-round pick. Who knows what they'll do? I doubt they'll trade into the first round, but I can't wait. What do you guys think? I haven't been able to listen today. Can I just quickly, Cowboys, their 2 picks, what are your predictions, or do you think it's likely that they trade from one of those picks?
Let me say Mansour, Delane, and Keldrick Falk. But the hot thing right now is George Pickens. He's signing the tag, so everybody's going crazy about that.
Yeah, whatever. I like that. They LSU quarterback, they've gone down that well before. Hopefully it turns out a little bit better if they go down that well this year.
Appreciate you, buddy. Have a great night. We'll catch up with you tomorrow. Yep. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. We'll be back into the Cowboys conversation here coming up in 5 or 6 minutes, but let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Dylan is filling in for Lucius, and he's got your G-Bag of the day.
Here we go. G-Bag of the day every day around 5:30. We're going to get through this quickly as we're leading up to the NFL draft. So your champ, it's day 1, going for 2. We take you to the airport. This dude just holds up the shuttle. He could grab the next one, but, people feel entitled, and, people just get kind of angry. Here we go.
Who's your boss?
Hey, buddy, we've all had a long day. So
am I, man.
I'll tell you what, if you don't get off the motherfucking bus, you will be fucking sorry, dude.
No,
I'll be right behind him.
You'll be sorry.
Dude, Get off the bus.
Wait
now.
off the bus. There'll be another one by.
The owner of the bus has asked you nicely. You're holding us all up now.
There's a seat right there, man.
He told you to get off. Don't even what? You come in here screaming profanity at us? No, dude. Take it outside. I've about had it, man.
All right.
Get outside now, dude.
There's a seat right there.
You know what? It's up to him, and he said you're off.
There's a seat right there.
You're not going to sit next to me, jackass.
I'll stand.
Get off the damn bus.
Right from the start. Holy fucking shit, dude. I'm about ready to fucking go.
Relax, man.
Relax.
After you come screaming profanity at us?
As you walk in the bus,
Yeah, dude, just... Come on, go. I want to go home. It'll be faster if you get off so that another shuttle can get
I mean, there's literally one right behind us.
There's a seat right there.
And there's a shuttle right behind us.
Bye-bye.
You're lucky.
I'm lucky. You ass.
Yes.
Now we got it.
Jesus. Dude, I would refuse to take him to his car. He can fucking walk. Pardon my language.
That's it. You're right.
Pardon my language.
Oh, man. It's like coffee house people trying to talk themselves up into the need to be violent.
Yeah.
One of us has got to do it, guys.
I'm ready to go, bro. I like the threat of you're going to be sorry because you can't really, like, in court, is that really a threat? It's like, I just think he's going to be very repentful whenever this is all said and done. He's going to want to apologize to me.
It's got strong Back to the Future vibes, like, Biff, get your damn hands off of her.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I feel.
It's a great clip.
Who's challenging Dylan?
Let's see what we got here. Let's head over to Jared Sandler on the airwaves. They were talking. Jared just asked a very strange question in response to Eric Nadel.
Like Mark Salas is the former Twins catcher who used to own Charlie Huff.
Was that allowed? Could you own a player?
Third baseman, number 18, Andrew Velasquez.
Speechless.
Who's your favorite Salas? Mark?
Apparently, you could own players.
Eric Nadel left speechless. How about that?
Very inappropriate from Sands.
Yeah, well, it's kind of what he does.
Like to have that one back, you think?
I think Eric probably wanted to say it depends on what century you're in.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty solid response.
Let's see here.
Been very inappropriate.
We got this person talking to a UPS guy. Ask him, just kind of why he likes his job, why he does what he does. Here's the answer he gives.
Hey, my man, what do you do for a living? And best part of your job?
Getting home, taking care of my family every day, man.
Why do all UPS drivers say the same thing when I ask them?
I don't know. That's part of the script. I don't even have a family. I ain't got no kids, bro. First thing that comes to mind is that.
I mean,
I don't even have a family.
Don't even have a family.
That's great, dude.
And then here we go. I got one more. We're kind of pushing it here. Took it a little long. We got Diana Rossini AI.
Uh-oh.
She responds to all of the media.
I was just networking. It just so happens when I network with coaches, I end up them. Some people find Mike Vrabel's size intimidating, but some feel like he's just right. To all the other coaches out there, you wanted my vote for Coach of the Year. Well, now you know what you need to do. Some people are asking if Mike Vrabel fathered my son. We'll know if he starts dipping tobacco and smelling like sausages. I guess now that I'm an independent insider, I'll have to move on to Todd Monken. It was a girls' trip, okay? Nick Sirianni wanted me to dress like a Catholic schoolgirl, and I turned him down. I do have standards.
Wow, that is terrific stuff. I'm surprised it took this long to get here.
Yeah,
it seems like this is a pretty content-rich environment for the last week and a half or so. It's been a huge day for AI, though. Not only AI Rossini, but our very own AI Broadus absolutely dominating Cowboys social media here on draft day. I imagine the impressions are probably soaring into the millions as we speak, Chief. Nice job. Dylan,
you.
any other challengers?
Yeah, let's go ahead and grab one more. We'll take one more. We'll go to the Tigers TV broadcast. Andy Dirks, Jason Benetti. So they always read their little sponsor spots, and he just decides he wants to read the whole entire thing backwards.
Don't miss a minute of the action and subscribe by visiting Tigers.com/Detroit Sportsnet. We could do it again if you want.
Yeah, sure. Roll it back. Do it backwards.
Detroit Sports. Oh, you want me to do it? Yeah. Net Sports Detroit/com.tigers. Visiting by subscribe and action the of minute of miss don't. Apply conditions and terms. Exclusivity's national to subject. Fall is starting. Wings red the plus. Long season all Tigers. The include subscription your 563-bet. By presented Net Sports Detroit : Sports Detroit for home, new, your 2 subscription, a with live game, the stream, Park Comerica, to out it make, can't you if, and start exciting, and to off, it's and season 2026, Tigers
Quite a
the
talent.
4, ball play, it's Fan Sports Detroit.
Wow, that is.
I'm honestly impressed.
Woo.
Me too.
Long break. Yeah, I don't know if I could do that. I think that's a pretty talented guy. All right, is it our current champion holding up the airport shuttle? Is it Sands making Nadell go speechless? UPS driver, man on the street little situation there. Is it AI Diana Rossini? Or is it the Tigers TV broadcast? Chief, I'm voting with AI Rossini here today. How about you?
Yeah, samesies.
Dylan?
Yeah, let's make it a clean sweep.
Make it a clean sweep there for AI Diana Rossini. And if you have not seen the stories today, this thing is juicy, isn't it? It really seems like it is going to get too scandalous for even AFC champion head coach Mike Vrabel to survive. That's my prediction. I think on the Kalshi prediction market right now, it's about 36%, 37% that Mike Vrabel will not be the head coach of the Steelers when the season is underway. Okay, it's time now for an NFL Draft Cowboys breaking news edition of LA Live.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Yes, sir. It is a draft day edition of LA Live. Of course, Lucius is out today. At least thought I could get you the intro. He's at another funeral. Send that man some love on social. Let Lucius know that he is missed. He is lucky, Lucius P. Chief, the last 20 years of Cowboys history has been highlighted with some big old wide receiver moves. You know, the 2 picks for Joey Galloway, the trade up in 2010 for Dez Bryant, the football gods smiling down upon you in 2020 to put CeeDee Lamb in your lap. Unbelievable that the Raiders took Henry Ruggs and the Broncos took Jerry Jeudy ahead of CeeDee Lamb. Like, how was wide receiver 3 CeeDee that year? That happened. Could we be hours, minutes away from another massive Cowboys wide receiver draft development? As the report at the top of the hour from Adam Schefter, George Pickens is signing his franchise tag. He then clarified, once you've signed the franchise tag, anything could happen, you know, as far as a trade. Is this logistically step one? But our very own Brian Broaddus, as we went to our last break, texted us and says the word is that Pickens is playing on the tag. Do you believe that? How much does that surprise you?
Well, I mean, if Broaddus is saying it, I certainly believe it. It does surprise me just because knowing how much of a shark Mulugeta is and him never really having a player play on the franchise tag. Now, this is a unique situation, and they don't have – maybe this is the least amount of leverage he's ever had with a star-caliber player in a similar position. So it's not totally shocking, but when I saw the news break that he was signing the tag and then Schefter saying now a trade could happen, I would still lean just gut that a trade is on the surface here. I just me personally.
You're expecting a George Pickens trade going into this?
I am. And is it tonight? Is it this weekend? I don't know, but I do think that there are a lot of reasons to believe that they are going to make a trade for him. But why else would this make sense for Mulugeta and Pickens to go ahead and sign this thing?
Do this now?
Why do this now if you don't already have a trade situation lined up? And the only explanation for that is you are just you're George Pickens and you're like, hey, I do want to be a Cowboy, and this is still more money than I've ever made in a calendar year, and I want to bet on myself to go out there. And Mulugeta just says, okay, that's not my agent advice, but I serve you, the client. If that's what you want, go ahead and sign it, because it does allow you to guarantee yourself that money.
Yeah.
And he's out there working out with Lamb and Prescott, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's out there running around. All it takes is one unfortunate thing to happen while he's working out, and he gets injured, tag's not signed. Cowboys could just rescind that thing. And now that's all she wrote. You're losing out on that. Now you're injured and you have no contract. What does that look like for you? You're not going to make $27 million now.
Yeah, you weren't a first-round pick.
Yeah.
You don't have $30 million in the bank already.
Exactly. So I think this is, that would just be the other side of it in terms of